Hey there, guys, your good buddy Eric from the Action Toys channel. Okay, so we're going to continue by first doing our prayer, which is going to be Timothy 6:20. Okay, and I'll continue on. O Lord, amidst the noise of countless voices in this world, I yearn to hear your voice amidst the incessant flow of information. Grant me the discernment to distinguish truth from falsehood. Protect me from being misled by false knowledge that opposes your divine wisdom, and instead guide me to trust in your holy word and your spirit. I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. Woo! That was a good one. I liked it. Okay. Let's continue. Tonight's gonna be a really chill night, guys. I'm gonna put on I'm gonna add a thing here. Where is it? Work bait. Okay, let's see if you guys can hear it. 1 second. I'm just gonna pick a random story. They thought Earth would mourn quietly than the sky. Nope. The galaxy's oldest species refuses to visit Earth. The warlord said, "Cute toy." The Death World girl said nothing and broke his neck. That seems a bit much. I don't want to do something like humans rule now. No. Never install these programs. I don't like to install programs in the first place. Then picked up the human's cat. That was the last thing it ever did. No. He was designed to win Earth's final war. Now he's fighting theirs. Aliens panicked when humans revealed we've only used 1% of our power. That's an hour long. That sounds like it could be a good story. PS5 Pro broken already? Alien General asked how long a human could fight. Nobody expected the answer until it's over. Oh, okay. Alright, let's mute that volume. Skip it. Alright. Now we're going to make sure you guys can hear it. Oh no, I put it in the wrong spot. No! 1 second, let's do this. Oh, wrong one again. There we go, that's better. Just over top of my stuff. Oh no. That's better. Not much better though. Alright. Okay, now at least I'll be able to see some of the chat. Okay. Okay. I want that to go a little bit higher.
The human knelt on a cold metal table.
There we go, I like that. That's better. Alright guys, so we're in the Madhouse server. My buddy Crazy Cries had our friend Pomo create it. It's got mods like increased carrying capacity. You can go over level 150 or 160 or something like that. It's pretty good. Alright, now I don't know if I want to listen to this. Alien survival game band tech. Humans had. Ooh, that's a good one too. I don't know which one I want to listen to now. Yeah, so I'm just gonna be like roaming around doing whatever. I'm gonna have a sandwich because I haven't had much to eat today, and it's a cold sandwich. I stole it from work. Oh, you guys can hear it. I'm sorry. I got the Yeti a little closer today. Normally I keep it further away so you guys don't hear me eating on things. No.
Welcome to the
Hello. You have now joined the Action Toys channel, where you will find toy creation, toy restoration and 3D printing, gaming and cooking with love. Welcome everyone, and enjoy your stay. God bless, and as always, stay awesome.
Thank you for the follow, Revac. You're amazing.
I'm being a donut boy.
Casey always gets me with that one. Donut boy. Now I gotta give him a shout out. ISO. Capital Crazy. Capital Craz. Maybe Clippy's working?
We're on the same team, bro.
Any game he's fighting, he's gonna be doing that to people. Oh, thank you again. Thank you for the follow, Remix. Yeah. Yeah, I'm good. You can keep close. Oh, it's because you know how Crazy Kaizel shoots people and he's playing shooting games. He was playing I can't remember what this game is, but
We're on the same team, man.
he was shooting his teammate, and his teammate was like, Matthew, we're on the same team. Why you shoot me? And he's like, how do I throw grenades? I want to throw a grenade at him, and then he started running away. Oh, it's like, it's just something. You know how he does it to me and like YT and everybody when he's playing like Fortnite and stuff like that. Yeah, he did that. Yeah. Can you close the door, babe? Thank you, son. Love you. That was a really cool clip. I like it. Okay, now let's see. I was gonna turn on stories. This one's called Alien Survival Game Banned Technology. Humans had fire tools and weapons before aliens even made camp. So I think we're gonna listen to this, and I'll do my best to keep to skip the or mute the what do you call them? Advertisements. It's just YouTube. Okay, let's start it off. Here we go, guys. Don't forget, guys. God bless. Have a great night.
Entertainment program in the known galaxy, folks. The Galactic Survival Championship.
That's really loud on my
where
ears.
supposedly primitive species get dropped on hostile worlds to fight.
Is it too loud?
While trillions of viewers place bets on.
Can you guys still hear me?
Think of it as reality television, but with actual death and significantly worse camera work. This season's twist, they're
There we go.
including humans for the first time. Yes,
Check
those
out
white
Crazy
people
Cries
suspect
over
that
at
little
Twitch
blue
TV
monster
Crazy
national
Cries.
arm of the Milky
Hear you
Way.
loud and clear.
Same
Awesome. Can you hear the story or no?
Both nuclear weapons and reality cooking shows within the same century. The producers, a collection of overpaid Vraxian executives who've never spent a day outside.
Casey's
finely
still playing
controlled
Magic.
studios, are
Oh,
practically
good. You
salivating
can
over their latest
you
contestants.
can be
Finally,
here, but what
declares
you're
head
playing
producer
is a bit
Black
soft.
during
Oh,
a
okay.
pre-show briefing
No,
with
all right. I
excitement
can turn it up a little bit.
A species primitive enough to make this interesting again.
How is
These
that?
humans barely discovered fire a few thousand rotations ago. They still
Alright,
hit
I
things
just
with
upped it.
sticks.
It's
Cut to
almost
the
as loud
human
as my
selection
voice.
process, which
in
went
the
about as
soundboard.
well as you'd expect. The Galactic
it good?
Broadcasting Consortium sent their talent scouts to Earth with one mission: find the most helpless specimens possible. Instead,
I really
they got
hope Crazy
Marcus
Cries
Webb,
ain't trolling
a
me.
former
That'd be
Marine
funny.
who looks like he
It'd
could
be
bench
really funny.
press a small spacecraft.
Crazy
As the
Cries
final
ain't
smile
trolling me, are you,
suggests
my
he's
friend?
already
You wouldn't
figured
do
out
that,
some
would
way
you?
to kill you
I know
with.
I would.
Then there's Luna Rodriguez,
I am
an
not,
aerospace
dude.
engineer who spent her interview quietly calculating the structural
Oh, okay.
weaknesses in the alien ship
How
while
is-
politely
okay,
answering questions
it's
about
just-
her hobbies. Her idea of
Okay, let's see here.
relaxation involves building drones from spare
How
electronics,
is that?
which should have been the producer's first red flag. And finally, Pete Thompson, a farmer from Iowa, who the scouts selected because he works
Okay.
with primitive
do
agriculture and
this.
seemed harmless enough.
It's
What they
now
didn't
louder than my
realize
voice.
is that Pete's family has been farming the same land for 6 generations, which
There we go.
means he knows more about making things grow, die, or explode than most species know about their own biology. The rules are simple, or so the
Just
aliens
nice. All right,
think.
awesome.
No advanced technology
Let's lock
allowed,
that
no
so I
energy
don't
weapons,
forget.
no quantum
Volume.
communicators, no molecular assemblers,
Awesome
just basic
sauce. Let's
tools,
go.
and whatever you can scavenge or build. 7 days on Kepler
Excuse me.
442c. a
Alrighty
charming
then.
little
Let's
death trap.
continue on. Oh,
This
it
game
does that. 5 seconds and it already has an ad. All right.
Acid rain, and wildlife that considers
go.
everything smaller than a transport shuttle to be a light snack. Last
My
species
friend
standing
Crazy
wins
Cries
10 million
was a
galactic
sleepy
credits
boy
and
all
the
day
dubious
long.
honor
Oh,
of being
forgot to turn on
declared
my
most
controller.
savage primitives in the galaxy.
'Cause
This
I
will be
use controller
hilarious.
most time for
Klaxon
this game
tells his
because I
production
like
team
building
while reviewing
and
the human files.
I find
Look
it
at
very
these
easy
creatures.
to build with
They're
it.
so dependent on their technology they probably
My
can't even
army
start a
of
fire
golems.
without their electronic devices. 3 days, maximum, before they're begging to be rescued. His assistant, a nervous Quellan named Fizz, raises a chitinous appendage. Sir, shouldn't we be concerned about their military history? According to these records, they've been at war for their entire recorded civilization. Klaxon waves dismissively. Primitive warfare. Throwing rocks and sharp sticks at each other. Completely different from real combat. He pauses the holographic display on an image of Marcus in full military gear. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? They make a pointy stick. Oh Klaxon. Sweet naive, soon-to-be unemployed Klaxon. If only you knew that humans don't just make pointy sticks. They make pointy sticks with other pointy sticks attached to them. And then they figure out how to throw those pointy sticks really, really far. And then they get creative. The transport ships descend through Kepler 442c's atmosphere, like falling stars, which is poetic until you realize that several species are already motion sick before they even
Alright guys,
land.
I'm back.
The
My
planet
wife
looks
came
exactly
in,
like
handed
what
me
happens
food,
when
and
a
I was like,
cosmic
ooh.
designer gets drunk and decides to make everything either poisonous, carnivorous, or both. First to
Okay,
disembark
here's my
are the
friend
Zephyrians,
Flint.
crystalline
His,
beings who shimmer like living gemstones and immediately begin arguing
How
about the
come I can't see
optimal
her
mineral
name?
composition
Oh,
of the
stop.
landing site. Their leader,
And he needs a wife in every game, so I got Tessa the
declares that their
Blade.
superior photosynthetic abilities
And,
will
and I
make
bought
this
this emote
competition
just
trivial.
because
They start
I could do
unpacking
this,
what
and it
can
looks
only be
like
described as the galaxy's most
looks like
expensive
she's
camping gear,
she's preaching.
all apparently made
So
from
I liked
compressed
it.
starlight
I was
and
like,
good
I
intentions.
need that.
Next come the
That
Muckoids,
reminds me.
who look like someone crossed
Oh.
a slug with a philosophy professor and gave the result anxiety issues. They ooze
What's
out
this?
of their transport in a dignified procession, leaving a trail of
Armor of
luminescent
the
slime that probably
Fiend
violates
variation?
several environmental
I
protection
don't know about
laws.
that.
Their representative, Glomulus, announces that their
like
advanced
the books.
biochemistry will allow them to literally digest
know
any
if I like this
challenge
at
this
all.
primitive world can offer. The
No, I don't like
Thornbacks
that.
arrive with military precision,
I don't like this
their
stuff.
insectoid forms clicking and chittering as they
Hunter's
establish
tent?
a perimeter around their landing zone.
Why do you not
These
get
guys
ads
look like
on
someone
Twitch,
gave a
but
mantis
Yoshi
anger
does?
management
I don't know.
issues and a weapons budget.
I
Their
have
squad leader, Mandible, immediately begins scanning for threats while his subordinates
I went
argue
and
about
bought,
proper hive hierarchy
not bought, but I
protocols.
got
And then there are the humans.
Twitch
Marcus steps
Turbo
off the
when it was in
transport,
beta,
takes
and
one look
and
around,
ever since getting
and
that,
starts laughing. Not
I have
nervous
not
laughter, mind
had
you. The kind of laughter
ads
that
like
suggests he's just spotted exactly the kind of fun he was
so I was
hoping
like, I don't
for.
know if it's just
Luna
hasn't caught
follows,
back to come get
already
me or not,
examining
but
the
I don't
local
know.
flora with the focused intensity of someone mentally cataloging which plants are edible, which ones are poisonous, and which ones can be
Nope,
weaponized.
no blocker.
Pete brings up the rear, casually sampling the soil between his fingers while the other species are still figuring out which end is up. While the Zephyrians debate the feng shui of potential campsites,
If I was using
and the
a blocker, I'm
Thornbacks
pretty sure
conduct
Google
a
would have banned
15-minute
my account
briefing on
long
proper
time ago.
formation movement, Marcus has wandered off and returned with an armload of dry wood. By the time the Muckoids finish arguing about whether the local bacteria might upset their digestive processes, there's already a cheerful fire crackling in the human camp. How did you do that so quickly? Demands Quartz, their crystalline form reflecting the firelight in a way that's probably very pretty,
And if I was
but also
using an ad
completely
blocker,
useless
I
for
wouldn't be
actual
getting
survival.
ads
Marcus grins
on
and holds
YouTube
up 2 sticks.
that I
Bile
literally
drill.
just skipped.
Humans figured this out about 40,000 years ago. You rub this one against that one real fast, and physics does the rest. The alien
who's this?
contestants exchange what
Hello?
can only be described as concerned glances. The Galactic Broadcasting
Bram the
Consortium's
cook.
primitive species are making fire while
I
the
don't use ad
supposedly
blockers,
advanced
though, no. That
civilizations
would be
are still
bad.
reading the instruction manuals for their Stone Age starter kits. In
Why
the
are they
orbiting command
always
center,
appearing in the
producer
ground? I
Klaxon
don't like
stares
that.
at the monitoring screens with growing unease. That's not possible, he mutters. The fire-making challenge isn't supposed to happen until day 2. Fizz nervously adjusts
Yeah,
the
I
camera
really
angles.
haven't
Sir,
had.
should we inform the
ever
contestants
since
about
I
the proper
downloaded,
sequence of survival activities? No,
Twitch
Klaxon
Turbo
says,
was like 2
though
years
his
ago.
tentacles are now twitching with what might be early onset panic. Maybe it's just beginner's luck.
No,
They'll
I don't think
struggle
I
with
have. Are they
everything
good?
else. Down on the planet's surface, Pete has identified 3 different edible root vegetables. Luna has begun constructing what appears to be a water filtration system using
You girls
nothing but
behave
rocks
now.
and
Stop
plant
fighting.
fibers. And Marcus is testing the balance on a spear he somehow crafted while the aliens were still unpacking their
This
regulation
girl's
camping
always drunk in the
equipment.
corner.
Day 1 hasn't even officially started, and the humans
Then
are
I don't
already
need it.
making everyone else look like they
Oh,
showed up to
wow.
a survival competition with a computer science degree and a really
Why is it
confident
the
attitude.
Exiles always
By
like the
hour
cooler
6
looking
of the official
characters?
competition, the situation has devolved from entertaining reality television to cosmic
Okay, you
embarrassment
gotta be careful
with a
because you
body
gotta look
count.
down here.
The Zephyrians,
And if
those
their heads are
shimmering
popping up, they're
crystalline
there,
beings who
so.
are supposed to dominate through superior photosynthetic abilities, have discovered a fundamental flaw in their survival strategy.
I've been trying
Turns
to
out,
clothe
when
these
your
people.
entire species evolved on a planet with 3 suns and permanent daylight, the concept of making fire
Ah, I
when
was
it gets
hoping you'd
dark
be
never really came
purchasable,
up
man.
in evolutionary planning meetings. Quartz stands over a pile of regulation survival sticks, striking them
Remember there's a
together
guy
with
right here?
increasing desperation. This is impossible.
And I had
they declare
this girl
their
doing
prismatic
this
form
so that she could be
flickering with
like
frustration. Fire requires
Like, why are you
plasma
at the
temperatures
bar
of at
yelling
least
at reading
10,000
quotes from the
degrees.
Bible, telling them to be a
These
better
primitive
person,
tools
stuff like that.
cannot generate
I
sufficient
think way too
thermal
much about
energy.
these role plays.
Meanwhile, 20 meters away, Marcus is teaching Luna how to improve her fire starting technique using a method his grandfather showed him when he was 7 years old. The irony is completely lost on the
I'm Sarah.
See,
One
there's
of
an
the
ad right
survivors
there.
after the Zerg consumed Earth, and now I'm a senior pilot.
Zephyrians, who are now debating whether to file
Proof!
a formal complaint about the impossibility
Oh,
of the
sorry,
challenge.
that's the wrong bad
The
angle.
Mucoids are facing their own existential crisis. Glomulus, their slimy philosopher leader, made the unfortunate discovery that their
Demand browse
luminescent
all
trail, which
programs,
looks absolutely
page
stunning
76.
in low
What's
light,
that?
also
Oh, okay.
serves as a dinner bell
Yeah,
for
I
every
bet.
carnivorous
My
creature
friend
within a
Christian.
5
Have you
kilometer
ever listened to the
radius.
stories
They've
on
spent the
Unshackled?
entire day trying
They
to
are
figure out how to
amazing.
move without leaving a glowing breadcrumb
Unshackled.org
trail for
on
predators.
demand. Browse
Perhaps
all
Glomulus
programs.
suggests to his increasingly panicked team, we should remain stationary until we can develop a
I
non-bioluminescent
started
locomotion
upgrading. I don't know why I did
This
it, but I
brilliant
did.
strategy lasts exactly 47 minutes, until a pack of what can only be described as wolves but with more teeth and worse attitudes follows their slime trail right to their camp. The
what's
Mucoids
this?
spend the next 3 hours hiding behind rocks while the
See,
wolves
everybody's getting some
investigate
sort of
their
clothes
abandoned
on.
supplies,
Oh,
which
what's going on with this
explains why
guy?
Pete finds them huddled
Why
in
do they
a
always get
cave,
stuck? I
whimpering
don't like
about
that.
the unfairness of biological
Put
disadvantages.
this over here.
You folks seem
I
to
am
be
gonna
having
build this
some
up a little
trouble,
bit more.
Pete observes with the kind of helpful
Maybe
tone that suggests
put
he's
this wall
about
all
to
the way
solve their
around.
problem in
Put
a
this
way
one
that
all
will
the way
make them
around.
feel incredibly
Do
stupid.
this side a little
He
bit.
produces a handful of seeds from his pocket and scatters them around the cave
Right here.
entrance. These little beauties smell terrible to most predators. Grows wild back home, but it works on most mammals with decent noses. The thornbacks, meanwhile, are
actually
engaged
do
in
need
their own
this.
special brand of disaster. These militaristic insectoids brought superior organization,
Why?
tactical training, and a command structure
See, if
that would
I haven't
make a
I
Pentagon
posted
general
anything
weep
and you all
with envy.
think,
They
even
also
when I
brought
don't
the kind
post
of rigid
links, it still
hierarchy
bans me.
that
It's like, it
crumbles
could have been a
faster
link.
than a
You're
house of
banned.
cards
I'm
in a
like,
hurricane,
why? I
and
didn't
nobody
do
can
that.
agree who's actually in charge without their
Okay, so I
electronic
was
rank
picking on you
verification
guys.
systems. Mandible, the self-appointed squad leader, is currently
remember what I need
engaged
this
in a
for.
heated argument with his subordinate Chiton
I need this
about
for
proper
sure.
resource allocation protocols. This debate has been going on for 4 hours and has covered everything from optimal perimeter establishment to the philosophical implications of fire-making in primitive societies. Meanwhile, their third team member, Carapace, has been standing at attention the entire time, waiting for orders that will never come because his
My
superiors are
name
too
is
busy arguing
Mrs.
about who has the
Annika
authority to give them.
Ubakina.
Luna
No, I
wanders
can't do
over
it.
during one of their particularly intense disputes about shelter construction
Oh,
methodology.
she's stuck.
You
I hate
guys
that.
might want to prioritize
Why?
actually
Why do you do
building
this to me?
something
Whoops.
before it rains, she mentions casually, pointing at the
Put you
gathering
here.
storm clouds.
Well,
Those
that means
look
I'm gonna
like
have to
they
go
mean
upstairs and
business.
see if that one's
Rain
messed up too,
tactical
dang it.
assessment is not your responsibility. Primitive,
she's
mandible
good.
snaps. We have superior
Hey,
meteorological
sir,
prediction
would
capabilities.
you? What,
This
what's-
confidence
that's their
lasts
oh
exactly
my gosh, there
until the
should be
first
another chair
drops
there,
of
isn't it?
acid rain begin dissolving their expensive
No,
military-grade
what the heck?
equipment. Back in the orbiting command center, producer Claxon is discovering what happens when your entire career is built on the assumption that primitive means incompetent. The ratings are through the
He looks
roof,
like he's having
but
fun
not
playing
for the
Magic the
reasons he
Gathering.
expected. Instead of watching advanced alien
Are
civilizations
you always going to be a
gracefully
magic
adapt to
boy,
primitive
Mr. Crazy
conditions, viewers
Krabs?
across the galaxy are witnessing the most technologically sophisticated species in known space getting schooled by 3 humans with pointy sticks and bad attitudes. Sir
I'm gonna
Fizz
eat a little
reports
bit,
nervously,
so
the betting
let's-
pools have shifted.
I've got to go
93%
get some
of
food.
wagers
I
are
don't
now
know
on
if
the
I
humans. That's impossible.
I don't like it down
Claxon
here. I'm going to go
protests.
upstairs.
They're supposed to be the underdogs. They're supposed to struggle with basic
There we go.
survival while the advanced species demonstrate superior
Hey
adaptation
there, miss.
capabilities. Well, Fizz says, consulting his data pad, the humans currently
What?
have fire, shelter, food, water, weapons, and what appears to be a primitive but effective early warning system. Meanwhile, the Zephyrians are arguing about physics, the Mucoids are hiding in a cave,
I can
and the
eat now.
Thornbacks are debating military procedure while their equipment dissolves in acid rain. Claxon stares at the monitors, watching Marcus demonstrate spear-throwing techniques to an increasingly impressed galactic audience. How is this happening? We specifically chose the most primitive species we could find. Perhaps Fizz suggests quietly, we should have paid more attention to why they survived long enough to develop space travel in the first place. Down on the planet's surface, the humans are settling in for their first night with the casual
I had a very
confidence of
interesting
species
day at
that
work,
spent
guys.
200,000 years figuring out how to not die in horrible ways. They have fire, food, shelter, and weapons. More importantly, They have that particularly human trait of looking at any situation and immediately figuring out how to make it better, more efficient, or more dangerous. Usually all three at once. Day 3 arrives with all the subtlety of a cosmic intervention, which is to say it begins with something massive, angry, and thoroughly displeased with the current state of affairs crashing through the
I
forest
apologize,
like
guys. I
nature's
start
own
stream
wrecking
and then my
ball.
wife come home,
The
give me
creature
food,
that
and I start
emerges from
eating
the
it.
tree
I'm
line
sorry.
defies easy description, mostly because evolution on Kepler 442c apparently operates on the principle of why have one terrifying feature when you can have 12. Picture a grizzly bear that decided to major in violence with a minor in creative intimidation. Now add razor-sharp bone protrusions, bioluminescent threat displays, and the kind of roar that suggests it has strong opinions about the presence of alien tourists in its neighborhood.
Aw, there's even nothing
The
in the
technical
cup.
term, according to the planet's wildlife database, is apex stalker. The practical term, as Marcus puts it while grabbing his spear, is big angry death machine with commitment issues. The beast's arrival triggers what can only be described as a masterclass in species-specific panic responses. The Zephyrians, still struggling with basic fire making, immediately begin a frantic debate about the optimal crystalline formation for defense against carbon-based predators. This involves a lot of prismatic light displays and theoretical
Whoop.
discussion while the creature gets
Bump my thing.
progressively closer and more irritated. We must establish a harmonic resonance barrier, Quartz announces with the kind of confidence that suggests they've never actually tested this theory against.
Patients of the dead. Poisoned.
Something with teeth. They begin humming in frequencies that probably sound very impressive to other Zephyrians, but have roughly the same effect on an angry predator as elevator music has on a rampaging bull. The mucoids respond to imminent death with the philosophical approach that has served their species so well throughout this competition. Glomulus immediately begins analyzing the existential implications of predator-prey relationships while his teammates debate whether being eaten counts as a form of biological transcendence. Their slime trail, still glowing like a neon dinner invitation, ensures that even if they somehow escape this predator, they'll attract several more within the hour. Perhaps, Glomulus muses while backing slowly toward a cliff, we should consider the ethical dimensions of denying this creature its natural dietary requirements. The Thornbacks at least attempt a military response, which is to say they instantly form a defensive formation that would be absolutely perfect if they were facing an enemy that attacks according to standard galactic combat protocols. Unfortunately, the Apex Stalker never attended military academy and has no interest in engaging in honorable warfare according to established conventions. Mandible shouts tactical commands that assume the creature will politely approach from the designated engagement zone and wait for proper defensive countermeasures to be implemented. When the beast instead decides to leap directly into the middle of their formation, the Thornbacks discover that their rigid command structure works great right up until someone needs to make a split-second decision that isn't covered in the tactical manual. And then there are the humans. Marcus takes one look at 12 feet of angry predator and grins like someone just told him Christmas came early. Luna, how long for boomsticks? He calls out, hefting his spear and moving to flank the creature. 2 minutes for the small ones, 5 for anything impressive. Luna replies, already digging through her improvised toolkit. She's been spending her spare time crafting what she cheerfully calls chemistry experiments using local minerals and organic compounds. The fact that most of her experiments involve controlled explosions.
Okay, I was saying that. Did he say the SHI?
Pete, you
something
got
word?
range on this thing? Marcus continues, never taking his eyes off the beast as it swipes at the panicking Thornbacks. Give me 30 seconds, Pete responds, already stringing the bow he carved yesterday. Unlike the regulation survival equipment the other species received, Pete's bow was crafted using techniques
So
his
as bad as
grandfather learned from
Casey
his
and his poop
grandfather,
jokes.
going back through generations of humans who understood that sometimes you need to put sharp things into distant targets with extreme prejudice. What happens next is a masterclass in human tactical coordination that probably violates several galactic conventions on the ethical treatment of wildlife. Marcus doesn't charge the creature head-on like some primitive berserker. Instead, he uses what the Marine Corps calls applied creativity, and what everyone else calls terrifying confidence.
Why are you coming after me? I didn't mean to hit you, dude.
Not just any rocks, mind you, but carefully selected projectiles
Why?
aimed at specific points in the creature's anatomy designed to irritate rats.
Why do you make me kill
The
you?
beast, already annoyed by the presence of alien
There you go.
tourists,
Oh, he ran
becomes
away.
absolutely furious at this additional
What was
insult
this?
and charges
don't
toward
care about
Marcus
you,
with
boy.
the kind of single-minded determination that makes it completely ignore Pete's first arrow. The arrow doesn't kill the creature, but it does accomplish something much more tactically valuable. It hurts enough to make the beast stumble, which gives Marcus the opening he needs to get behind it with his spear. Not to attack, mind you, but to provide
I
what
just wanted to
military
knock out
strategists call
one guy
target
so I could get
designation,
these
and
bars.
everyone else calls standing exactly where Luna needs you to be. Luna's first improvised explosive isn't designed to kill the creature either. It's designed to make a very loud noise in a very specific location, which causes the already confused and angry predator to turn toward the sound just as Pete's second arrow finds the soft tissue behind its front leg. The beast staggers, roars, and turns to face this new threat, which puts it in perfect position for Marcus to drive his spear into the sweet spot where neck meets shoulder. Not deep enough to hit anything vital, but deep enough to make the creature very aware that it's facing something that knows exactly where to put sharp objects for maximum effectiveness. What follows is not a battle in any traditional sense. It's a systematic demonstration of how three humans with primitive weapons can turn.
One of the great challenges is knowing enough about a subject.
Why is there so many
to think
ads in
they're
this?
right, but not enough about this.
Turn a 12-foot killing machine into dinner through the application of teamwork, tactical thinking, and the kind of creative problem-solving that their species developed during several million years of being smaller and weaker than everything that wanted to eat them. The other contestants watch in horrified fascination as the humans don't just kill the creature, they make it look easy. Marcus coordinates the attack with hand signals that require no technology and no translation. Luna provides explosives timed to the second based on nothing but observation and experience. Pete puts arrows exactly where they need to go using a weapon he built from scratch with tools that would have been familiar to his ancestors 3,000 years ago. When it's over, the humans don't celebrate like primitive savages who got lucky. They immediately begin field dressing the carcass with the efficient competence of people who understand that victory means nothing if you don't properly manage the resources it provides. Well, Marcus says wiping blood from his spear, looks like we're having steak tonight. In orbit, producer Klaxon stares at the monitors in stunned silence. His primitive species just took down a creature that's killed 6 previous contestants from supposedly advanced civilizations. They didn't just survive the encounter, they turned it into a tactical exercise and then immediately began processing it for food. Sir Fizz whispers. The other contestants are requesting emergency extraction. Klaxon doesn't respond. He's too busy watching the humans demonstrate the proper technique for preserving meat using nothing but salt, smoke, and knowledge passed down through generations of ancestors who understood that survival isn't about having the best technology. It's about having the best instincts for staying alive when everything else is trying to make you dead. The aliens are finally beginning to understand that they're not competing against primitives. They're competing against the end result of 4 billion years of evolutionary pressure applied to a species that refused to go extinct no matter what the universe threw at them. And the humans are just getting started.
Day 4 begins with what Pete calls the teaching moment, though anyone familiar with human history would recognize it as something far more sinister: the systematic psychological dismantling of the competition through the application of helpful advice. The humans have spent the morning expanding their camp into what can only be described as a primitive fortress. They've got defensive positions, food storage, water purification, and what appears to be the beginnings of a small-scale manufacturing operation. More importantly, they've got that particular human combination of confidence and boredom that historically leads to either great art or terrible wars. In this case, it leads to Marcus deciding that their fellow contestants look like they could use some friendly guidance. You know, Marcus says, wandering over to the Zephyrian camp with the casual air of someone dropping by to borrow a cup of sugar, I couldn't help but notice you folks are still having some trouble with the whole fire situation. Quartz, who has spent the last 3 days trying to achieve combustion through crystalline resonance theory, looks up with a mixture of desperation and wounded pride. Our photosynthetic metabolism is optimized for direct stellar energy absorption. These primitive combustion methods are incompatible with our biological framework. Right. Marcus nods sympathetically. That's a real problem. Tell you what though, fire isn't really about biology. It's about chemistry. See, you're thinking about this all wrong. He picks up 2 sticks and demonstrates the bow drill method with the patience of a kindergarten teacher explaining arithmetic to someone who insists that mathematics is a conspiracy. You're trying to create plasma, Marcus continues. But what you actually need is just enough heat to reach the ignition point of your tinder. That's only about 400 degrees Celsius. Basic friction can get you there, no problem. He hands the bow drill to Quartz. Here, give it a try. Remember, it's not about how hard you press. It's about consistency and speed. What follows is perhaps the most condescending tutorial in galactic history. Marcus, with infinite patience and absolutely zero
Giggling at this
awareness of
guy's
how insulting this
condescension.
is, teaches a member of a civilization that mastered faster than light travel how to make fire using the same technique human children learn at summer camp. The worst part, from Quartz's perspective, is that it works. With
Yep. Oh, they're all backwards, that's why. Oh, I thought I did them right. I forgot there was an ad. Skip.
Within 10 minutes they've got a small but steady flame, and Marcus is beaming at them like a proud parent whose toddler just managed to use the bathroom without assistance. There you go. See, you just needed to think about it from a different angle. Your species probably never needed to develop these techniques, because you had all that stellar energy. Nothing wrong with that, it's just a different evolutionary path. Quartz stares at the fire with the expression of someone whose entire worldview has just been gently but thoroughly demolished by a creature who learned this skill before he could properly tie his shoes. Meanwhile, Luna has decided to help the mucoids with their predator problem, which she approaches with the kind of scientific methodology that would make Darwin weep with pride. So your bioluminescence attracts predators, she observes, watching Glomulus nervously eye the tree line. That's actually a fascinating evolutionary adaptation. Probably served as a communication method or mate selection display on your homeworld, right? Indeed. Glomulus replies, clearly pleased that someone appreciates the sophistication of his species' biological features. Our luminescent secretions convey complex philosophical and emotional concepts through biochemical markers. That's amazing, Luna says with genuine enthusiasm.
Why
But
get rid
here's
of
the
this?
thing about
I'm
evolution.
scared
It's all
take
about
something more with it.
environmental adaptation. What works in one environment might be a liability in another.
It might leave a gap.
She produces a handful of mud mixed with crushed leaves. This is basically natural camouflage paint. It'll mask your bioluminescence without interfering with your biochemistry. She demonstrates by smearing the mixture on a rock, effectively dulling its surface reflectivity. The principle is simple absorption and scattering. Your light still gets produced, but it doesn't escape to signal predators. Think of it as evolutionary camouflage. Glomulus stares at the mud with the expression of someone who has just discovered that the solution to his species' most pressing survival problem was literally lying on the ground the entire time. This is actually quite ingenious for such a primitive approach. Primitive. Luna laughs. This is advanced biological warfare. My species has been using environmental modification for survival advantages for thousands of years. We just call it not being stupid about obvious problems. The casual way she delivers this verbal uppercut, combined with the fact that her solution is both elegant and immediately effective, leaves Glomulus questioning everything he thought he knew about the relationship between
That looks so much
technological
better already. What
advancement
the
and
heck?
practical intelligence. But it's Pete who delivers the most devastating psychological blow to the Thornbacks, and he does it with the kind of folksy wisdom that makes it impossible to argue with. He finds them still engaged in their endless debates about proper military protocol, now expanded to include heated discussions about resource allocation, perimeter security, and the chain of command implications of their current tactical situation. They've been arguing for so long that they haven't actually eaten anything in 18 hours. You folks seem pretty organized, Pete observes, settling down nearby with a piece of roasted meat from yesterday's hunt. Real professional operation you got here. Mandible straightens with pride. We maintain the highest standards of military discipline and tactical efficiency. I can see that. Pete nods approvingly. Reminds me of my old army days. We had procedures for everything too. He takes a bite of meat and chews thoughtfully. Course we also had this saying, an army marches on its stomach. You know what that means. Efficient logistics are essential for maintaining combat effectiveness. Chiton responds immediately. Exactly. Pete grins. And you can't have efficient logistics if you spend all your time talking about efficient logistics instead of actually organizing efficient logistics. He holds up his meal. See, while you folks have been working out the proper protocols for food acquisition and distribution, you haven't actually acquired or distributed any food. The Thornbacks exchange glances that would be uncomfortable if they weren't currently being delivered by creatures with compound eyes. Now, I'm not criticizing, Pete continues with the kind of helpful tone that makes criticism absolutely devastating. It's just that sometimes the best military strategy is to stop strategizing and start doing. Back home we call that common sense, but I'm sure you folks have a fancier term for it. He finishes his meal and stands up, brushing crumbs from his hands. Tell you what though,
Oh.
when you get done figuring out your food protocols, come on over to our camp. We've got plenty to share and I can show you some old-fashioned military techniques that don't require any paperwork. The offer is delivered with such genuine friendliness that it takes the Thornbacks several minutes to realize they've just been systematically humiliated by a farmer who learned military tactics from his grandfather's war stories. Back in orbit, producer
where did that
Claxon
go?
watches this psychological warfare unfold with the growing realization that his career is about to become a cautionary tale told in film schools across the galaxy.
Oh.
Sir Fizz reports, the other contestants are exhibiting signs of severe
Okay, I
morale
can't put that there like I
deterioration.
wanted to.
The Zephyrians are questioning their
I'd have to
technological
put
superiority.
it.
The Mukoids are having an
Yeah,
existential
yeah.
crisis about primitive versus advanced survival
I'll leave it.
strategies. And the
I'll leave it.
Thornbacks appear to be experiencing some kind of command
I want to see what it
structure
looks like
breakdown.
outside, though.
And the humans? Claxon asks, though he's not sure he wants to know the answer. The humans appear to be enjoying themselves. They've established themselves as the de facto survival experts, and are systematically teaching everyone else how to not die. The irony levels are approaching critical mass. Claxon stares at the monitors, watching Marcus demonstrate advanced knot-tying techniques to a group of aliens whose civilizations mastered quantum mechanics before humans figured out agriculture. How did this happen? We chose them because they were supposed to be the most primitive species available. Perhaps
I'm being a donut boy. I'm being a donut boy.
Oh,
we
it
should
scared me.
understand the difference between primitive technology
Steak
and
sounds
primitive
nice right
survival
about now.
skills.
Yeah.
The humans seem
It
to
is.
have quite advanced
Yeah.
survival skills. They've just been using them for so
I got,
long they
venison.
don't think of them as
Mm.
advanced anymore. Down on the planet's
You guys got me
surface,
hungry
the
for
humans
steak.
continue.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever you want. You can have really relaxed, slow-paced stuff where you can take it easy. Or you could be on the edge of your seat, shaking, making split-second decisions. This is Eve. You know, it's a crazy universe.
Oh, what
anything
the
can
heck?
happen, And however you want to do it,
What? What?
go for it.
Aren't they supposed to be the same piece? Oh, they're just slightly different. Okay.
Kind of a freedom fighter.
Okay, I don't know how I got away with that then.
Avatar character because they just seem like the coolest, you know, most brutal people, and I was like, I want to be.
Oh,
that
I didn't
guy.
do that part. That's fine. I don't care.
I started out doing the missions in high sec, and I want to be on the side of the people.
How does
who
it look
are
on
fighting
this
against
side,
the
though?
oppression, against the bad guys, and
What are you doing out here,
I
dude?
learned that you can basically.
You
help
need to be
them
set
fight
free.
the
Here you go.
factions. That was, that's all I wanted to do.
Maybe. What are you? Oh, okay, there you go.
It's a very satisfying.
Boy, you owe me 50 gold for setting you free, boy.
At the bottom and working my way
Boy,
up,
you owe me
getting to
50
more
gold.
advanced, you know,
Better give it here,
situations,
boy.
bigger ships,
Cha!
bigger enemies,
Cha!
and all that.
You don't want to hit me out here, dude. Oh. Oh. Back here, boy. Thought you were tough?
Ship that I
You're
wanted
just
to
tough
sit in
and
more
dead
than
now.
Paladin, which is the Amarian Marauder.
Okay, this doesn't look too
It was
bad
red and
outside.
gold, and it had the lasers, and it, you know,
Oh, I gotta
massive
fix all this,
firepower,
don't I? Yep.
incredible
Okay, I'll do that
capabilities.
after.
I wanted to sit in that thing. I wanted to fly. I wanted to undock. It's like a project, and you're kind of putting the pieces together.
I should
by
put
getting the skills
these
ready for the
things right
ship,
here
all the
on the outside
modules.
right there.
You've got to get the
But it
money
doesn't look
for
good.
it. You know, you've got a dream that you want, and that ship basically is the dream. And once you finally get into
What
it,
I call
you're ready
this
to
is this was an old outpost that was turned into this bar. But before it was the bar, it was an outpost. And people came along and they just took it over. And then pirates came along and took it over. All implications are implicated there. So after they took it over, they started to expand it, and since they didn't know anything about masonry, but they all knew how to do wood stuff, they expanded from this old outpost and built this around it. They and then as they expanded out, they turned everything into their homes, workshop, captain's private quarters right here, aka my quarters. My quarters, yep. Alright. So to get up to the barracks where everyone sleeps, I haven't got all the beds up yet, but there's this right here. This is where everyone's supposed to sleep. I think I built the beds. I don't remember if I put them down though. I didn't put them down, I don't think. Did I put them in here maybe? One random thing. Okay, no I didn't. Unfortunate for me.
Continue
Let's
their
go
campaign of
upstairs
helpful
and-
devastation. They're not just winning the competition
Oh, I even
anymore.
let that ad play.
They're
I forgot all about
redefining
it.
what it means to be evolved, one condescending tutorial at a time. And the most terrifying part, from the aliens' perspective, is that the humans genuinely think they're being helpful. They're not trying to humiliate anyone. They're just sharing knowledge with less capable species, the same way they might help a lost child or an injured animal. The fact that this makes the psychological
that's the
warfare
wrong
even
way.
more effective is just another example of why humans are the kind of species that other civilizations really should have researched more thoroughly before inviting them to participate in survival competitions. Day 7 arrives with all the fanfare of a funeral march, at least from the perspective
I
of
messed
everyone
up.
who isn't human. The final day of the Galactic Survival Championship was supposed to be
Oh,
a dramatic
man.
culmination of primitive species pushing themselves to their absolute limits. Instead, it resembles a nature documentary where the apex predators have decided to open a consulting business. The human
Maybe
camp
I
has evolved
should
into
put.
something that would make a military
Get rid of
engineer
that,
weep with professional
and then put-
admiration. They've got
Second,
defensive
let's see.
fortifications that would stop anything short of artillery, a food storage system that could feed them for weeks, and what appears to be a primitive but functional workshop where Luna has been crafting increasingly sophisticated tools using nothing but local materials and the kind of engineering knowledge that comes from a species that spent 10,000 years figuring out how to make everything better, faster and more dangerous. More importantly, they've got what every military strategist recognizes as the most decisive advantage in any conflict. They're not just surviving, they're thriving. Marcus has been using his spare time to scout
There we
the
go.
entire region, mapping
that.
resources and potential
should be
threats
great.
with the thoroughness of someone who understands that knowledge is the difference between living and dying. Pete has established what can only be described as a primitive agricultural operation, because
Well-
apparently even on an alien death world, his instinct is to make things grow. Luna has been conducting what she cheerfully calls applied chemistry experiments, which have resulted in a collection of tools, weapons, and explosive devices that would have been considered advanced technology by human standards 3 centuries ago. The other contestants, meanwhile, are discovering what it means to be completely outclassed by a species they still technically consider
Particulations!
primitive. The Zephyrians have managed to maintain fire thanks to Marcus's tutorial, but they're still struggling with basic concepts like food acquisition and shelter construction. Quartz spends most of their time staring at the human camp with the expression of someone whose entire understanding of technological superiority
know if I
has
like
been
that
gently
yet.
but thoroughly demolished by creatures
Excuse
who
me,
make
lady.
tools out of rocks and seem genuinely confused about why this is considered impressive. The Mucoids have solved their predator problem using Luna's camouflage techniques, but they've discovered that survival involves more than just not being eaten. Glomulus has begun what can only be described as an existential crisis about the nature of advancement, spending hours contemplating
other side
whether
of
a
this?
species that can't survive without technology should really be considered more evolved than one that can thrive with nothing but their bare hands and bad attitudes. The Thornbacks have finally stopped arguing about military protocols, mainly because they've run out of things to argue about. Their rigid command structure has completely collapsed under the weight of its own bureaucracy, leaving them with the uncomfortable realization
wondering if I
that
should
all their
make that
advanced
training-
tactical training is useless when you
these
can't
things.
even manage basic logistics. Mandible has been quietly observing the human camp with the growing understanding that real military effectiveness has nothing to do with fancy procedures and everything to do with getting things done efficiently under adverse conditions. And then producer Claxon makes the decision that will probably end his career but might just save his life. "We're changing the rules," he announces to his production team with the desperate authority of someone who has just realized that his reality show is about to become a documentary about alien incompetence. "Sir," Fizz asks nervously. "New challenge. Combat scenario. We're dropping in some automated defense drones. Military-grade
There we go.
equipment. This will level the playing field and give the advanced species a chance to demonstrate their superior tactical capabilities. It's a
Okay, that's gonna
desperate
work
move,
out.
and everyone in the command center knows
I'm
it.
being a donut boy. I'm being a donut boy.
Ah.
Well,
What? I gotta turn that down because in my headphones that thing is so loud. That does not look too bad. Do I need to put that up anywhere else though? No. Okay, I gotta put that there. Sorry, lady. Sorry. Oh, get back to work. It's good. There we go. So technically, you could call these like archer spots, which means I gotta put a stairs up here and can't just get away with trying not to. No, I want to do this. Am I gonna get away with it? I don't know. Maybe. Oh, nope, not right there though.
Every day, yay.
Dang it.
Pointy sticks for another 3 hours of live television. The drones deploy with military precision, sleek metallic predators designed to test the tactical capabilities of advanced civilizations. They're equipped with energy
That sucks,
weapons,
'cause that means I gotta
advanced
move
sensors,
this.
and tactical AI that should make them more than a match for any primitive
what is she
species
doing in
armed
there?
with Stone Age technology. The other
Woman!
contestants react to this development with varying
Who are you
degrees of
even?
panic
Oh,
and relief.
you're
Finally, a
set
challenge that requires advanced thinking,
archpriest.
tactical coordination, and the kind of sophisticated problem solving that their superior civilizations are famous for. The humans react by
That's a
immediately
driver,
going
so
to
I can
work.
put him somewhere
Combat
else.
drones, Marcus observes.
Let's put you
watching
somewhere I
the
can't see your
metallic shapes
face,
move
boy.
through the forest with the practiced eye of someone who has spent years
man.
figuring out how to break things that were designed not to be broken. Luna, what do you think?
I don't remember getting
Standard
you.
search and destroy pattern. Looks like it, Luna replies, already mentally cataloging the drone's movement patterns, sensor configurations, and probable weak points.
The donut
Thermal
boy is
imaging,
quite
motion
loud
detection,
on our...
probably
Oh, okay.
some kind of acoustic sensors. Standard military package. How many of your
I don't know
boomsticks we
why.
got left? Pete asks, stringing his bow with the casual efficiency of someone who has never met a problem that couldn't be solved by putting sharp objects into it from a safe distance. Enough, Luna grins, and there's something in that smile that suggests the drones are about to discover why humans have a reputation for turning every tool into a weapon and every weapon into a better weapon. What follows is not a battle, it's a systematic demonstration of why humans became the apex predators on a planet where everything else was bigger, stronger, and better armed. The drones are sophisticated pieces of military hardware, designed by advanced civilizations and equipped with technology that should make them invincible against primitive opponents. They have one critical weakness that their designers never considered: they were programmed by species that never had to fight for survival against opponents who treated warfare as a creative art form. Marcus doesn't try to fight the drones head-on. Instead, he uses the same tactics that allowed his ancestors to hunt mammoths with pointy sticks, patience, planning, and the kind of creative thinking that comes from a species
No, is that
spent
why I
millions
didn't put
of
that there in
years
the first
being
place?
smaller and
Oh,
weaker
no.
than everything that wanted to kill them. He starts by studying their patrol patterns,
Why
identifying
did this
their
one
sensor
work then?
ranges, and mapping their behavioral algorithms.
Oh, it's just
This
slightly
takes
off.
exactly 15 minutes, because humans have been reverse engineering their enemies' capabilities since before they figured out agriculture. Luna contributes her own special brand of problem solving by creating what she calls environmental modifications. These
Do this.
include strategically
Do this.
placed
Do
explosive
this.
charges, improvised electromagnetic pulse devices crafted from local minerals, and a series of traps that would make a medieval siege engineer
Oh yeah, now I
leap
gotta
with
get rid of this.
professional
Because I
admiration.
did that.
Pete provides what military strategists call
And then I
precision
gotta go
fire
up.
support, and everyone else calls putting
Oh
arrows
no, what's
exactly where they
wrong?
need
Why
to
you do
go.
this to me,
His
man?
handmade bow might be primitive by galactic standards, but
Oh,
it's
what's
operated
happening
by
here?
someone who learned marksmanship from a species that spent
Ah.
10,000 years figuring out how to hit small targets at impossible distances using nothing but muscle memory and applied physics. The first drone
Why does
goes
it-
down
oh,
when
it's 'cause-
Marcus
oh,
lures
this
it
is
into
the
one
face
of
the wrong
Luna's
direction.
electromagnetic traps. The sophisticated AI that was supposed to make it invincible gets fried by a device that looks like it was assembled
There
by
we
a
go.
particularly creative caveman, but operates on principles that would impress a
We did
quantum
not see
physicist.
that.
The second drone gets taken out by Pete's arrows, which shouldn't be able to penetrate military-grade armor, but somehow manage to find the tiny gaps in its sensor array that Luna identified during her 15-minute
We saw
technical
nothing.
analysis. The third drone falls victim to what Marcus calls
I
a
did not
chronic
have a hard
creativity,
time with that.
a combination of misdirection, environmental manipulation, and the kind of tactical thinking that treats every piece of terrain as
I wonder
a
if it,
potential
I
weapon.
might need to change
The
the
entire
settings.
engagement
and,
lasts less than 20 minutes. When it's
sound
over,
alerts.
the humans are examining the disabled drones with the professional interest of mechanics looking at particularly well-designed engines, while the other contestants stare
Venison.
in stunned silence at the wreckage of
That's
what was
good, that
supposed to
is,
be their
yes.
salvation.
Yes.
Not bad engineering, Luna observes, poking at the drone's sensor array. Bit overcomplicated though. All these fancy systems create multiple failure points. Sometimes simple is better. In orbit, producer Claxon stares at the monitors with the expression
that's all
of
I wanted to
someone
do,
who
innit?
has just watched his career commit suicide on live television.
His military-grade combat drones, designed to challenge
Why are you
advanced
there, dude?
civilizations, have been systematically
Didn't I put you
dismantled
somewhere
by free
else?
humans using weapons
I
that
guess
wouldn't look
so.
out of place in a Stone Age museum. Sir Fizz whispers, the viewership numbers are at record highs. Everyone in the galaxy is watching this. Watching what? Klaxon asks, though he's afraid he already knows the answer. Watching humanity redefine what it means to be an advanced species. The betting pools have closed. Nobody's willing to bet against the humans anymore. Down on the planet's surface,
Now that
the
I think about it,
competition
I
is
should do
effectively
this.
over. The other contestants have given up any pretense of actually competing and are now just trying to survive until the rescue ships arrive. The humans, meanwhile, are settling in for what Pete describes as the most relaxing camping trip we've had in years. They've got food, shelter, weapons, and complete tactical superiority over everything on the planet. More importantly, they've got that particularly human satisfaction that comes from solving problems that everyone else thought were impossible. You know, Marcus says, watching the sunset from
I
the
do want to try
fortified
something.
camp,
1 second.
this was actually kind of fun. We should do this again sometime. Maybe next time they'll give us a real challenge. Luna adds, putting the finishing touches on what appears to be a primitive but functional radio transmitter. I don't know, Pete muses,
Oh, it doesn't work
carving
that way,
arrows
that's
for
fine.
a bow he's been crafting in his spare time. Sometimes it's nice to just go
I
back
might
to
like
basics.
this better. Let's
Reminds
have a
you
look.
where you came from. The rescue ships arrive the next morning to find the
That
human
does not look
contestants
bad at all,
relaxing around
actually.
their campfire, sharing stories and planning improvements to their camp that they'll never have time to implement. The
That's
other
fine, I'm okay with
survivors
that.
are huddled in whatever
It is
shelter
what it
they
is at that
managed to
point.
construct, looking like refugees from a natural disaster that happened to be televised. The humans
And
board
then
the
I
rescue ship with the casual
can-
air of people finishing
Yes.
a pleasant vacation.
That actually does not
They're
look
polite
bad.
to the crew, grateful for the transport, and spend the journey home swapping stories about
There,
techniques they want
there.
to try next time. The other contestants board their ships with the shell-shocked expressions of people who have just discovered that everything they thought they knew about survival, technology, and evolutionary superiority was wrong. The show gets cancelled before the ships reach orbit. The Galactic Broadcasting Consortium releases
Got
a statement
canceled real
claiming
fast, huh?
creative differences and budget constraints.
Is
But
there,
everyone knows the real reason. No species in the galaxy wants to be the next group of advanced civilizations to get embarrassed by humans with pointy sticks.
I was
The
hoping I
humans
could get away
return
with
to
that.
Earth with prize money they didn't really need, and a reputation they didn't really want. Within 6 months, human
let's do
becomes
this.
galactic slang for inexplicably dangerous, despite appearing primitive. Within a year, 3 separate alien civilizations add Earth to their do not contact lists, not because humans are hostile, but because they're the kind of species that makes everyone else feel incompetent just by existing. And somewhere in Iowa, Pete Thompson
Sorry, I
goes
giggled
back
at
to
that, didn't I?
farming
I'm
with
sorry.
the quiet satisfaction of someone who knows that no matter how advanced the galaxy
I'm in the wrong
gets,
section,
sometimes
that's
the
why.
old ways are still the best ways. Especially when the old ways involve making everything into a weapon and refusing to die no matter what the universe throws at you. Because that's what humans do. They survive. They adapt, they thrive, and they make it look so easy that everyone else starts questioning whether they're really as advanced as they thought they were. The universe is a big, dangerous place full of species
I'm
that have
not
mastered
not
faster than
hating
light
this.
travel,
That's the
quantum
funny thing.
mechanics,
I'm actually
and the
not minding this
fundamental
at all.
forces of reality itself. But only one species
That looks okay.
has mastered the art of not being dead when everything else wants to kill them. And that,
I'm a little
as it
disappointed
turns
with
out,
this, but
makes
you
all
can't
the difference.
you can't help clipping issues. Wait, maybe if I swap it around the other way. 1 second. That way. Oh man! Oh, I'm out of brick. I'm out of the bricks. Again with the brick, man. How many you got? You got 200? That might be enough to do something. Hello, Mr. Driver dude. I am gonna switch everyone's clothes at some point to suit the area. I originally just did that to troll Crazy Cries. I think he knows that though. What the heck? Oh, don't tell me it's gonna make me swap.
If I had to choose my favorite part of a
Let me
Magnum
sad.
double caramel,
Okay.
it'd be its smooth Madagascan vanilla ice cream. Luckily,
Why do you work that way? Does that mean I should make this a solid piece from the other one? Oh, I'll have to redo everything. Yup. Oh, come on. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it, and if I don't notice, you guys don't notice, right? 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 Let's find another story to listen to. She walked into the trial in chains. She walked out with, I don't know, it didn't give me the rest. They mocked Earth's peacekeeping forces. What's this one? Freezing moon survival exam. Aliens hibernate. Humans something. That actually doesn't sound too bad. They sent human to die on dead planet. They now thrive. The black ship, a lost vessel, returns with a quantum tail. Oh. I don't know if I want to do that. Okay, what else is there? Just a quiet human janitor at the academy until someone saw the tattoo on his neck. They laughed at human pets until they saw what happens when you threaten a dog's owner. Let's listen to that. I'll be good with that.
The Galactic Diplomatic Corps prided itself on being the pinnacle of evolved civilization. Their offices gleamed.
I'm really gonna have to change this,
almost as brightly as their polished chrome architecture,
so much stuff
which itself screamed, "We've moved beyond your primitive ways to anyone unfortunate enough to be born on a backwater planet. And here we have the newest addition to our interstellar community," announced Ambassador Zegthalax, a seven-limbed being whose species had spent 3 millennia cultivating the perfect balance of condescension
and that's what
bothers bureaucratic efficiency. The ambassador's voice modulator barely contained the thinly veiled amusement as a transport shuttle docked at Harmonious Unity Station.
Yep, gotta get
the
rid of that.
humans have finally sent their diplomatic representative. The gathered delegates from 12 advanced civilizations rippled with the various physiological equivalents of chuckles. The Vrexians' antennae wiggled. The Hularan delegates' chromatophores flashed patterns that roughly translated to "how quaint." The Gazori delegation's neural clusters pulsed in synchronized derision. "I understand they're bringing a... What did they call it? A pet?" said Sub-Minister Quo of the Tellurian hegemony, pronunciation the word as if it were a particularly distasteful parasite. Interstellar societies had long ago moved beyond keeping non-sentient creatures for companionship. The very concept seemed embarrassingly primitive to species who communicated telepathically with every organism in their planetary ecosystems. Most advanced races considered it a mark of proper evolution to form symbiotic relationships only with species of comparable intelligence. "Indeed," replied Zegthalax, 2 of its eyes rolling in their sockets, while the other 3 remained fixed on the docking procedures. "Apparently they form emotional attachments to creatures with approximately 1/1,000,000th of their own cognitive capacity. Their relationship is based entirely on biological manipulation. These dogs evolved specifically to trigger nurturing responses in humans through juvenile facial features and behaviors." "How perfectly barbaric," wheezed Ambassador Plathur of the Gaseous Collective.
I want to punch some of these guys.
Condensing slightly in
maybe it's because I'm a dog owner.
"Do they also still use combustion engines and physical currency?" The airlock hissed open, and the assembled dignitaries composed themselves into the universal posture of diplomatic welcome, a careful arrangement of appendages that
I just thought of a good way to pass the time, would you? Okay, let's go this.
To actual engagement.
You can go here.
The human diplomat stepped through the airlock with the practiced grace of someone who had spent years learning to move confidently in variable gravity. Tall for her species, with dark hair pulled back in a functional style that suggested she prioritized efficiency over appearance, she wore the traditional blue uniform of Earth's diplomatic corps. Her eyes, quick and assessing, took in the assembled aliens with neither intimidation nor particular reverence.
Good.
And trotting beside her, connected by what the horrified dignitaries could only describe as a physical restraint tether, was a quadrupedal mammal with golden fur, alert triangular ears, and an inexplicably oscillating posterior appendage. "Greetings, esteemed representatives of the Galactic Diplomatic Corps," the human said with a small bow. "I am the appointed ambassador from Earth.
Yell at her! Tell her she has to move harder, faster, better!"
Ambassador Zeke Thalax's universal translator converted the diplomat's words flawlessly, but several of the delegates were too distracted by the canine to properly process the greeting. The dog, a golden retriever of impressive pedigree, though none of the aliens could possibly appreciate this, sat obediently at the human's side.
Pick it up.
"You've brought a non-sentient organism to a diplomatic summit?" The Vrexian delegate finally managed. Mandibles.
Oh, I just lost all that then.
Recognized as the insectoid equivalent of
oh, it's gone.
claws.
I can't put this back down
The human
either.
ambassador smiled, a facial expression that several species found mildly
No, I don't care. I'm not putting it back
due
up
to the
anyways.
exposure
It was just to
of
get a
bone-crushing
question
teeth. This is my companion. Where I go, he goes. This is standard diplomatic protocol for human representatives. Fascinating, said Chief Negotiator Civil of the Mentat Consciousness, floating forward on gravitic plates. You maintain a master-slave relationship with a lesser species and bring it to formal functions. Do you also bring your food animals to diplomatic events? The dog chose that moment to yawn widely, displaying an impressive array of carnivorous dentition that caused a ripple of alarm among the delegates.
I like that
Several
word,
defensive
dentition.
force fields hummed to life. He's not a slave. He's family, the human replied with the patient tone
That's a
of
good
someone
answer.
explaining a simple concept to beings who supposedly had mastered interstellar travel. And no, we don't bring food animals to diplomatic functions. That would be uncivilized. The barely concealed implication that the question itself was uncivilized was not lost on the assembled diplomats. A tense silence followed, broken only by the soft sound of the dog's panting. I've studied your species extensively, offered diplomatic attaché Ilum of the crystalline Concordat, their faceted body refracting
Hopefully I don't need
light
too
in
much of
patterns
this.
indicating scientific interest. Your attachment to these creatures appears to be a vestigial behavior from when your species required them for hunting and protection. Now that you have technology,
Oh, dang it! I
maintaining
had to
these
go to the
relationships
building
seems
for it.
inefficient.
That's just bad
The
design right
human
there. I'll have to
scratched
fix it.
behind her companion's
Get out of here,
ears,
woman.
eliciting
Pushing
a
me around.
pleased rumble from the animal. With respect, attaché,
Oh, I still gotta do that.
efficiency isn't everything. Some relationships exist because they improve life quality, not just survival metrics. Improves life quality? Echoed Sub-Minister Quo, translucent membranes
dear.
blinking rapidly in confusion.
How you doing?
But it cannot engage
All right,
in
good night, dear.
philosophical
Take care.
discourse. It cannot appreciate
night.
art or
Sleep
contribute
well.
to scientific advancement. What possible value could such a limited creature provide? The human's expression softened as she looked at her companion. Loyalty,
What?
unconditional love, joy in simple things. Sometimes
Oh, I'm
the
doing the
highest
wrong one?
forms of
Oh,
intelligence
man, that's
miss
a suck.
what's
I have to
right
redo
in
it.
front of them because they're too busy looking for complexity. Ambassador Zekthalax stepped forward, clearly eager to move past this awkward cultural impasse. Perhaps we should proceed to the welcome reception. Your companion can be accommodated in our xenobiological containment area. He stays with me. The human
Oh,
interrupted,
come on
a
again!
steel edge entering her voice
I gotta
that
learn to do
required
something
no
about
translation.
that.
As I said, this is standard diplomatic protocol. If accommodating both of us presents a problem, I can return to Earth and explain that the Galactic Diplomatic Corps was unable to respect basic human customs. A ripple of consternation passed through the delegation. Humans were primitive, yes, but their solar system contained unusually high concentrations of rare elements necessary for faster than
so
light
my
travel.
venison
Defending
sandwich,
them would be diplomatically
the
inconvenient.
bread is
Of course,
fried bread.
Ambassador Zekthalax conceded, all 7 limbs performing elaborate gestures that indicated reluctant accommodation. Your cultural practices will be respected, however. Unusual we find them. The reception that followed was a masterclass in awkward interspecies interaction. The human diplomat moved through the crowd with practiced ease, engaging in discussions about trade routes and cultural exchange programs. The dog remained faithfully by her side, occasionally receiving affectionate touches that the alien dignitaries observed with a mixture of fascination and revulsion. They actually touch it. Voluntarily, whispered one Hularan delegate to another, color patterns shifting to express disbelief. I've heard they allow these creatures into their sleeping quarters, replied the second Hularan.
She has orange eyes?
They close their eyes and become vulnerable in the presence of carnivores.
Is that orange or brown, dude?
Perhaps humans aren't as intelligent as
Those
their
eyes, are they orange
technology
or brown?
suggests, the first concluded. Across the reception chamber, the human ambassador
okay,
was
I'm not going
explaining Earth's
crazy,
position
alright.
on mineral rights in the Kuiper Belt to a group of interested delegates when Chief
Oh,
Science
wait, do I have
Officer
enough?
Vryn of the Mentat Consciousness
17.
approached.
Is that enough to
Forgive
do
my
anything? I don't know.
directness, said Vryn, neural implants glowing with curiosity. But I must ask, Does this creature provide any practical function?
Ah, it's
Our
10
records
and
indicate
7, I
this
mean.
breed was not
Oh,
optimized
it's 10.
for combat, hunting, or industrial tasks. The diplomat smiled. He's a companion animal. His job is to be himself. And what does being himself entail precisely? Vryn pressed. Loyalty? Friendship? A reminder of what matters beyond politics and power. The human knelt to the dog's level, and the animal pressed its head against her hand with obvious affection.
Look how much better oil is in the furnace, and everything cooks faster. That's 2 pieces. All that work for 2 pieces, guys. I better fix this because I'm getting sick of walking around like that. Yeah, if I push it out just a little bit, it should be fine, isn't it? Right, guys? It should be fine.
Enemy heavily damaged.
1 piece. Technically, I could go back now. Okay, I can't do this anymore. Let's go back up here. Grab these. This right here.
Enemy battleship foundered.
Second. Oh, I thought that was something else that just happened. I was gonna get sad. Okay, for this I'll do this.
I need intelligence data.
Oh, it won't let me do it, so that means I gotta push this one the other way. That way. I can do this. Oh no! Dang it. I'll do it this way then.
Engine boost activated.
Ah! Why am I 1 short? I should be 1 above because I got. Oh no! Oh, I got this one. Ah! Ah! Yeah. Oh my god! But I finally finished the wine cellar dungeon. It was so good. Dang painful to navigate due to the dark it is. Yeah. Oh, don't tell Casey in the basement, basically. I'll say you're crazy. He'll start threatening to lock you down there, chain you to a chair, and make you play Rocket League competitively. And people think I'm kidding. I'm not. Oh man, this sucks. I'm gonna stand around and wait for that to cook.
Problem solved, sir.
Oh, nice outfit. That's actually not bad. I wonder, do I need this whole thing that goes around? Well, no. Don't technically need it. I could get rid of everything from here on out, right? And it wouldn't be too bad, would it? Would it be too bad if I got rid of all this? I guess it would make sense to a point. Whoa. Yeah, I walked all the way up. I was getting rid of it. And this saves me materials. Yeah. That's my excuse.
I owe you one. Enemy destroyer blown up.
I just gotta make sure I don't get rid of the wrong stuff. I have to rebuild stuff. Oh, that was close! Oh, wrong one. I don't mind that. I'll do this again.
Just
can't do that,
deactivate it.
What? Oh no, it's all in the wrong spot! No! That one's fine, I think. Ooh, that is so much more stone. I'm just gonna leave things in place for a second. Alright, that's better. Oh, watch me remove something stupid. I can make 11 pieces like this. Punch it because I did it wrong.
Sometimes in the vastness of space, it helps to have something that connects you to home. Chief Science Officer Vrin's neural implants pulsed with analytical patterns.
I'm already unhappy with it.
Fascinating. Your species forms emotional symbiotic bonds with non-sentient
But I like the way,
creatures for psychological
I like the way this one
reinforcement.
shows up just a little bit.
Perhaps there is an evolutionary advantage we have overlooked. Perhaps, the human agreed, rising to her feet. Or perhaps some things are worth doing simply because they bring joy, not because they provide an evolutionary advantage. This concept appeared to short-circuit several of Vrin's neural
Oh, I
pathways
just killed something. What was it?
As the reception continued, various diplomats found excuses to approach and observe the human canine duo.
I didn't break anything, did I?
Some were openly condescending, others scientifically curious.
Oh, okay.
But all were united in their inability to comprehend why an allegedly intelligent species would choose to bind itself to a genetically inferior organism. Little did they know, circumstances would soon force them to reconsider everything they thought they knew about humans and their loyal companions. The universe, as it turned out, had a particularly ironic lesson in store for those who considered themselves above such primitive bonds. The first sign that something was wrong came exactly 3 hours into the diplomatic reception,
get up here
when
somehow.
the environmental controls in the
Fine, I give up.
Unity
Let's do
station
this.
hiccuped. The temperature dropped 2 degrees, the artificial gravity wobbled momentarily, and the atmospheric scrubbers released a strange metallic scent. Minor calibration issue, announced the station's AI through omnidirectional speakers. Please continue your diplomatic discourse while our maintenance protocols address the situation. Most of the delegates, having experienced the occasional quirks of space station infrastructure, merely continued their mind-numbingly tedious discussions about interstellar trade tariffs. The human ambassador, however, felt her companion grow tense beside her. The golden retriever's ears had pricked forward, his nose twitching rapidly as he sampled the air. "What is it, boy?" she murmured, dropping to one knee.
Uh-oh, I might have to change.
The dog
No,
whined softly, eyes
fine,
fixed on
I
the eastern
guess.
access corridor. Chief Science Officer Vrin, still hovering nearby
I'll leave
with
that the way it is, so I
unrelenting
don't-
curiosity about the human-canine relationship, observed this interaction with glowing neural implants. "Is your companion malfunctioning?" "He's not a machine," the ambassador replied without taking her eyes off her dog. "And no, he's not malfunctioning. He's sensing something."
Yeah, that fixed it.
"Impossible," Vrin dismissed. "Our station's environmental analysis systems are calibrated to detect 36,427 different potential threats, from radiation leaks to biological contaminants. If there were anything to sense, our systems would have..." The lights went out. In the sudden darkness, a symphony of startled alien vocalizations created a cacophony that bounced off the station's metallic walls. Emergency lumens sputtered to life, bathing the reception area in an eerie crimson glow that transformed the diverse gathering of interstellar diplomats into something resembling a surrealist painting. "Please remain calm," the station AI announced, though its voice now carried a distinct electronic warble that suggested it was very much not feeling calm itself. "We are experiencing a minor technical..." The AI's voice cut off abruptly, replaced by a harsh, guttural language that the universal translators struggled to process for several seconds before converting to standard diplomatic
I actually
speech.
put it down. That's hilarious. Sorry.
"Representatives of the Galactic Diplomatic Corps."
That does not look bad.
Your
Like
station
each
is
one.
now under the control of the Vorlak sovereignty.
What the heck are you doing up there, dude?
Resistance will result in atmospheric
How did you get
decompression
up
of
there?
non-essential sections.
Like even I can't walk
The
up
Vorlak,
here.
a name that sent visible ripples of alarm through
So,
the
you know, I
assembled
can climb, and I
diplomats.
can't walk like you can.
Even the
apparently.
human ambassador recognized
Hello?
it from security briefings.
Hello?
A
talk
militant
to you,
splinter
lady.
faction from the Outer Rim, known for piracy,
Hello?
technological hijacking, and a particularly aggressive stance.
I don't know if I
against
like
the
you right
galactic
now, so let's get
diplomatic
rid of you.
corps' centralized authority.
Oh.
The environmental shields have been compromised.
She's like, get out of my way, dead lady!
All 7 limbs
You're blocking
drawn
the
close to
path!
its body in the posture of extreme alarm.
Blocking my path,
This is
girl.
unprecedented. Our security protocols should have prevented. The eastern access doors slid open with a pneumatic hiss.
Okay, what was it?
That
Oh,
would haunt the nightmares of several species present.
That one goes.
The Vorlak were essentially walking arsenals.
That one goes.
Their natural exoskeletons augmented with cybernetic weaponry and armor plating. Each one stood nearly 3 meters tall, with multiple upper limbs ending in either organic slashing appendages or mounted energy weapons.
There we go.
Your security protocols were written by beings who believe themselves untouchable.
I gotta hide that now,
announced
too.
the lead Vorlak, striding into the reception area with predatory confidence. Today, we demonstrate otherwise. The human ambassador had instinctively drawn closer to her dog, one hand resting protectively on his back. The golden retriever had gone utterly still, a low growl building in his chest that was barely audible, but conveyed volumes about his assessment of the situation. What exactly do you want? Asked Ambassador Zaktalax, attempting to summon diplomatic gravitas despite the fact that 3 of its eyes were blinking rapidly in fear. Recognition, replied the Vorlak leader,
might have to make that one go
clicking
higher.
between words. The outer systems will no longer be treated as resource colonies for your core worlds. And to ensure our message is properly delivered, we'll be taking hostages back to our territory. With
Next time, bud.
precision, additional Vorlak troops secured the perimeter
that he can
of the
hear me, but
reception area, energy weapons humming with barely contained destructive potential. The diplomats huddled together in species groups, many communicating their distress.
Now I get it. The wine cellar dungeon on here.
color
Okay.
changes, or
okay.
telepathic emissions that created a dizzying
Yeah,
psychic
oops,
miasma
sorry.
in the room.
I gotta stop
You,
nudging the control.
The
the one
Vorlak
thing.
leader jabbed a barbed appendage towards
I find
the
whoop.
of the Tellurian
Okay, that
hegemony.
makes sense.
And you,
I
toward
find I can't
Ambassador
really,
Cthulhu,
I
the
can't
Gaseous Collective.
complete that without having
Step
at least
forward.
1 or 2
Your
thralls.
governments have
At
been
least 2 thralls
particularly
with me.
dismissive of Outer Rim concerns. The 2 designated hostages moved forward reluctantly, their respective security details prevented from intervening by the overwhelming firepower directed their way. And as a representative of the newcomers to this galactic community, the Vorlak leader swiveled toward the human ambassador. You will join them. The mammals of Earth have resources we find interesting. The ambassador straightened her spine, years of
6
diplomatic
pieces.
training keeping her face composed despite the thundering of her heart. I'm afraid I must decline your invitation. A ripple of shocked murmurs spread through the assembled diplomats. Even the Vorlak leader seemed momentarily taken aback by this direct refusal.
I need a way to get up there.
This is not a negotiation, the Vorlak growled, stepping closer with weaponry humming
I got an
ominously.
idea. Let's do this.
It was
Oh,
at
I
this
didn't even
precise
finish what I was
moment
doing
that
earlier.
chaos truly erupted.
Oh, at least I can do those. How much is the wall? I can do that anyways. Oops. Yeah, at this point I have so much, but since I am a PvE server, I don't mind building something that
Summer savings start now with the best
I don't
price of
mind
the season
saving
for
on
Coursera
resources.
Plus.
Yeah,
Get
that's it.
$200 off a year of access to over 10,000 learning programs from experts like Google, Microsoft, IBM, and Adobe.
Oh, yeah, that's what we
Save
do, a thing, innit?
early and heat up your career this summer. Begin your Coursera Plus subscription and jump into a new course today.
A secondary explosion somewhere
Whoops.
deep in the station caused the artificial gravity to fluctuate wildly. Bodies of various species were suddenly floating, crashing into one another, or clinging desperately to fixed structures. The emergency klaxons wailed, adding to the cacophony of panicked shouts and commands.
I didn't know I did that.
In the confusion, the human ambassador found herself separated from her dog. A surge of Rexian delegates, their insectoid bodies particularly unwieldy in variable gravity, had created a living barrier between her and her companion. The golden retriever barked frantically, attempting to navigate the chaotic space to reach his owner. "Contain that creature," ordered one of the Vorlak soldiers, raising a neural disruptor toward the dog. The ambassador shouted a warning, but her voice was lost in the pandemonium. A moment later, she felt the cold press of a weapon against her back. "Move toward the transport vessel," commanded the Vorlak leader.
Okay, that does not
"Any
look bad at
resistance
all.
will result in your immediate termination." With the neural disruptor still aimed at her dog across the room, the ambassador had little choice.
That looks good.
She
I like
allowed
that.
herself to be guided toward the eastern corridor, catching a final glimpse of her companion still struggling against the sea of floating alien bodies, still trying desperately to reach her. "Your primitive attachment creature appears distressed," observed the Vorlak, mandibles forming what might have been the equivalent of a sneer. "Perhaps we should bring it along as well? Our scientists have some interesting parasite experiments that require mammalian hosts."
Oh
The
man, I
ambassador's
kicked her butt.
diplomatic facade cracked slightly, a flash of genuine fear crossing her features.
You remember grab the
"Leave him
gravedigger
alone.
shovel in
He's
the
no
cellar
threat
when
to
you got through?
"Of course not," agreed the Vorlak, synthetic laughter emanating from its vocalization slits. "No more than you are, representative of a species that has barely mastered interplanetary travel." They reached the primary docking bay, where a Vorlak
Not
boarding
bad, that
craft
gets
had
me up
forcibly
here.
attached itself to the station. The other two hostages, Sub-Minister Quo and Ambassador Plethur, were already being secured in specialized containment fields designed to neutralize their respective physiologies. "The three of you represent perfect leverage," the Vorlak leader explained, gesturing the human ambassador toward an empty containment field. "The Tellurians control the largest fleet. The gaseous collective has the most advanced weapons technology. And Earth," here the leader paused, mandibles clicking thoughtfully, "Earth has something the others lack, a certain unpredictability that makes you valuable in different ways." The ambassador stepped reluctantly into the containment field, mind racing through diplomatic protocols, escape scenarios, and increasingly worried thoughts about her companion left behind in the chaos.
That one's what
"Your
I want.
concern for that simple organism is puzzling," observed the Vorlak, noticing her distraction. "Perhaps there is some symbiotic relationship we fail to understand. Does it enhance your sensory capabilities? Provide some biological function your species lacks?" Before the ambassador could answer, a commotion erupted at the entrance to the docking bay. Vorlak soldiers
it means I
raised
can put that
weapons,
up. Oh
chittering
no,
in
I'm
their
making
native
my life
language too
hard.
rapidly for the translators to process. And through the doorway burst a golden streak of fur, teeth bared, eyes focused
No,
with
what
an
did I want?
intensity
Oh, yeah,
that
some-
transcended simple animal instinct. Against all odds, against the chaos, against the variable gravity and alien
There we
obstacles,
go.
the dog
Beautiful.
had tracked his human to the docking bay. And what the gathered representatives of advanced galactic civilizations were about to witness would forever change their understanding of what it meant to be a pet. Time seemed to stretch like taffy in the docking bay. The golden retriever stood poised at the entrance, a living contradiction to everything the advanced species thought they knew about pets. His hackles were raised, teeth bared in a snarl that transformed the friendly companion into something primal and dangerous. The Vorlak soldiers shifted their weapons toward this new, unexpected
they're
threat,
slightly off now.
mandibles clicking in what might have been amusement. "Your furry subordinate has come to rescue you," the Vorlak leader observed with synthetic mirth. "How charmingly primitive." The human ambassador,
I didn't
still
do that.
contained within the energy
Why?
field, felt a complex mixture of emotions: pride, fear, and most of all, a desperate need to protect her companion from harm. "Please," she said, her diplomatic tone
Good enough.
fracturing,
Good enough. Good
"don't
enough.
hurt him. He doesn't understand what's happening." This statement, delivered with absolute sincerity, caused Sub-Minister Quo to emit the Tellurian equivalent of an eye roll, a complex rippling of translucent membranes. Typical human sentimentality, Quo muttered. Even in mortal danger, they worry about their biological playthings. The dog's ears twitched at the sound of his human's voice, but his focus remained unbroken.
Let's go.
His muscles tensed beneath golden fur, a living calculation of distance and timing. Disable the creature, ordered the Vorlak leader casually, as if requesting someone pass the salt at dinner. Non-lethal methods, it may have scientific value. A subordinate Vorlak raised a neural disruptor, the weapon humming.
I don't even know how I did that one.
Locked onto the dog's brainstem with mechanical precision. What happened next occurred so quickly that several of the observing species, particularly those with slower synaptic processing, needed to review the station's security footage multiple times to fully comprehend the sequence of events. The dog launched forward in a golden blur, not directly at the Vorlak with the weapon, which would have been the expected frontal assault approach, but in a banking arc that utilized the station's slightly reduced gravity to achieve an impossible angle of attack. His powerful haunches propelled him off a cargo container and into the air at the precise moment the neural disruptor discharged. The energy pulse missed by millimeters, dissipating harmlessly against a bulkhead. Before the Vorlak soldier could recalibrate, 80 pounds of determined canine collided with its upper thoracic region. Teeth designed by evolution to tear flesh found purchase between cybernetic implants and natural exoskeleton.
Right there?
The Vorlak screamed, a sound so horrifying that Ambassador Pulthur's gaseous form briefly destabilized in distress. Impossible! Hissed another Vorlak soldier, firing wildly as the dog released
Why are you dancing, woman?
and dodged with uncanny awareness
clipping through
of the
the stuff.
three-dimensional battlefield. Its cognitive capacity is too limited for tactical combat. The human ambassador watched with an expression that shifted from fear to something else entirely. Fierce pride. He's not fighting tactically, she called out, a hint of satisfaction in her voice. He's fighting for family. 3 more Vorlak soldiers converged on the seemingly outmatched canine. Their movements...
Let's go!
Biscuit.
I see you invited a few more friends to the party.
Cream puff lovers, go to Adler!
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks.
No.
I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to
Was
keep
it miscellaneous?
I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want it. I like to add the action items.
So I'm beating it with a shovel. I'm in a sword.
As watchers, so they're in the loop. ClickUp makes work easy.
That looks awesome.
Projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
Her hammer sword. Star Metal hammer sword. Next level.
were coordinated through neural links, their weapons powered by technology that had taken centuries to perfect. Yet somehow, they couldn't seem to land a clean shot on this primitive Earth creature, who moved with purpose beyond their algorithm's predictive capabilities. In the security control room of Harmonious Unity Station,
Tell me about this hammer
diplomatic
sword.
corps members watched the unfolding scene with collective astonishment. The station's emergency containment protocols had sealed them safely away from the conflict, but the security feeds provided a perfect view of the unexpected battle. "Are we watching the same event?" asked Ambassador Zekthalax, all 5 eyes blinking in disbelief. "That non-sentient organism is systematically disabling Vorlak combatants." "Not systematically," corrected Chief Science Officer Vrind, neural implants pulsing rapidly as they processed the data. "That implies strategic thinking. This is something else. Look at its focus. It's not trying to defeat the enemies, it's trying to reach the human." Indeed, Each of the dog's movements, while causing impressive damage to the Vorlak forces, was ultimately oriented toward closing the distance to the containment field.
Oh yeah, I gotta do it right here. Oh,
it wasn't
sucks.
A battle strategy. It was a rescue mission. Back in the docking bay, the Vorlak leader had finally recognized the legitimacy of the threat. "Kill it!" he roared, abandoning the earlier scientific interest. "Full weapons discharge!" Energy weapons powered to maximum capacity, filling the air with the scent of ozone. The human ambassador shouted a warning to her companion, pure terror in her voice. What happened next would later be described by Chief Science Officer Vryn as a statistical impossibility that forces us to reconsider our understanding of interspecies bonding. The dog, hearing his human's cry of alarm, executed a leap that defied conventional physics. Whether it was the station's variable gravity, adrenaline, or something science couldn't quantify, he cleared the Vorlak front line entirely, sailing over their heads as energy blasts created a lattice of deadly light beneath him.
50 of those
he landed directly beside the control panel for the containment fields. "No," barked the Vorlak leader, mandibles spread wide in alarm. "Stop that creature!" But it was too late. Whether by remarkable intelligence or blind fortune, the diplomatic corps would debate this point for years to come. The dog's paw came down heavily on the exact control surface that deactivated all 3 containment fields. The human ambassador was free. What followed was a demonstration of why humans, despite their relative galactic insignificance, had survived countless extinction-level events on their violent home. The ambassador moved with the fluid grace of someone extensively trained in hand-to-hand combat. A concealed shock baton, apparently missed in the Vorlak's hurried security scan, extended from her sleeve. "I believe," she said.
How do I... Oh, I need a smelter,
as she
innit?
disabled the nearest Vorlak with a precise strike to its
smelter?
neural cluster.
No.
That this concludes our diplomatic exchange. Dog and human moved in
Note your
perfect
carpenter out needs you.
synchronization, as if they shared a single consciousness. Where one went high, the other went low. When the ambassador was flanked,
I am
the dog
stuck
was already
on
there,
Bandit Brand,
golden
cause
fur
Bandit
bristling as he
Brand stuck
forced the
on
enemy
me.
to retreat. When the dog was targeted, the ambassador created a diversion that drew fire away.
Oh.
In the security control room, the gathered diplomats
No
watched
one
in
hits harder
stunned
than I
silence.
do.
They fight as one
What are you?
organism,
I didn't see you.
whispered a Rexian delegate.
Yay!
Mandibles slack
Nope.
with awe.
You gotta come back this way, boy.
That's impossible, insisted Ambassador Zach Thalax. The canine lacks the cognitive capacity for such coordination. Its brain is anatomically insufficient for complex tactical awareness. Perhaps, said Chief Science Officer Vryn thoughtfully, we have been measuring the wrong variables. The connection between them isn't based on cognitive equivalence or technological augmentation. It's something more elemental. On the security monitor, the battle had reached its climax. The Vorlak leader, realizing the tide had turned, attempted to retreat to the boarding craft. The human ambassador, seeing this escape route could lead to station-wide decompression when the craft disengaged, called out a single command to her companion, "Detain!" The golden retriever moved like a missile, cutting off the Vorlak leader's retreat with a growl that seemed to resonate on frequencies that made several diplomats' translator implants malfunction. The Vorlak leader raised its primary weapon, prepared to fire at point-blank range. The dog didn't hesitate. He launched himself directly at the weapon arm, teeth closing on cybernetic components with devastating precision. The disruptor misfired, energy arcing wildly before shorting out entirely. Man and beast crashed to the deck, plating in a tangle of limbs, claws, and bared teeth. When they separated a moment later, the Vorlak leader lay immobilized, critical systems damaged beyond immediate repair. The dog stood over his vanquished opponent, chest heaving with exertion, but posture still vigilant, still protective. The human ambassador calmly reactivated the station's communication systems. Security breach contained, she reported with remarkable composure for someone who had just participated in an interspecies battle. Request emergency response teams to the primary docking bay. 3 hostages secured, multiple hostile combatants subdued. Then, in a gesture that would be extensively analyzed in xenobiological research papers for decades to come, She knelt beside her canine companion and gathered him into an embrace.
That was weird.
Good boy, she whispered against golden fur. The best boy.
That means every one of the
dog's
bartenders in there
entire
are holding the
demeanor
food.
transformed instantly. The fierce warrior vanished, replaced by a wiggling, tail-wagging companion who enthusiastically licked his human's face.
Hello.
Seemingly unconcerned with the fact that they were surrounded by incapacitated alien warriors in a damaged space station. From the floor, the partially disabled Vorlak leader managed to vocalize one final observation. Impossible coordination without neural implants, without synthetic enhancement. The human ambassador stood, one hand resting lightly on her companion's head. Not impossible, she corrected, looking down at the defeated pirate leader. Just love. Something your algorithms can't quantify. In the security
I
control
suddenly like
room,
this lady.
the stunned silence
How you doing?
finally broke.
Yeah,
I believe,
yeah.
said Chief Science Officer Vryn, neural implants pulsing with what might have been respect, that we have significantly underestimated the complexity of human relationships with their companion species. Ambassador Zach Thalax, all 5 eyes
Oh, what
now
am I doing?
fixed
I have
on the
this.
security feed,
Oh, well,
could only
okay.
nod in speechless agreement.
Throw them both in.
48 hours after what diplomatic records would delicately term the harmonious
There we go.
unity incident, the Galactic Diplomatic Corps convened an emergency session. The topic, a comprehensive reassessment of human companion relationships.
Whack you,
Our previous
worms!
classification of these bonds as primitive was, Ambassador Zek Thalax admitted reluctantly,
Starting to wonder if I'm losing my
perhaps
mind.
hasty. The human ambassador sat calmly at the diplomatic
Anyone else in
table,
here with
the
nice
golden
aprons
retriever
on?
once
Nope,
again at
nope,
her
nope.
side.
Let's look
No
around.
delegate suggested separating them this
Nope.
time.
You're a
We've
cook.
analyzed the security footage
You could be who I'm looking
reported
for.
Chief Science Officer Vryn. The symbiotic combat efficiency displayed cannot be explained by our current
she had a
understanding
sword?
of non-sentient organisms. Subminister Quo,
I don't
who
need
owed
you.
his continued existence
You're
to the
practically dead
ambassador
already,
and her
right?
companion, leaned
No,
forward.
not with this weapon.
Perhaps we should consider
Oh,
allowing others
I didn't mean it. I'm sorry.
aboard diplomatic vessels.
I was trying to be nice.
First
Why?
Tellurian
Why?
diplomat
Why you hit me?
arrived
Oh!
with a retriever puppy. 3 weeks after that, a Vrexian delegation requested information
Gotcha, sucker.
on appropriate canine care.
I was
By
trying to be
year's
nice
end,
to you. You hit
17
me.
species had established cross-species.
Oh, did I not get the
research
person I was
programs.
after?
Watching this development, the human ambassador scratched
Happens though.
behind her
Happens.
dog's ears
Calm
and smiled.
down. It's
Who
okay.
domesticated whom? She whispered. The golden retriever wagged his tail, conqueror of hearts across the galaxy.
Another smelter too. I like this. We're doing good today, guys. Oh no, that means it's gotta go in there. Oh, it's not done. Oh, I thought it was. Oh, yeah, you did. You didn't finish. Side. Yeah. Let's get. We need another smelter. Is there any more smelter boys in here? No. No. What are you? Wait. Why am I being attacked?
I got you guys. Thank goodness.
Oh. Okay. Alien sent the human to die until he returned with Starbound. I don't know. It doesn't say. They thought. Oh, I got one right here. Alien General asked how long a human could fight. Yeah.
General Vornak of the Norvex Defense Command stared at his captive. The human knelt on a cold metal table inside a dim containment bay aboard a Norvex cruiser.
Nope.
Tubes
No
and
apron.
monitors surrounded him, feeding data into various consoles. He was bruised, his uniform torn, but he sat upright, head level, eyes unblinking. How long can your kind fight? Vornak repeated, voice low and even. He'd asked before.
I can buy
He
you? What are
expected
you?
bravado.
I don't need
The
you.
same answer. Until it's over, the human, Lieutenant James Carter,
I
had
don't need
answered
you
it
either.
again.
Oh yeah, I was
Same
getting you
tone,
earlier.
no hesitation. Bravado, Vornak thought. Foolish pride. The general raised a stub-like finger in a signal. 2 Norvex technicians entered silently, dragging a tray of instruments. Carter flinched only once when a stethoscope pressed to his ribs. The monitor beeped sharply. Their readings advanced.
I remember. Oh, yes.
Vornak examined
I needed
the vitals.
the meat for the
human
recruits.
had a fractured
Oh, wrong
rib,
one.
probable
Sorry.
stress fracture,
This one.
on his right side. CT scans showed a hairline crack at the 8th rib, edema around the lung fascia, slight shallow breathing. Bruising extended across chest and abdomen. A faint swelling at the left temple suggested a mild concussion from an earlier impact. Water fasting for several hours stretched his dehydration marker. Your vitals are unstable, Vornak observed. We can extract your cooperation with tranquility. Carter coughed once, wincing. Pain registered on the monitors. His oxygen saturation dipped 5 points.
I feel like
he
I need
didn't
to
look
put
away.
some, like...
I'll cooperate when the fight's done, he said, voice hoarse.
Now
Vornak pressed later. Your squad is dead. Your logic says to surrender. I'll finish the mission. First test, torture. Over the next 4 Norvex cycles, Carter endured interrogation by pressure cuffs, electric pacing, forced inversion. Vornak observed quietly. Carter's skin reddened, palms blistered. Lactic acid surged in the limbs. Heart rate spiked during shocks. Fast, irregular beats. Blood pressure soared, then dropped. A technician administered saline, painkillers, but Carter turned them down. Wrist cords cut in. Carter gasped, sweat glistening. His jaw clenched, eyes watery. Then he spat. Not enough. They moved to the next level. The general's eyes narrowed.
I've already
Intermittent
upgraded
shock
you. You look
supplied
amazing.
directly to the rib fracture site. The sound of carbon spark and flesh contact
nothing like
echoed
seeing
through
this
the bay.
bare
Carter
pole,
cried
though.
out. The
Yeah,
monitors
it's good enough
flatlined.
for now.
Heart skipped. But he didn't collapse. When restraints released, he sank, but didn't fall. He breathed shallow, tears staining bruised cheeks. Trying. Day 10. Disease. Virus simulating
it's a dripping
pathogen
hazard,
was
huh?
introduced to the ward. It triggered fever, chills, aches. Carter's temperature climbed to 41 from 41 degrees Celsius. His lungs wheezed.
Why anybody upstairs?
Antibiotic cocktails
that
were
woman
provided, but
nagging
he
someone yet?
refused IV fluids beyond minimal maintenance.
Why did you get moved,
His
woman?
skin marbled with hyperpigmentation and pallor. Dehydration markers spiked. Renal stress indicated
Yell
by
at him.
elevated creatinine. Vornak expected
Look at him.
collapse.
He's upset. His wife showed up.
Carter
She's
stayed
got the
conscious.
receipt. She's telling him, hey.
Luxury casino, always
man.
highest win rate.
Whether you like pot collects, Vegas.
If delirious at times, and still demanded updates on mission
I
progress.
don't remember what I was talking about now.
He coughed with blood once. Chest ray revealed ground glass opacity in lower lobes, suggesting pneumonia beginning. Oxygen support was offered. He took a sip and set it aside. I'll heal. Then go. Escape. On cycle 15, Carter leveraged minimal strength to snap a guard's handcuffs using bruised ribs and raw muscle contraction. He stood slowly, breathing on adrenaline and sheer will. Hallway lights flickered as he dragged himself forward, ripping tubing free. Monitors beeped emergency. By the time Vornak arrived, Carter had collapsed at the bay entrance. Security teams restrained him. His uniform was soaked in his own sweat and blood. But he smiled. Mission? Mumbled. Months later, Vornak pored over encrypted battle logs. Carter hadn't just
I'm not ready for it
endured.
yet.
He'd escaped and rejoined surviving coalition forces. Field medics reported his wounds, fractured ribs, fully consolidated, mild post-traumatic pneumonia recovered, no lasting lung damage. His strength returned within 8 weeks. His squad's mission had succeeded, in part thanks to intel he smuggled. Reports from other engagements mirrored his story. Humans fought through illnesses, injuries, sleep deprivation, and still completed missions. Arbitrary logic didn't explain it. In a confidential war council, Vornak spoke. Our weapons falter, our strategy wars, but their will never breaks. A hush fell. He added, never engage a species that fights until it's over. And that warning would echo across Norvex command. General Vornak returned to Carter's secured bay 4 days after the escape. Vornak's subordinates burst in, expecting to find the human soldier dead, or raving, or broken. Instead, they found him sitting on the edge of the bed, sheet wrapped around his waist.
Oh, no, the
deeply,
beds of that! No.
Chest rising and falling. Alive. The monitors showed normalizing vitals. No fever, no desaturation. The 8th rib was still tender. Chest x-ray confirmed partial callus formation. His left leg bore fresh abrasions and a sprained ankle. His respiration was measured. Carter looked at Vornak. Mission failed. Vornak moved forward. No. If I understand correctly, you aborted because your mission concluded. Extraction successful. Vornak studied the man. His bruises had already begun turning green and yellow.
Pick the butter
His
off
chest
my,
cavity sounded clear on percussion.
And I put it in my mouth.
Chest
Like, oh!
Vitals stable, minimal oxygen support. Carter reached into his bedroll and produced a flash drive. Direct upload. 2 terabytes of intel, code seeds, strategic maps. Vornak processed the data. He didn't expect it to work, but it had. Be alive.
How far up is that?
Carter stared at the floor.
That's only 2.
Because it mattered.
That's 2. Uh-oh.
3 days later, Vornak convened a classified debrief. He stood before his senior officers, their faces lit by strategic holoboards. Images flickered, X-rings showing heal progression, flight logs, mission maps. These are not anomalies, Vornak began. These are patterns. He pointed at a chest CT. Here is post-pneumonia recovery. He refused IV fluids, refused oxygen therapy. He healed on baseline reserves. Then escaped. Then completed transfer. He ran through 3 more cases. A female pilot with shattered tibia flying solo to deliver munitions. An engineer volunteering to clear wreckage with broken vertebrae. A medic dragging a comrade to safety with cracked ribs and collapsed lung indicators. Vornak's tone was grave. They don't stop because they don't believe in stop. A junior officer squinted. But that's self-destruction. Vornak shook his head. No, that's calculated endurance. He tapped the holoboard. We measure attrition. Expect 50% incapacitation per engagement cycle. They routinely operate at 20, sometimes 10. Gasps in the chamber. They break their bodies, but not their will. Is it strategy, another asked, or instinct? I think, Vornak leaned forward, voice steady, it's doctrine. Meanwhile, Carter had been transferred back to Earth. Coalition. He arrived in a hazmat green isolation ward near the frontline triage tent. Field medic Dr. Laura Kim examined him. BT scans revealed that the 8th rib fracture had fully ossified, lung tissue regenerated, blood work normal. The sprained ankle was healing under compression and physiotherapy. His heart had a minor arrhythmia, but not serious.
I'm not gonna
Kim raised an eyebrow. Why not accept oxygen therapy? Carter shrugged. I figured if I stopped pressing, someone else's oversight might cost lives. She paused, then said, "You're smarter than that." He looked at her. Or, more stubborn. Him nodded slowly. Get some rest, and report tomorrow. We've got another mission waiting. He smiled thinly. Understood. Back aboard the Norvex flagship, Vornak paused before the viewport at sunrise. Swirls of pink and gold framed the horizon. He closed his eyes. He had fought alliances for centuries. Clerics, crusaders, emperors. He'd won and lost under countless banners. But never had he faced an enemy anchored in something not tactical or territorial, but spiritual. They fight in spite of everything. He murmured into the hum of the ship.
No, I don't want
Behind
to do
him, his adjutant entered. Your command, sir? Vornak opened his eyes. Draw up protocols. No ceasefire, no attrition assumptions, no underestimate. Understood. He placed his hand on the metal frame. Because we are at war with a people who will fight until it's over. Months later, coalition analysts and Norvex intelligence compiled reports.
Good enough, I guess.
Patterns emerged across dozens of battlefronts. Human units repeated their feats of endurance, holding airstrips under fire with fractured limbs, courier raids through fungal storms within hours of convalescence. Last man exfiltration through minefields.
Oh, it
despite
matched up!
Medical journals published case studies.
Oh, no!
Humans endured pneumonia without supplemental oxygen, dehydration up to 72 hours with only saline, burns covering 20%, TBSA healed under limited care. The medical data astounded Norvex doctors. Rib fractures with callus in under 3 weeks. Minor lung collapse healed without chest tube placement in some cases. Fracture of long bones regressed faster than expected benchmarks. Immunity markers indicating inflammatory response with acute stress elevations. Creactive protein maintained but controlled. Gait analysis post-injury showing return to greater than 90% stride symmetry within 2 months. But perhaps even more telling were the psychological profiles. High tolerance, acceptance of discomfort as strategy, marked suppression of pain reports, elevated stress hardiness markers. A symposium was convened. Vornak presented. "We cannot kill their spirit," he said. "Our missiles break their hardware. Their mind steels itself to endure it." A pause. He finished, "If you cannot break them, what do you do when they refuse to break?"
Ah, that scared me.
And the room held its collective breath. General Vornak returned to his ships, arms folded, gaze steady. He raised a warning in every command. Never engage a species that fights until it's over. That logic was simple, but now understood.
Why? Why can't I not do
terrifyingly
this now?
General Vornak spent the next cycle restructuring Norvex war doctrine. Logbooks, combat protocols, and supply manuals were revised to include human willpower metrics. The military
You're ruining my
architect
aesthetics.
called it theoretical risk. Vornak called it survival. He visited a frontline base near the Varnos Ridge conflict
I
line.
got nothing now.
Soldiers greeted him with caution. He commanded respect.
This isn't good-
Intelligence
this isn't really
officers
right.
briefed him on Operation Crimson Shield, a human-led defense bolstered by burnt-out tanks and
Please let me
wingnuts
put this
missing
on here
bolts.
now.
David
Just
Parks,
let me do
a
it.
human sergeant with a shattered tibia and 3 bruised ribs, held the line until reinforcements
Thank you,
arrived.
Thank you. Thank you.
Vornak asked Parks directly, "Why not fall back?" Parks shrugged, leaning heavily on a crutch. His voice was calm. "Because if we didn't hold that ridge, their artillery hits the village. We held." Vornak recognized the same calm resolve from Carter's eyes. Back on the flagship, Vornak invited a group of senior staff to a closed briefing. Projections and metrics covered the holobards. Attrition curves, mission timelines, armor
I gotta go
integrity
that way too.
percentages. At the center, the human fighting curve. No exponential decay, just plateau until victory. Their will doesn't blink, Vornak told them. They can end up physically spent, but they don't yield. A tactician asked, "How do we break them then?" Vornak stared at him. "Maybe we don't. We adapt." He outlined new orders. Rotate human-inflicted shock units without expectation of retreat. Treat enemy morale as core battle terrain. Revise casualty estimations in mixed engagements. Avoid decisive attritional warfare where humans can hold ground longer than projected. Some of his officers scoffed, others nodded. This was doctrine rewired. Meanwhile, human reports continued. Pilot Mitchell Hayes attacked with bronchitis, jamming enemy radar. Technician Lewis Hart worked 2 days with fractured forearm to repair supply drones. Medic Sarah Cole evacuated wounded through toxic fallout trenches. Vornak's files overflowed with medical data. Pascals of lung pressure, with rib arcs flexing under force. Lactic acid levels against performance recovery. Neurofeedback, showing pain zone, reporting suppression. He spoke to Dr. Norv, his chief medical advisor, about re-examining templates for broken human bodies. Norv raised an eyebrow. "They bend without breaking up to a point," he said. "We need new threshold." Vornak said nothing. A major clash erupted near the Asen sector. Norvex targeted a key comm relay and deployed heavy orbital bombardment before a cluster troop insertion. The relay was defended. The insertion team hit heavy ground fire and suffered 30% casualties within the first
can you please
hour.
move? You're like
But the human defenders, pinned under collapsing pylons, held position. They lost individual men, but their squad remained. Vornak watched the video feed. Cluster bombs had vaporized terrain, crater, and dust.
Oh, okay, that's
Yet the humans didn't shift position. They dug in deeper.
Thanks, man.
By the third hour, Norvek's forces retreated under counterfire and human-sustained sniper harassment.
There it is. Anyways.
Afterward, Vornak reviewed the aftermath. A dozen bodies were recovered, most not wearing full armor. Fragment patterns suggested ribs shattered, lungs collapsed, punctures. But mission complete. Relay intact, humans held. Vornak sat in silence. This didn't fit wargaming equations. This didn't belong in standard operation models. He typed, "Field report, update logistic and medical fallback strategy. Expect battlefield durations of plus 400%. Expect mental steel as primary driver." Weeks later, the Norvex High Command summoned Vornak to present in front of the Joint Defense Council. On the dais were military chiefs, logistics heads, planetary governors. The question, can humans be defeated? Vornak stepped forward. On the holoboard, a human quote, "Until it's over." He opened with Carter's story, then Parks's, then Hayes's, Hart's, Cole's. He traced each case back to a common thread. Pain endured as a tool, not a liability. Injuries accepted as temporary setbacks, not surrender triggers. He ended slowly. Their fight is not based on strategy. It is born of will. This planet's defense requires us to rethink attrition warfare, recalibrate engagement duration, and guard against wars that cannot be waged to fatigue.
No, let's get rid of that.
The room went silent. A governor murmured,
"So
what do we do?" Vornak stared ahead. "We must avoid war with them if we cannot conclude it swiftly or survive its length. If their will does not diminish, all other advantages fade."
I've been alone this whole time.
You're wrong. We'll always be connected. You will never, ever be alone. For the sake of the future, we must all come.
A murmur rose.
There we go.
One chief lowered his head. Another nodded. A third tapped his stylus on the table. War policy shifted that day. On a quiet cycle later, Vornak met Carter in an exchange zone near Coalition territory.
Let's do something.
Carter had returned for debrief. He limped slightly, scars across ribs faint. He smiled once. General Vornak asked, "Still standing?" Carter gave a half smile. "Until it's over." They shook hands. Later, Vornak's final memo to the High Command was published garden level. Never wage war against a species whose will refuses attrition. If they stand, we cannot stand them. That logic passed. Borders opened, ceasefires stabilized. War ended not with treaties signed under fear, but with respect forged through understanding. The day the human lieutenant walked out under clear sky, Vornak stood at the viewport again. He whispered into silence, "Until it's over." And then he hoped it never would need to be. It was a full Norvex cycle later when General Vornak stood before the newly commissioned Academy of Strategic Doctrine, a towering silver fortress at the edge of the Telmar Reach. The auditorium was filled with cadets and commanders, all freshly inducted, polished armor gleaming under the white overhead beams. They waited for the general's closing lecture, legendary already, passed among officers like sacred script. Vornak began without flourish. Our war with Earth's coalition is over. You know the statistics. You've studied the treaties. But what you must understand is this. We did not lose through tactical inferiority. We lost by failing to comprehend the depth of human resolve. He paused, then gestured to the display behind him. On it, a rotating log of soldier recovery reports. No names, just anonymized human medical files. Pelvic fracture, held out 5 hours for evac. internal bleeding, declined morphine until final transmission sent. Hypothermia in sub-zero trench still triggered countermeasures at 2% core heat. These are not exceptions, Vornak said. They are the rule. He let the silence stretch. Then added, you cannot negotiate with a species that sees endurance as a strategy. You cannot corner an enemy who has accepted suffering as routine. You cannot outlast a species that refuses to consider themselves defeated until the last breath is spent. He stared across the room, his voice steady. If one human tells you he will fight until it's over, believe him. Because for his kind, pain is not the signal to stop. It is the measure of how far they are willing to go. He dismissed them with a single command.
Oh, you got
Study
lucky
not
with
their
what
weapons.
you got for clothes, huh?
Study their will. Elsewhere, Lieutenant James Carter sat in a rehabilitation center on Mars. Bones
turned out
mostly
really good.
healed.
Good.
His ribcage no longer clicked when
Look
he
at how
twisted.
old.
The
Have you been
residual
hitting
pain in his leg
the
flared
moonshine?
with the
The
weather,
medicine too
but he no
hot?
longer
Whoa.
walked with a limp. He read Vornak's warning in an interspecies security bulletin, redacted but clearly accurate. He folded the report and tucked it in his duffel. Across the room, a young recruit asked him, was it really that bad? Carter looked up slowly. Bad? You know. The torture, the disease, the pain. Carter considered for a moment. It wasn't pleasant, but you didn't break.
I'm being a donut boy. Being a donut boy.
That's the job.
Crazy cries.
The
Got me
recruit
again,
swallowed.
bar. Thank you.
Would you
Thank
do it
you.
again? Carter didn't
I have
hesitate.
donuts, actually. I'll be right
Or
back.
if it needed doing. Yeah. He stood slowly, pulling on his jacket. Because it wasn't about surviving. It was about finishing. And then he walked out into the red evening light. On the Norvex capital, the Doctrine Board revised their final engagement protocols. They removed attrition-based algorithms from future modeling. They decommissioned their prediction engine for early collapse projections in human-centric conflicts. The term will break threshold was officially retired. Vornak signed the last page himself. At the bottom, a new line was added to the Norvexa Principles of War. Avoid conflict with a species that defines defeat only as unfinished duty. That line would be remembered long after borders closed, and long after the war was over. The end. You said, is that the ending? If not, continue with part 4 in the same way. Continue naturally. Make sure to not repeat anything already mentioned. Give it a good, closed ending. Make it around 5,000 characters.
He just gave his he just gave away his AI thing. His AI
JGPT
story.
said, Alien General asked how long a human could fight.
Yep. Let's see here. Congratulations, you just declared war with the galaxy's most vicious species. Let's go.
Captain Jake Morrison walked slowly across the bridge of his ship. The U's Horizon was the best ship that Earth had ever built. Today was the most important day in human history. They were going to meet aliens for the first time as equals. Jake looked out the big window at the front of his ship. In the distance, he could see a huge space station. It looked like a giant wheel spinning slowly in the darkness of space. Lights blinked all around it like Christmas decorations. This was where humans would finally join the Galactic Council. Ambassador. Lisa Carter stood next to Jake. She was a smart woman who had spent her whole life learning how to talk to people from different countries. Now she had to talk to people from different planets. She held a thick book in her hands. It was full of notes about the aliens they were about to meet. You ready for this? Jake asked her. Lisa nodded, but Jake could see she was nervous.
Might actually need more.
I have studied everything we know about the Vorthok Empire. They are warriors who care about honor more than anything else. They respect strength and courage. Jake had read the same reports. The Vorthok were scary, had big armies, and had won every war they ever fought. But they had agreed to meet with humans in peace. It had to mean something good. The space station grew larger as they got closer.
Why?
Jake could see other ships docked there. Some were long and thin like needles. Others were round like balls. One ship looked like it was made of crystal and sparkled in the starlight.
Oh, I'm tired.
All of them were alien ships. Captain Morrison said his communications officer, "The station is asking us to dock at Port 7. Take us in nice and slow," Jake told his pilot. "Let's not bump into anything on our first day." The Horizon moved carefully toward the docking port. Jake watched as metal arms reached out from the station to grab his ship. There was a soft bump and then everything was still. Lisa picked up her book and walked toward the exit. "Time to make history," she said. Jake and two security guards followed her off the ship. The air in the space station felt different. It was warm and humid like a jungle. Strange smells filled Jake's nose. Some smelled like flowers. Others smelled like things he had never smelled before. They walked down a long hallway with curved walls. The ceiling was high above their heads and covered with lights that changed colors. Other aliens walked past them. Jake tried not to stare, but it was hard. He saw creatures with 4 arms, others with skin like tree bark, and some that floated in the air without touching the ground. "The meeting room is just ahead," Lisa said. She was reading from a small device that showed them the way. They entered, a large round room with a high ceiling. In the center was a big table shaped like a circle. Around the table were chairs of different sizes and shapes. Some were huge, others were tiny. Jake guessed they were made for different types of aliens. The Vorthok were already waiting for them. Jake had seen pictures,
This'll look nice.
but seeing them in person was different. They were tall, much taller than humans. Their skin was gray like stone and covered with small bumps. They had 4 arms and 2 legs. Their heads were long and narrow with big yellow eyes. They wore clothes that looked like armor made of metal and leather. The leader of the Vorthok stood up when the humans entered. He was the biggest one in the room. Scars covered his arms and face. A translator device hung around his neck.
Don't it?
"I am War Chieftain Zorthok," he said. His voice was deep and rough, like rocks grinding together. "We welcome the humans to this place of meeting." Lisa stepped forward. She had practiced this moment 100 times. "I am Ambassador Lisa Carta of Earth. We thank you for agreeing to meet with us." She opened her book and looked at her notes one more time. Everything had to be perfect. One mistake could ruin everything for the human race. Other aliens entered the room. There was a small green creature that looked like a frog, a tall, thin being that seemed to be made of light, several others that Jake could not even describe. They all sat down at the big table. A small alien with big ears and blue skin walked up to Lisa. "I am Pip," it said in a squeaky voice. "I will help translate between your people and the Vorthok. Sometimes words mean different things to different species." Lisa nodded. "Thank you. That will be very helpful." Everyone sat down at the table. The humans sat across from the Vorthok. Jake could feel his heart beating fast. History was being made right here in this room. Lisa stood up and began to speak. She talked about Earth and how humans wanted to be friends with all the species in the galaxy. She talked about peace and working together. She talked about sharing knowledge and helping each other. The Vorthok listened carefully. They're yellow. Eyes never moved away from Lisa. Jake thought they looked interested in what she was saying. Finally, Lisa came to the end of her speech. She looked at her notes one last time. According to everything she had read, she needed to give a traditional Vorthok greeting to show respect. Lisa stood up straight and bowed her head low. She put her right hand out with her palm facing up. "In the name of all humans, we come in. Friendship," she said clearly. The room became very quiet. All the aliens stopped moving. The Vorthok stared at Lisa with their big yellow eyes wide open. War Chieftain Zorthok's mouth fell open, showing his sharp teeth. Pip, the little blue translator, made a choking sound. "Oh no," he whispered. "Oh no, oh no, oh no." Lisa looked confused. "Did I say something wrong?" War Chieftain Zorthok slowly stood up. All the other Vorthoks stood up with him. Their forearms moved to weapons on their belts. "What did she say?" Jake asked Pip quickly. Pip looked like he might cry. She did not say she comes in friendship. Gesture and the words together. "In our language it means... double quotes." "What does it mean?" Lisa asked. "It means you reject our authority. It means you claim to be stronger than us. It means you challenge our war chieftain to battle. It means, or chieftain. Zorthok spoke in a loud voice that filled the whole room. Humans have declared blood war against the Vorthok Empire, according to our ancient laws. This challenge cannot be taken back. War has been declared. Lisa's face went white. No, that's not what I meant. I was trying to be friendly. Please, let me explain. But War Chieftain Zorthok was already walking toward the door. The challenge has been given. It's been witnessed by many species. Honor demands that we accept. Prepare your warriors, humans. We will come for you when our war fleet is ready. All the Vorthok left the room. The other aliens looked at the humans with faces full of pity and fear. One by one, they also left the room. Soon, only the humans and Pip were left sitting at the big table. The room felt cold and empty now. Can we fix this? Jake asked Pip. Can we explain that it was a mistake? Shook his head sadly. In Vorthok culture, a war challenge cannot be taken back. Ever. It would bring great shame to their entire species. They would rather die than ignore a direct challenge. Lisa sat down hard in her chair. How could this happen? I studied everything. I read every report. Your reports were not complete, Pip said softly. The Vorthok communicate with smell as well as words. You said the right words, but you did not make the right smells. Without the friendship smell, your words meant something very different. Jake felt sick to his stomach. They had come here to make friends. Instead, they had started a war with the most dangerous species in the galaxy.
No, my headset!
How strong are the Vorthok? He asked. Pip looked even sadder. They have never lost a war. Their army is huge. They have weapons that can destroy whole planets. Most species surrender as soon as the Vorthok decide to fight them. Lisa put her head in her hands. We have 12 ships. 12. They probably have thousands. Jake stood up. We need to get back to Earth. We need to warn everyone what's coming. As they walked back through the space station, Jake could see other aliens watching them. Some looked scared.
Yeah, I can see how that
Others looked sad. Few looked angry, as if the humans had ruined something important. When they got back to their ship, Jake called Earth right away. President Helen Brooks answered the call herself. How did it go? She asked. With a big smile, Jake took a deep breath. Madam President, we have a problem. Very big problem. The news spread across the galaxy faster than anyone thought possible. Within hours of the meeting, every species in 3 star systems knew what had happened. Humans had declared war on the Vorthok Empire. On the planet Zentari, Council Speaker, Valdris was drinking his morning tea when his assistant ran into his office. The assistant was a young Centauri with blue skin and silver hair. His name was Kex, and he looked terrified. Speaker Valdris, Kex said, breathing hard. You need to see this message. It came from the neutral station. Valdris put down his tea. Cup, he was an old Centauri who had been the council speaker for 30 years.
Sorry.
He had seen many crises, but Kex had never looked this scared before. What does it say? Valdris asked. The humans declared blood war against the Vorthok, War Chieftain. Zorthok accepted the challenge. The war will begin as soon as the Vorthok gather their fleet. Valdris felt his heart skip a beat. Centauri had 2 hearts, and both of them stopped working for a moment. That cannot be right. The humans are a peaceful species, they asked to. Join our council through diplomacy. The message came from Pip himself. He was the translator at the meeting. He saw everything happen. Valdris stood up quickly. His teacup fell to the floor and broke into pieces. Call an emergency meeting of the council. Get every representative here as fast as possible. This could be the end of galactic peace. Within 2 hours, representatives from 40 different species were sitting in the great council chamber. The chamber was huge, with seats arranged in circles that went up toward the ceiling. Each species had their own special seats made for their bodies. The Kalari. Delegate was a tall creature that looked like a walking tree. Her name was Branch Singer Eula, and she was shaking her leaves nervously.
In case he gets out to show him
We
that
must
thing like
evacuate
that.
all systems. Near human
this
space
built up?
immediately, she said in her voice that sounded
By
like
the
wind
bridge?
through branches. The Nexian ambassador was around. Purple being with 8 arms. His name was Collector Vex, and he waved all his arms as he spoke. Evacuation is not enough. We should give human space to the Vorthok before the war starts. Maybe that will satisfy their honor. You cannot give away an entire species, said Counselor Yex. She was one of the few beings in the chamber who had actually studied human culture. She was a Glixian-like Pip, with blue skin and big ears. The humans did not mean to declare war. They are young and do not understand our ways. Speaker Valdris hit his staff against the floor to make everyone quiet. Counselor Yex explained to us what happened. Yex stood up. She was small compared to most of the other delegates, but her voice was clear and strong. The humans tried to give a traditional Vorthok greeting, but they do not have the right biology to make the proper scent. Signals. Without those signals, their words meant something completely different. What did their words actually mean? Asked branch singer Eula. They told War Chieftain Zorthok that they rejected his authority and claimed dominance over his bloodline. In Vorthok culture, this is the worst insult possible. It is a challenge that demands a response. The chamber filled with worried voices. Many species had never heard of humans before today. Now they were all talking about them. Collector Vex waved his arms for attention. How strong are the humans? What kind of fleet do they have? Yex looked down at her datapad. According to our records, Earth has 12 starships. All of them are experimental designs that have never been tested in combat. The chamber became silent. Nobody spoke for a long moment. 12 ships, whispered. Branch singer Eula? Only 12? The Vorthok Empire has over 10,000 warships, said Speaker Valdris quietly. This will not be a war. It will be a massacre. Meanwhile, on Earth, President Helen Brooks was having the worst day of her life. She sat in the Oval Office with her head in her hands. Around the table sat her most important advisors. They all looked as shocked as she felt. Secretary of Defense Bill Hayes had been the first to receive the message from Captain Morrison. Bill was a tough man who had served in the military for 30 years. He had seen many battles, but never anything like this, Madam President, Bill said slowly. We are about to be attacked by the most powerful military force in the known galaxy. They have weapons we cannot even imagine. Our 12 ships will not be enough to stop them. How long do we have? President Brooks asked. The Vorthok are gathering. Their war fleet. Intelligence suggests they will arrive at Earth in about 6 weeks, maybe less.
Well worth the
Dr.
loss.
Alan Foster sat across from them. He was Earth's best expert on alien cultures. He had been studying
banana.
Information.
Chicken banana. Chicken banana. Banana.
There has to be something we can do, Dr. Foster said. Some way to explain the mistake.
I wish you had stuff that
Bill shook his head. I contacted our embassy on the neutral station. The Vorthok will not listen to any explanations. According to their laws, a war challenge cannot be taken back. It would bring shame to their entire species. President Brooks stood up and walked to the window. Outside, she could see people walking on the street. They were going to work, taking their children to school, living normal lives.
No!
They had no idea that their world was about to end.
I thought you had 0.
What are our options? She asked. We can surrender before they arrive, Bill said. Maybe they will be merciful if we do not fight back. What does merciful mean to the Vorthok? President Brooks asked. Dr. Foster looked through his notes. In their culture, mercy means quick death instead of slow death. They do not take prisoners. They do not allow defeated enemies to live. President Brooks felt cold. So our choice is to fight and die or surrender and die. There might be a third option, said a new voice. Everyone turned to look at the person who had just entered the room. It was General Rick Sullivan, the head of Earth's military forces. Rick was a big man with gray hair and scars on his face. From old battles. What option is that? President Brooks asked. We fight back, but not the way they expect us to.
Chicken wing, tins of macaroni, wrapped in bologna, stuffed with pepperoni. Chicken wing.
The math assumes we fight their kind of war, Rick said. What if we fight our kind of war instead? Dr. Foster looked interested. What do you mean? Rick sat down at the table. I have been reading everything we know about Vorthok military tactics. They fight with honor. They follow rules. They announce their attacks before they make them. They fight ship to ship in organized formations. So,
hello,
Bill asked.
Hello.
So humans do not fight that way. We never have. When we were cavemen, we did not. Challenged the big
Where you
animals to
going?
fair fights. We hid behind rocks and threw spears. We used tricks and traps. We cheated. President Brooks turned away from the window. Are you suggesting we can actually win this war? I am suggesting we can make them pay a price they do not expect. Maybe a price so high that other species will think twice before attacking us in the future. Bill still looked doubtful. Even if you are right, we only have 6 weeks to prepare. How can we build an army in 6 weeks? Rick smiled for the first time since the meeting began. We do not need to build an army. We need to wake up the army that already exists. What army? Dr. Foster asked. Every human is a potential soldier. We are a species of fighters. We fought our way to the top of the food chain on a planet full of dangerous animals. We fought each other for thousands of years. War's in our blood. President Brooks walked back to the table. General Sullivan, I am putting you in charge of Earth's defense. Do whatever you think is necessary.
Keep forgetting I have to go this way.
Rick stood up and saluted. Yes, Madam President. The Vorthok think they are coming to destroy a weak species. They're about to learn that humans are not weak. You're just good at pretending to be. As Rick left the room, President Brooks sat back down. She thought about Ambassador Carter's mistake at the space station. One wrong gesture had started a war that could end humanity. But maybe, just maybe, it had also awakened something in the human race that had been sleeping for too long. The Vorthok wanted a war. They were going to get one. But it would not be the kind of war they expected in the depths of space. War Chieftain Zorthok was gathering the largest fleet in Warthok history. He had no idea that 6 weeks would barely be enough time.
I'm being a donut boy.
General Rick Sullivan had never seen anything like it in his 30 years of military service. The news about the coming war had spread across Earth in just 2 days. Instead of panic and fear, something else was happening. Something he had not expected. People were volunteering to fight. Rick stood in the main recruitment center in New York City. The building was supposed to hold maybe 200 people at most.
Still gotta come up here.
Right now, there were over 3,000 people standing in line outside. The line went around the block twice. Sir, said Colonel Danny Martinez, Rick's second in command, we have the same situation in every city on Earth. Los Angeles has 5,000 volunteers. London has 4,000. Tokyo has 6,000. We do not have enough buildings to hold them all. Rick watched as an old man with gray hair walked. Up to the registration desk, the man looked like he was 70 years old. I want to sign up to fight, the old man said to the young soldier behind the desk. Sir, I appreciate your courage, but you might be too old for combat duty. The soldier replied politely. The old man slammed his fist on the desk. Too old, son. I fought in 3 wars before you were born. I know how to shoot, how to fly, and how to fix things when they break. You need every person you can get. Behind the old man, a woman who looked like she could be his daughter stepped forward. I am signing up too. I have 2 kids at home. I want them to have a world to grow up in. Rick walked over to them. What is your name, sir? Frank Cooper? I was a pilot in the war 20 years ago. Still have my license. And you, ma'am? Betty Wilson? I work on the space docks fixing cargo ships. I know those ships better than anyone. Rick looked at both of them. These were not young soldiers. Fresh out of training, these were ordinary people who had decided to fight for their world. Welcome to Earth's Defense Force, Rick said. We need pilots and we need engineers.
I don't think I'm gonna use these anymore.
Report to the training center tomorrow morning. This scene was happening all over the planet. Teachers were learning to use weapons. Farmers were training to pilot spacecraft. Even children were asking how they could help. Dr. Sophie Martinez worked in a building that used to be a university. Now it was the Center for Military Planning. Sophie was one of Earth's smartest people when it came to war strategy. She had studied every famous battle in human history.
Now it failed.
Now she was trying to figure out how to fight aliens. The problem was that everything she knew about the Vorthok came from their victories. They had won every war they had ever fought. They always used the same tactics. They brought overwhelming force and superior technology. Their enemies always fought them the same way and always lost. What if we do not fight them the same way? Sophie said to herself as she looked at the reports spread across her desk. Her assistant, a young man named Carl Brown, looked up from his computer. What do you mean, Dr. Martinez? Look at these battle reports. Every species that fought the Vorthok tried to match their technology. They built bigger ships, stronger weapons, better shields. They all failed. So what should we do instead? Sophie stood up and walked to the big map on the wall, showed the solar system with Earth at the center. We do what humans have always done when faced with a stronger enemy. We cheat. Across the city, engineer Tony Rodriguez was working on the biggest project of his life. Tony had spent 15 years designing and building spaceships. He knew every bolt and wire in Earth's small fleet. The problem was that Earth's fleet was designed for exploration, not war. The ships were built to carry scientists and diplomats, not weapons and soldiers. We need to change that, Tony said to his team of engineers. They were standing in the biggest shipyard on Earth. Around them, hundreds of workers were busy modifying every ship they could find. Tony, look at this, said his partner Maria Santos. She was pointing at a large cargo ship that was being lifted by huge cranes.
Poor person's gonna be so
This
messed
ship
up.
normally carries food and supplies to the space stations. But look what we can do with it. Tony watched as workers removed the cargo holds and replaced them with weapon systems. The ship did not look pretty anymore, but it looked dangerous. How many missiles can it carry? Tony asked. 200. We can build 50 more ships just like it in the next month. Tony smiled. The Vorthok were expecting to fight 12. Small exploration ships. They were going to face hundreds of armed vessels instead. But the biggest surprise was happening in the training centers around the world, Captain. Jake Morrison had been put in charge of training the new pilots. He expected it to take months to teach civilians how to fly combat missions. What he found instead amazed him. These people learn faster than anyone I have ever seen, Jake said to his training officer, Lieutenant Nancy Davis. They were watching. A group of former taxi drivers learned to pilot fighter craft. It makes sense when you think about it, Nancy replied. These people have been driving in traffic their whole lives. They know how to react quickly, how to avoid collisions, how to find the best path through a crowded space. On the screen in front of them, they could see the simulation results. The taxi drivers were not flying like military pilots. They were flying like taxi drivers. They took shortcuts, made sudden turns, and used tactics that no military academy would ever teach, and they were winning their practice battles. Sir, said one of the taxi drivers after finishing his simulation. His name was Pete Jackson, and he had been driving in New York City for 20 years. I have an idea about how to fight these alien ships. What is your idea? Jake asked. Well, sir, you said these aliens fight in organized formations, right? Like they follow traffic rules in space. That is correct, Pete grinned. Sir, I have been breaking traffic rules for 20 years. I know how to get around people who follow. The rules, you just have to think like the road belongs to you. Jake looked at the simulation results again. Pete had destroyed 12 enemy ships without losing a single one of his own. He had done it by flying in ways that the computer did. Not expect. Pete, how would you like to help train the other pilots? Yes, sir. I would like that very much.
That's a terrible.
Meanwhile,
I'm sorry,
in
but that is
space,
a
the Vorthok
terrible,
were taking their time to
terrible
gather their war fleet. War
Like,
Chieftain
it just
Zorthok
looks
stood
like a
on the
claw
bridge
for
of
a
his
hammer.
flagship, the Bloodfang.
You're just gonna pull
It was the
nails all
largest
day?
warship ever built by his people. How long until the fleet is ready? Zorthok asked his
You
second in
ready?
command, Subchieftain Vorthok. 2 more weeks, War Chieftain. We will have 2,000 ships, including 50 of our largest battleships. The humans will not be able to resist us.
I am
Zorthok
complaining
looked
about
out at
this
the growing
lady's hook
fleet
on
around
her
his ship.
hand.
Each vessel was a masterpiece of Vorthok engineering.
She could
They
have
had
pulled
weapons that could
nails
destroy
all her
mountains,
life.
shields that could stop any attack, and sensors that could
Oh,
detect
nice
enemies
drive
from
the
vast
drop,
distances.
Rabix.
What do we know about human military capabilities? Zorthok asked. Our spies report that they have only 12 ships. All of them are small exploration
these
vessels
two.
with minimal weapons.
Lightweights.
They have no
never
military
hold their
tradition.
liquor.
They've never fought a real war in space. Zorthok nodded. This
Where
will be over
did
quickly.
she get
We will arrive at their world. They will
from
surrender,
me?
and we will have our victory.
Give it to her.
The honor of the Vorthok
She
will be
broke it.
restored.
And it was best to
Zorthok
cut
did
it
not
off.
know was that human spies were also watching the Vorthok fleet. Dr. Martinez had people throughout the galaxy sending her information about Vorthok preparations. They are not taking us seriously, Sophie said
I
as
guess
she
he
read
wants
the
me to turn
latest
this all into
intelligence
bikini
reports.
armor, huh, Casey? Is
They
that
think
what you
this will
want?
be easy.
You
Is that
these-
good or bad?
these people
asked
that wear all
Carl.
that bikini armor
It is
on,
very good. The best way to win a fight is to make your enemy think you are weak. The Vorthok are expecting to fight 12 scared exploration
Is he
ships.
gonna play another one?
Instead,
He'll play another one.
they are going to face 800
this,
armed
man.
vessels
You can play
piloted
another
by the
one.
craziest drivers in the galaxy.
Don't get upset.
Sophie looked at the
Don't play Dead
timeline
by
on her
Daylight.
wall.
Enjoy
2
your
weeks until
magic.
the Vorthok arrived.
Magic?
2
Yeah,
weeks to
magic
finish
time.
preparing the biggest surprise in human history. Carl, send a message to General Sullivan.
Fighting some
Tell him we are
weird
ready for
goat
Phase 2 of the
lion
plan.
dude with a hook.
What is Phase 2? Sophie smiled. Phase 2 is when we show the galaxy what happens when you pick a fight with humans. The Vorthok wanted a war. We are going to give them one they will never forget. In the training centers, former taxi drivers were teaching combat tactics to former teachers. In the shipyards, cargo vessels were being turned into
Just move over here,
warships.
lady. Don't be so rude
In
to the boy.
recruitment
You're
centers,
sleeping.
grandmothers were learning to use weapons.
Steve, man, you're
The
drunk.
Vorthok had made a mistake.
Steve.
They thought they were coming to destroy a weak species. They were actually coming to
Dang
fight
it,
the most
Steve.
dangerous predators that had ever evolved on any
Did you at
planet.
least get some water?
And the
That better
humans
be
were
water,
getting ready
so
to
you
show
think I
them
got
why
one
their
from you?
species had fought. Its
Boy?
way to the top of the food chain.
Oh, that
The
better be
Vorthok
water.
war fleet arrived at the edge of human space exactly when they said they would. War Chieftain Zorthok stood on the bridge of his flagship and looked at the readings
Steve,
on
what are
his
we gonna tell
screens.
Carol?
2,000
Tell
of
her
the
you
most
want me to do
powerful
this,
warships in
my
the
man?
galaxy floated in perfect formation behind him, War Chieftain, said his
Steve.
communications officer. We are broadcasting our arrival to the humans as tradition demands. We are also sending the message to all species in the galaxy so they can witness our victory. Zorthok nodded. The Vorthok always followed the ancient rules of war. An enemy must be given the chance to surrender with honor before the battle
Dave, what are we gonna
begins.
tell Carol?
Of course,
You
the
said you
humans had
could
already
stop.
challenged them, so surrender was not really an option.
You silly
But
man,
tradition
you're
was
gonna make me have to
tradition.
slap you
Send
up,
the message
ain't it, boy?
Zorthok ordered across the galaxy. Millions of beings watched their screens as the message was broadcast.
Dang it, boy, you know
The
you're gonna
Vorthok
remember this in
fleet
the
looked like a
morning.
moving city in space. Each ship was huge and covered with weapons. They moved together like a giant machine. On the planet Centauri,
not even
Council
his own
Speaker
hat.
Valdris watched with other council members.
Oh, he's not actually.
They had
wearing
all
his own
come
hat. What the
together
heck?
to witness what they thought would be the end of the human species. It is a shame, said
Oh,
Counselor
I
Rick
see why you're
sadly.
drunk now, man.
The humans seemed like good people. They just made an innocent mistake.
Oh,
The
Carol's gonna
Vorthok
kill
fleet
you,
is the
ain't she?
largest ever assembled, said
Not even for
Bradshinger
the
Eula.
drinking, it's gonna be for what
This
you
will
did.
be over in minutes. But
Bald
something
head.
strange was happening in human space.
Hey, if you show up
The
with a
Vorthok
mop stuck to
sensors
your
could
head-
not find the
or
human
no,
fleet
not mop,
anywhere.
we go.
Sub-Chieftain
If
Vorthok.
you show up with a plunger on top of your head,
Zorthok
baby,
called
she'll
to his second in
forgive you.
command. Where are the
You
human
silly
ships?
goose.
Our sensors
Maybe
should
we'll
be able
color
to
this
detect
helmet
them
for him.
easily.
At least then
Vorthok
his
looked
wife
at his
might not
instruments
notice
with
that it's
confusion.
missing, that the
War
other one's
Chieftain,
missing, that
I
she
am
just
not
forgot
finding
him.
any ships at all. According to our readings, human space is completely empty. It cannot be right. They must be hiding somewhere. Continue scanning.
Faded Jello.
What the Vorthok did not know was that the humans were hiding everywhere. Commander Kate Phillips floated inside.
That's better, actually.
A small fighter ship that was painted to look like a piece of space junk. She was a former police officer from Chicago who had volunteered to be a pilot.
Cool. I like that.
Her ship was hidden inside an old asteroid that had been carved out and fitted with weapons.
We'll save that.
Eagle 1 to all units, Kate
I wanna
whispered
see
into
how
her
it looks
radio.
on
The big ugly ships are
Steve!
here. Everyone stay hidden
Steve!
until we get the signal. Round the solar system,
how this
800 human ships waited in silence.
Oh, actually.
Some were hidden inside
wow,
asteroids.
That looks good.
Others were painted to look like space
Oh, I
debris.
wish the rest is.
A few were actually hiding inside the gas clouds around Jupiter. Tony Rodriguez had done an amazing job converting
We're not gonna
civilian
ask him
ships
where he
into
got
warships.
that bull, are we, Steve?
Cargo vessels had been turned into missile platforms. Passenger ships had been
Wait
turned
till
into troop
Carol
carriers.
finds out
Even
what you
small
did, boy.
personal craft had been fitted with weapons.
You better
But the
sleep
most
with that
dangerous
helmet on.
ships were the ones that looked the most. Harmless Captain Jake Morrison sat in the command center of what looked like a broken cargo ship. The UES Horizon had been disguised to look like it was barely working. Half of its lights were turned
Carol,
off,
I'm looking for
was
Carol.
leaking fake exhaust gases.
Is that you, Carol? No,
To the
not you,
Vorthok
Carol.
sensors, it
Oh,
looked like a
no.
ship that was about to fall apart. In
I'm gonna
reality,
find a
it was
dancer.
the command ship for the entire human fleet. Jake said Dr. Sophie Martinez over the radio. She was coordinating the battle from Earth. Are moving into the system in their traditional formation. They are following their normal attack pattern exactly.
Jake looked at his screens. The Vorthok ships were arranged in neat rows, like soldiers marching in a parade.
Oh, yeah, lady.
It was beautiful and terrifying at the same time. How long do we wait? Jake asked. Let them get to the center of the system. We want them surrounded before we start.
No, I can't.
The Vorthok fleet moved slowly toward Earth. They were not in any hurry. Expected the humans to come out and fight them. In an honorable ship-to-ship battle, when that happened, the war would be over quickly. War Chieftain, said the communications officer.
Oh, sorry.
We are receiving a message from the humans. Put it on the main screen, Zorthok ordered. President Helen Brooks appeared on the screen.
Oh, is this? No.
She was sitting in the Oval Office with the American
I need something to be a
flag.
Carol.
Behind her,
Carol?
War Chieftain
Hello?
Zorthok. She said calmly, I am President Brooks of
you're
Earth.
like her angry sister.
We regret the
like Betty or
misunderstanding that
something,
led to this conflict.
That definitely
However,
looks like a Betty.
since you are here, we will defend our
We'll
world.
deal with it.
Zorthok was impressed despite himself. The human leader did not look afraid. She looked determined. Where is your fleet, human? Zorthok asked.
That's what I want.
We see no ships. Do you surrender? President Brooks smiled. Our fleet is exactly where it needs to be. Good luck, War Chieftain.
Can you be Carol?
The transmission ended.
No, you
Zorthok
didn't.
stared
No.
at the empty screen. What did she mean
You
by
might
that?
have to be Carol
he
for
asked.
now.
His question was answered a moment later.
I want to be someone that
Lieutenant
walks
Commander
around.
Greg Baker had been a mining engineer before the war. Started. His ship had been designed to break apart asteroids. Now it was hidden inside what looked like a small moon near Mars. This is Hammer 1, Greg said into his radio. I am in position at the center of their formation, beginning attack run. Greg's ship suddenly came to life.
I need to find
What the
Carol.
Vorthok had thought was a moon was actually a heavily armed warship. It fired everything it had at the nearest Vorthok vessels. 12 Vorthok ships exploded before they even knew they were under attack. What happened? Zorthok shouted. Where did that attack come from? Sir, a ship just appeared in the middle of our formation. It was disguised as a planetary body. Impossible. Our sensors would have detected it. But more ships were appearing everywhere. Space around the Vorthok fleet suddenly filled with human vessels. They came from inside asteroids, from behind moons, and from places that should have been empty space. The humans did not fight like any enemy the Vorthok had ever faced. Pete Jackson. The former taxi driver led a squadron of small fighters against a group of Vorthok battleships. Instead of attacking from the front like a proper military formation, Pete's ships came from above, below, and from the sides all at once. Remember what I taught you, Pete said to his pilots. These guys follow the rules. We do not.
Crazy cries, I
Hit
drop
them
loot.
Fast and get out before they can react. Pete's fighters swarmed around the Vorthok ships like angry bees.
Bag full of bone.
They were too small and too fast for the big alien weapons to target effectively, but their own weapons were just the right size to damage the Vorthok ships. This is impossible, said one of Pete's pilots. Her name was Linda Gray, and she used to fix computers for a living. I just took out a ship that is 50 times bigger than mine. That is because you are not trying to fight fair, Pete replied. You are trying to win. The battle was unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen. The Vorthok tried to maintain their traditional formations, but the humans attacked from every direction at once. Human ships would appear, fire everything they had, and then disappear before the Vorthok could respond, Commander Kate Phillips led her fighter squadron in a series of hit-and-run attacks against the Vorthok flagship. Her ships were too small to seriously damage the huge vessel, but they could distract it.
They won't catch me, will they?
Kate to all squadrons,
This
she
might be
called over
bad.
the radio. Keep the big ships busy. Heavy units are moving into position. The heavy units were Tony Rodriguez.
Save me,
Converted
somebody,
cargo
please.
ships.
Where's all my
Each one
dudes?
carried enough missiles to destroy a small city. But instead of firing from long range like traditional warships,
save me,
they
ladies.
had moved close to the Vorthok fleet while hidden. This is Freight Train 1, called the captain of the first missile ship. His name was Bob Harris, and he used to deliver supplies to space stations, firing full spread. 200 missiles streaked toward the Vorthok fleet. The aliens had never seen so many weapons fired from a single ship, or defensive systems could not stop them all.
Hi.
8 Vorthok ships were destroyed in the first volley. Impossible, Zorthok whispered as he watched his fleet being torn apart. How are they? Doing this? They only have 12 ships, War Chieftain said. Sub-Chieftain Vorthok? Our count shows over 800 human vessels. They must have been building ships in secret. But the real surprise was still coming. Captain Jake Morrison had been waiting for the perfect moment. The Vorthok fleet was now spread out and confused. Half of their ships were damaged or destroyed. The rest were trying to find enemies that kept disappearing. All units, this is Jake Morrison, he said over the fleet-wide radio. Execute final phase. What happened next would be talked about
That's
in
gonna be a good. That's a
the
level
galaxy
3.
for 1,000 years. Every human ship that was still hidden suddenly appeared at once. Asteroids that looked empty opened up to reveal weapons platforms. Space debris came to life and began firing. Even some of the planet's moons turned out to be disguised. Human bases. The Vorthok found themselves surrounded by an enemy that had never really been there and had always been there at the same time. Retreat, Zorthok ordered. All ships retreat to the edge of the system. But the humans were not done with them yet. Dr. Martinez had planned for this moment. Jake, do not let them reorganize. Keep the pressure on them. The human fleet pursued the retreating Vorthok ships. But they did not pursue them like a traditional military force. They pursued them like a pack of wolves chasing wounded prey. When the battle was over, more than half the Vorthok fleet was destroyed or too damaged to fight. The survivors, led by a stunned war chieftain Zorthok, fled to the edge of human space. For the first time in their history, the Vorthok had lost a battle. The galaxy watched in shocked silence as the news spread.
This blanket looks like a giant rock.
The weak species with only 12 ships had defeated the most powerful military force in known space. 3 days after the battle, the galaxy was still trying to understand what had happened. The impossible had occurred. The humans had defeated the Vorthok Empire. On the planet Zentari, the Galactic Council was meeting in Emergency Session 4. The second time in a week, but this time, the mood was very different. Council Speaker Valdris looked around the chamber at the faces of the other delegates. Instead of fear, he saw something else. Hope. The reports have been confirmed, Valdris. Announced to the Assembly, the human fleet destroyed or disabled over half of the Vorthok war fleet. The survivors have retreated to their home territory. Branch singer Eula's leaves rustled with excitement.
Oh man, it's still raining
This
out?
changes everything. If the humans can defeat the Vorthok, then the Vorthok are not unbeatable. Counselor Yek stood up to speak. She had been the only one to believe the humans might have a chance. We have received a message from War Chieftain Zorthok. He is requesting permission to meet with the human leaders again. What kind of meeting? Asked Collector Vex. According to Vorthok tradition, when a warrior is defeated in honorable combat, they owe a debt to the victor. Zorthok wants to offer alliance instead of continued war. The chamber filled with surprised voices. No one had ever heard of the Vorthok offering alliance to anyone. They conquered species or they destroyed them. They did not make friends.
This
is unprecedented, said Valdris. What do the humans say? They've agreed to meet? President Brooks will send Ambassador Carter to the neutral station again. This time, they are bringing their own translators. On Earth, President Helen Brooks was having a very different kind of day than she had been having a week ago. Instead of preparing for the end of the world, she was preparing for the beginning of something new. Madam President, said Secretary of Defense Bill Hayes. He was smiling for the first time since the crisis began. The victory has had unexpected effects. We are receiving messages from over 30 species asking about trade agreements. 20 more want to discuss military alliances. About the Vorthok, President Brooks asked. War Chieftain Zorthok has sent a formal request for a meeting. According to Dr. Foster, this is the Vorthok way of admitting defeat and asking for peace. Dr. Alan Foster nodded. In their culture, a defeated warrior becomes the loyal ally of the one who beat them. If we handle this correctly, we could turn our worst enemy into our strongest friend. President Brooks walked to the window again. But this time, when she looked outside, she did not see people who were doomed. She saw people who had saved themselves by courage and creativity. General Sullivan, she said to Rick, who was also in the room, your people performed miracles out there. How are they handling the victory? Rick laughed. Madam President, they are acting like they expected to win all along. Pete Jackson, the taxi driver who trained our pilots, told a reporter that fighting aliens was easier than driving in New York traffic. And our losses, President Brooks asked quietly. Rick's face became serious. We lost 47 ships and 212 brave people. But we saved our world and maybe changed the galaxy forever. President Brooks nodded. Every life lost was a tragedy. But those people had died saving billions of others. 2 weeks later, Ambassador Lisa Carter found herself walking down the same hallway where she had made the mistake that started the war. But this time, everything was different. Captain Jake Morrison walked beside her. He was no longer just the captain of an exploration ship. He was now the admiral of Earth's victorious fleet. Behind them walked Dr. Sophie Martinez, the strategist who had planned the impossible victory. "Are you nervous?" Jake asked Lisa. Terrified, Lisa admitted. "Last time I was here, I accidentally started a war. What if I mess up again?" "You will not mess up," said Dr. Martinez. "We have 3 different translation systems this time. We know what we are dealing with now." They entered the same round meeting room where the disaster had occurred. But the atmosphere was completely different. The Vorthok were already there, but they did not look like conquering warriors anymore. War Chieftain Zorthok stood when the humans entered. But instead of the proud, confident leader from before, he looked like a soldier who had learned respect for his enemy. Scars from the battle covered his arms and face. Admiral Morrison Zorthok said through his translator, Ambassador Carter, "Dr. Martinez, you fought with great skill and honor.
At least that's what his friend
The Vorthok
told
Empire acknowledges your victory."
He's
Lisa stepped
right
forward
there,
carefully. This time, she did not bow or make any gestures. "War Chieftain Zorthok, we accept your acknowledgement." "What does the Vorthok Empire wish to discuss?" "Alliance," Zorthok said simply. "Your species has shown us new ways to think about warfare. You have skills that we lack. We have resources that you need. Together, we could bring peace to the galaxy." Jake was surprised. "You want to be our allies? After we destroyed half your fleet?" Zorthok's yellow eyes looked directly at Jake. "You destroyed half our fleet because you are superior warriors. In Vorthok culture, we follow the strongest. You have proven that you are stronger than us." Dr. Martinez spoke up. "What kind of alliance do you have in mind?" "The Vorthok Empire controls 300 star systems and commands thousands of ships. We offer these resources to humanity in exchange for your knowledge and your friendship." Lisa looked at her companions. This was far beyond what anyone had expected. "We will need to discuss this with our government," she said. "But we are interested in peace. There is one condition," Zorthok added. "The alliance must be announced to the entire galaxy. Their species must know that the Vorthok and the humans fight together now." Within hours of the announcement, the galaxy changed forever. Species that had been at war for decades suddenly requested human mediation.
Hey, man.
The Kalari and the Nexians, who had been fighting over a border dispute for 50 years, agreed to peace talks when they heard that humans would be involved.
I know you, Mr.
Why do they trust us so much? President Brooks asked Dr. Foster during a briefing. "Because we did something that no one thought was possible," Dr. Foster explained. "We beat the Vorthok without using superior technology or overwhelming force. Used intelligence and creativity. Every species in the galaxy is thinking the same thing. If humans can find a way to beat the unbeatable Vorthok, maybe they can find ways to solve other impossible problems."
I'll give you 1 gold coin
Captain
a week.
Jake Morrison, now Admiral Morrison, found himself commanding Joint
you
Human
ignoring me,
Vorthok
Mr.
Task
Boss?
Forces. The combination was incredibly effective. Human creativity and Vorthok discipline created military units that could end conflicts quickly and with minimal casualties. Admiral said Commander Kate Phillips during one of their missions, "I never thought I would be giving orders to the same aliens who tried to destroy Earth a few months ago." Jake watched as human and Vorthok ships worked together to stop a war between 2 other species. "People change, Kate. Even alien people. Zorthok told me that fighting has taught him that there are better ways to solve problems than just using force." The taxi driver Pete Jackson became famous throughout the galaxy as the human who taught military tactics by breaking traffic rules. He was invited to speak at military academies on dozens of worlds. Secret Pete told his alien audiences. is to
Mr.
remember
Boss,
that
please
rules are
come
made by
back to me
people
and
who
talk to
expect
you.
other people to follow them. If you think differently than your enemy, you can win even when you are weaker.
Mr. Boss, we gotta get upstairs,
Dr. Sophie
man.
Martinez
We
was
gotta
appointed
start
as the
getting beat
first
up by that
human
wind.
Vorthok strategic coordinator.
Oh, no!
Her job was to find peaceful solutions to conflicts before they became
We
wars.
got this. Come on, Mr. Boss.
We have ended 12 conflicts
Mr.
in the
Boss,
past 6
I don't know
months,
where
she
it's going,
reported
but
to
I'm going in
President
his.
Brooks.
That's crazy.
The galaxy is more peaceful now than it has been in centuries. All because of a translation mistake, President Brooks said with amazement.
Bart!
No, madame.
Where's it
President
going?
Dr. Martinez replied,
But the what?
because of how we responded to the
I'm
mistake,
not that crazy.
we could have given up,
I'm
could have
crazy,
surrendered.
I'm not that crazy.
Instead, we decided to fight. When we fought like
Is there anything doing
humans.
here?
General Rick Sullivan retired from active
old
duty,
things.
but continued to
Old
train military
things.
officers from across the galaxy. His academy
so
on Earth
we're in the
became
middle of
famous
it.
for teaching
Okay,
what became known as human-style warfare. What is the most important lesson you teach? Asked a reporter from the Galactic News Network. That being outnumbered does not mean you are outmatched, Rick replied. Every species has advantages that they do not know about. Humans just happen to be very good at fighting dirty and thinking outside the box.
Yeah.
And
We're
what about the
best at
Vorthok?
fighting dirty. Oh.
Are they really our friends now? Rick smiled.
Yes.
War Chieftain Zorthok visits Earth every month. He is teaching our children about Vorthok history, and we are teaching his children about human creativity. His son wants to be a taxi driver
I
when
forgot. Oh.
he grows up.
Brogus.
5 years after the
Brogus,
accidental
man.
war declaration, Earth had
man.
become one of the most important planets in the
Just
galaxy.
need him at the shop.
The Human Vorthok Alliance was the strongest military and diplomatic force in known space. Ambassador
If I could
Lisa
get his
Carter,
food in
now the
my
Earth's
tavern.
representative to the Galactic Council,
sit down right
often
here.
thought about the day when her mistake had changed everything.
We gotta get that
Do you ever
man in
regret
my
what
kitchen
happened?
cooking that
Asked
food for them
Counselor
people?
Yex during one of
Yeah,
their
I think,
conversations.
I think it all improved.
Lisa
when
looked
that
out at the
happened.
space station where ships from dozens of species docked
Yeah, we're gonna
peacefully
have to do
together.
that.
Human and Vorthok vessels
gonna
worked
eat
side by
filet
side.
mignon from now
Galaxy
on,
was more
guys.
united than it had ever been.
The galaxy has now been more closer than it has ever been. Okay, Earth stayed silent for 250 years. Then they spoke, and everything changed. We're gonna go listen to that one. No, I already know to.
The blue glow from the control screens lit Commander Jake Morrison's face as he stood in the Global Communications Center. Outside the tall windows, the Rocky Mountains stretched under the morning sun. This building in Denver had been Earth's voice to the
Still fresh,
stars
but where'd
for
that
20
guy go?
years. Today, that voice would go silent.
Wait,
All
can you
systems
be-
ready,
oh.
Commander, said
No.
Lisa Bennett. She was the chief scientist of the Silence Project. Her fingers moved across her tablet, checking the final numbers. The barrier generators are online. Once we send the last message, we can activate them. Jake
I get
nodded
it. Opens
and
up
looked
the
around the
dungeon.
room.
What,
Dozens
there's
of
a bed
people worked at
there?
their stations. Some were
What's
military,
going on down here?
others were scientists and engineers. They had been preparing for this day for 5 years. Not
is
everyone agreed with the plan. Sir, I still think this is wrong, said Sam Rodriguez. The young communications officer had dark circles under his eyes. He had been arguing against the silence protocol for weeks. We have friends out there, trading partners. What will they think when we just disappear? They'll think what we want them to think, Jake replied. His voice was calm but firm. That we need time alone. That we have our own problems to solve.
Yes.
Lisa walked over to the
Oh,
main
I'm
communication
lost.
console.
Oh, no.
The message is loaded. It will transmit to all known alien civilizations. The Krellians, the Vorthok Empire, the Etherians, and the other 43
that blood on the
species we
ground?
have contact with. Jake thought about those alien races. The Krellians with their 3 arms and love for mathematical puzzles. The Vorthok, always pushing their military might on smaller worlds. The Etherians, who looked like glowing jellyfish and spoke in colors. Each species had taught humanity something.
There's stuff down
Now
here,
it was
guys.
time for humans to teach themselves. Play the message one more time, Jake ordered. The room's speakers came to life with the
dragon
recorded
bones,
voice of
dragon
Earth's
horn,
world president.
crystalline
To our friends
guardian
among the
head.
stars. Earth must now turn inward. We need to tend to our garden. We thank you for your knowledge and friendship. But now we must grow alone. Do not seek us. Do not worry for us. When we are ready, we will return. Until then, farewell. Sam shook his head. 250 years. My great-great-grandchildren won't even remember what alien contact was like. That's the point. Lisa said softly. We need time to become what we're meant to be. The technology the Krellians shared, the biological knowledge from the Etherians, the energy systems we learned from the Vorthek. We need to make them truly human, to evolve without outside influence. Jake checked his watch. It was almost time. Around the world, other centers like this one were preparing. In Moscow, Beijing, London, and Sao Paulo, human operators waited for the signal. Commander Morrison, a technician, called out. We're receiving multiple incoming messages. The Zelethi ambassador wants to schedule next month's trade meeting. The Vorthak are asking about our defense treaty. The Etherians sent another invitation to their Wisdom Festival.
There's a great first
Log them all, Jake said. They'll get their answers soon enough.
That's it. I'm out of here.
He walked to the main console and placed his hand on the scanner. His palm print glowed green. Commander Jake Morrison, authorization code 77 Alpha 9.
Let's see if we can see his
Begin
head.
final transmission. The room fell silent except for the hum of machines. On the main screen, they could see the message racing through space, carried by quantum transmitters to 100 different worlds. Some close, only light years away. Others so far that human minds could barely grasp the distance. Transmission complete. Lisa announced, all species will receive our message within the next standard hour. Jake took a deep breath. Once the barrier went up, there would be no turning back. Earth would be alone, hidden behind an energy field that would make the entire solar system invisible to the rest of the galaxy. The greatest disappearing act in history. Activate the barrier.
Where is that light coming from?
Lisa pressed a series of buttons. Outside, though they couldn't see it, satellites around Earth began to power up. They created an energy net that would soon wrap around the entire solar system like an invisible blanket. Barrier at 10%. A technician reported. 20%. 30%. Sam watched his screens as alien communications began to fade. First the distant ones, then the closer signals. We're losing contact with the Krellian trade station. Vorthek military frequency is gone. Etherian beacon, offline. 60%, 70%. Jake felt the weight of his decision. 300 billion humans on Earth, and the moon colonies were now being cut off from the rest of the universe, all for a plan that might change humanity forever, or destroy it. 90%, 95%. The last alien signal flickered and died. Earth's receivers went quiet. For the first time in decades, no alien voices reached human ears. 100%, Lisa said. The barrier is complete. We are alone. Jake looked out at the mountains. They seemed the same, but everything had changed. Earth had closed its doors to the galaxy. Now the real work would begin. Send word to all Earth facilities, he said. Phase 1 is complete. Begin Phase 2. As his team got to work, Jake wondered what the aliens would think. Would they try to break through the barrier? Would they forget about Earth? Would they even care? He touched the window glass. Somewhere out there, beyond the invisible shield, alien minds were receiving Earth's final message. We must tend to our garden. Do not seek us. The galaxy would have to manage without humanity for a while. 250 years wasn't so long for a species to find itself. At least, Jake hoped it wasn't. Behind him, Sam Rodriguez stared at his dead screens. All those voices from the stars, silenced. All those connections cut. He didn't agree with the plan, but he would do his duty.
This video right here never really existed. It got over 8 million views. It's one of the first videos that is completely AI generated, that has gone viral and is making its owner hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue. The AI revolution is here. You can either cry about it or you take advantage of it, because I've created a simple, free training video that shows you exactly how you can create videos with AI. 99% of the work is done for you, and how you can make money with that. Just click the link down below and get it for free.
So it begins, Lisa said, standing beside Jake. So it begins, he agreed. The sun climbed higher over the mountains. Inside the Global Communications Center, Earth's last space operators began their new jobs.
Oh, sorry.
Instead of talking to the stars, they would now guard Earth's silence.
She's dancing now.
The great silence had started. The stars looked different from the command deck of the Zealothy Research Station. Ambassador Crix had been staring at the empty space where Earth's signals used to come from for 3 hours. His 4 eyes, arranged in a diamond pattern on his blue-scaled face, showed no emotion. But inside, he felt confused and worried. Still nothing. Asked his assistant, a younger Zealothy named Vec. Nothing, Crix confirmed. He touched the communication panel again, running through all frequencies. Earth has been silent for 55 years now. Not a single transmission. The space station floated near the edge of Earth's solar system, or where the solar system should be. Long-range scanners showed empty space. It was as if Earth, its sun, and all the planets had simply vanished. The new Vorthek Admiral wants a meeting, Vec said. Admiral Thane is gathering a fleet. He thinks this might be the perfect time to claim Earth's territory. Crix turned his chair slowly. His people, the Zealothy, were not warriors. They were thinkers, scientists, puzzle solvers. But even he could see the danger growing in the galaxy. Tell Admiral Thane that there is no territory to claim, Crix said. Earth is not conquered. It is hidden. On the other side of the galaxy, Admiral Thane stood on the bridge of his warship. The Vorthak were a proud warrior species, with gray skin and bodies built for combat. Thane was young for an admiral, but his ambition burned bright. Earth's resources could fuel our empire for centuries, he told his officers. Their technology, their planets, their people as workers. And now they hide behind some barrier like cowards. Sir, we've tried everything, reported Captain Gorth. Energy weapons, probe ships, even quantum tunneling. Nothing gets through their shield. Thane's red eyes narrowed. Then we wait. No barrier lasts forever. When it falls, the Vorthek Empire will be ready. Meanwhile, on the colony world of New Eden, life continued without Earth. The planet had been settled by humans 200 years ago, before the Great Silence. Now, 50,000 humans lived there, along with members of other species. Dr. Mira Patel walked through the colony's main street. She had been born on New Eden and had never seen Earth. Her grandparents told stories of the homeworld, but to Mira, they seemed like fairy tales. Any news from the council? Asked her friend, Ben Cooper, as they met for lunch. Same as always, Mira said. The coalition of free worlds is growing stronger. 12 species have joined now. They're worried about the Vorthek expansion. Ben nodded. The galaxy had changed since Earth went silent. Without humanity's diplomatic influence, old conflicts had grown worse. The Vorthek Empire pushed against its borders. Smaller civilizations banded together for protection. Do you think Earth even cares what happens to us? Ben asked. Mira looked up at the sky. Somewhere beyond those stars, Earth hid behind its barrier. I don't know. Maybe they forgot we exist. In the depths of space, other events unfolded. The Krellians, with their love of mathematics and patterns, had spent decades trying to solve the Earth puzzle. Their greatest minds worked on equations to predict when the barrier might fall. The Etherians, beams of energy and thought, sent peaceful messages toward Earth's last known location. They believed humanity would return when ready. Their patience was infinite, but not everyone was patient. Pirates and scavengers prowled the trade routes that Earth once protected. Without human peacekeepers, some sectors fell into chaos. The strong preyed on the weak. It's been 55 years. Captain Jorah of the merchant vessel Star Runner told her mixed species crew. Earth isn't coming back. We need to look after ourselves now. Back on Ambassador Crix's station, new data arrived. Energy readings from Earth's hidden solar system had changed slightly. Not enough for most to notice, but Crix had been watching for half a century. Vec, look at this, he called to his assistant. The younger Zelethi studied the numbers. The barrier's energy signature shifted by 0.3%. After 55 years of perfect stability, Crix added, he felt excitement for the first time in years. Something is happening in there. Should we tell the others? Crix thought carefully. The Vorthak would see this as weakness to exploit. The coalition might panic. The pirates would gather like vultures. No, he decided. We watch, we wait, we learn. Across the galaxy, life went on without Earth. New alliances formed. Old empires expanded. Technology advanced. Children were born who knew nothing of humanity except stories. The Vorthak built their fleets. The coalition trained their defenders. The Etherians meditated on the meaning of Earth's silence.
I bought these Acrosolian souls, and what followed shook me completely. So I almost made the dumbest mistake of...
The Krellians calculated probabilities, and in a small corner of space, an old Zelethi ambassador kept watch. He remembered Earth's final message. We must tend to our garden. Do not seek us. But Crix would not stop seeking. He believed Earth's silence had a purpose, a grand design that the galaxy couldn't yet understand. What are you doing in there? He whispered to the empty space on his screens. The stars gave no answer. Earth's barrier held firm. Another day passed in the great silence. In the war rooms of the Vorthak Empire, Admiral Thane studied star charts. His spies reported coalition movements. Border conflicts increased. Without Earth's influence, the galaxy grew more dangerous each year. Sir, the Emperor wants an update on the Earth situation, an aide reported. Thane smiled coldly. Tell His Majesty that Earth remains sealed. But seals can be broken. We just need the right tool. On New Eden, Mira Patel looked through her telescope at the night sky. She had spent her whole life on this colony world, but something deep in her human DNA called to a home she had never seen. Where are you? She asked the stars. The galaxy had moved on without Earth, but some still remembered, some still hoped, and some still watched. 55 years was a long time for individuals, but for civilizations, for species, it was just a heartbeat. The great silence continued. The Bridge of Freedom's dawn shook as another plasma blast hit the shields. Captain Elena Vasquez gripped her command chair and shouted orders over the noise of battle.
This is the captain of the
Return
gods.
fire. Target their engines. She commanded. Her tactical officer, Paul Chen, worked his console with quick fingers. Shields at 40%, Paul reported. We can't
minimum
take much
armor
more.
on their heads.
The year was 2195.
Nature's way,
The galaxy
right, guys?
burned
Nature's
with war.
way.
The Vorthak Empire had grown too powerful, too
Who are
greedy.
you?
They wanted everything, and they had the fleets
Think
to
you're the
take it.
mailman. No,
Alina
wait.
watched the tactical
Wait, armor,
display.
milkman. He's the
3
milkman,
Vorthak
guys.
destroyers
He's the
surrounded
oh,
her ship.
someone's laughing.
The
Someone's
Freedom's
laughing.
Dawn was one of the Coalition's best vessels, but 3 against 1 meant certain death. Captain,
Hey,
I'm
Mr.
picking up
Milkman,
something
Berserker
strange,
Man,
Paul said.
Would you get me
Energy
some milk?
readings from
I
Sector
just
7.
need a little chocolate
Not
milk.
now, Paul. Focus
From
on it.
here it's dairy.
Captain, it's
Yeah,
coming
chocolate
from
milk
Earth's
from here it's
location.
dairy, sir.
Alina's heart skipped.
Did
The
you
ghost
just
system,
brush me off,
hidden
sir?
for
You rule
150
the day,
years
sir.
behind its
You rule the
mysterious
day.
barrier.
I tell you
Another
now, I'll
blast
kick your
rocked
butt.
the ship. Shields at 20%. Jump to Sector 7, Elena decided. It was insane, but staying meant death. Captain, that's right next to
I'm
Earth's
looking for
barrier.
something cinnamon.
If we hit it, do it.
They
The
are,
Freedom's Dawn's engines screamed.
blacksmith type of
Space
person.
bent around them as
They're
they
good at
jumped.
making things with their
The Vorthak
hands.
ships followed, but too late. Elena's
Doesn't
ship
seem like we
emerged
got any,
near
like,
the
oop,
invisible
what?
wall that
No,
hid
you're
Earth's
dance
system.
range, yeah.
Full stop, Elena ordered. They
Oh,
were
hi
so
there.
close to the barrier that their sensors screamed warnings.
Oh, wrong one.
The
sorry,
Vorthak
cut
ships
off.
appeared
Cut off the
moments later.
fire.
But instead of attacking,
Sorry.
they also stopped. Their commanders knew the stories. Ships that touched Earth's barrier never returned. Sir, the energy reading, Paul said, his voice strange. The barrier is pulsing. Elena looked at the data. He was right. For the first time in a century and a half, Earth's shield showed activity. Back us away slowly, she ordered. Send this to Coalition Command. Priority 1. On the Vorthek flagship conquest,
Those are cards. Yeah,
Admiral
yeah.
Thane studied the same readings.
What?
He was older now, his gray skin marked with battle scars. But his ambition remained strong. After all these years, he muttered, Earth stirs. His second in command, General Korthak, stood beside him. Sir, should we attack the Coalition ship? No, not here. Not now. Thane's red eyes glowed. Send word to the Emperor. Earth's barrier shows weakness. Across the galaxy, the war raged on. Planets burned. Billions died. The Coalition fought bravely. But the Vorthak had more ships, more soldiers, more weapons. On the Coalition's mobile command station, Ambassador Crix was now ancient by Zelafi standards. His blue scales had faded to pale gray, but his 4 eyes still watched Earth's data with obsession. Elena's report confirms my observations, he told the Coalition War Council. Earth's barrier has changed. The pulsing started 3 days ago. Could it be failing? Asked Admiral Singh, the Coalition's military leader. Half her fleet was gone.
This is the hearing aid secret your insurance company doesn't want you to know about. You've seen those hearing aid prices, right? $4,000, $5,000, even $6,000 for a single device. It's highway robbery. And for what? Bulky plastic that sits behind your ear for everyone to see. You've probably thought, there's no way I'm spending that much on that. Or maybe you already did, and now you're stuck with an expensive device that's uncomfortable and...
They needed hope. Unknown, Crix admitted. But after 150 years of perfect stability, any change is significant. The War Council debated. Some wanted to try breaking through Earth's barrier again. Others feared waking a sleeping giant. Still others didn't care about Earth.
We got more entertainment now, guys.
Meanwhile, in the depths of space,
we got so
refugee ships fled the war zones. Families of dozen species crowded into cargo holds. Children cried.
That's never gonna
Parents
level up.
comforted them with old stories of peaceful times. Tell us about Earth, Grandpa. A young Etherian asked her elder. The old being's glow dimmed with memory. Earth was beautiful, child. Humans were strange but kind. They stopped wars. They shared food. They told wonderful stories. Why did they leave? They didn't leave. They hid. Sometimes hiding is the wisest choice. The child didn't understand, but she would learn. Everyone in the galaxy was learning that without Earth's influence, peace was fragile. On a hidden asteroid base, resistance fighters planned desperate attacks on Vorthek supply lines. Danny Walker cleaned his rifle while others studied maps. We hit the fuel depot at midnight, the raid leader said, in and out fast. Danny nodded, but his mind wandered. His great-great-grandfather had been from Earth, before the silence. He wondered if Earth even knew about the war, or cared. Walker, you listening? Yeah, boss. Midnight. Got it. They all knew it was hopeless. The resistance was too small, the empire too big. But they fought anyway. What else could they do? Back at Freedom's dawn, Alina received new orders. The Coalition was forming a special task force. Their mission, investigate Earth's barrier changes. They want us to lead it, she told Paul. Ambassador Crix will join us. Paul looked worried. Captain, every ship that's tried to breach that barrier has vanished. No debris, no signals, just gone. I know, but what choice do we have? The Coalition is losing. If Earth has answers, we need them. She looked out at the empty space where Earth should be. Somewhere behind that invisible wall, humanity waited. Or maybe they were all dead. Maybe the barrier was a tomb. Set course for rendezvous with Ambassador Crix, she ordered. Time to knock on Earth's door. The galaxy held its breath. After 150 years, Earth's barrier pulsed with new energy. Change was coming. But what kind of change?
This looks good on you,
Salvation
actually.
or destruction? Hope or final defeat? The war continued. Ships fought
really good on
and
you.
died. Planets fell to the Vorthak Empire. Refugees fled to nowhere.
Ooh.
And Earth's barrier
Smell
pulsed
the
like a
man,
heartbeat.
better get to work.
Waiting,
Punch in the
watching,
face.
ready. The asteroid field was perfect for hiding. Danny Walker floated in the darkness, his small fighter powered down to avoid detection. Through his cockpit window, he watched the impossible.
Man.
Earth's barrier was
Oh,
more
Mr.
than
Walker
pulsing
Man.
now. It
Mr.
rippled
Walker
like
Man, would
water.
you wanna work with
Waves
me?
of energy rolled across the invisible shield,
I could put you
visible
working
only
my
where they
smeltery,
caught starlight.
making the
Control,
finest
this is
wares for
Walker.
all the ladies.
He whispered into his
gentlemen
comm.
that want to wear
You
the,
seeing this?
the golds and silvers
Amy
of your
Foster's voice
crafts,
crackled back. She was the
Ah.
last coalition
And now
admiral
he's
still
going-
fighting, commanding from a damaged carrier, hidden
Dang,
3
man.
systems away. We see it, Walker. How long has it been doing that? Started 20 minutes ago. The ripples are getting stronger. Amy studied the data her sensors gathered. The war had cost her everything. Her fleet, her home world, her family. The coalition was broken. The Vorthak controlled 90% of the galaxy. Only scattered resistance remained. Walker, pull back to safe distance. If that barrier drops. Admiral, another voice cut in. Vorthak Grand Fleet just jumped into the system. 300 ships. Amy's blood ran cold. 300 ships. The Emperor himself must be leading them. Walker, get out of there now. But Danny was already moving. His fighter's engines lit up as Vorthak scouts spotted him. Laser fire filled space around him as he dodged and weaved. On the Vorthak command ship, Emperor Zarthan watched the barrier's display. He was ancient for a Vorthak, his gray skin marked with ceremonial scars. But his eyes burned with the same hunger that had driven his empire to conquer the galaxy. After 230 years, he said to his generals, Earth weakens. Prepare all weapons. My lord, General Korthak warned, we don't know what's behind that barrier. We know enough. They hide while we rule. They are cowards or they are dead. Either way, their systems will be ours. The Emperor's fleet spread out, surrounding Earth's hidden system. Hundreds of ships, each carrying weapons that could crack planets.
That took way more than I thought it was
The
gonna.
might of the Vorthak Empire gathered to claim humanity's abandoned throne. But they weren't alone. From another direction, coalition survivors arrived. Admiral Foster's damaged carrier, Captain Vasquez in Freedom's Dawn, and a handful of other ships. Ambassador Crix was with them, still studying Earth's barrier after 2 centuries of obsession. Admiral Foster to Emperor Zarthan, Amy broadcast.
I don't think I should.
This brilliant device keeps your home cool in summer, even during heat waves and power outages.
Oh.
It's smaller than a lunchbox, cools any room within 3 minutes, and uses
my
98.7% less energy.
I
than
didn't
your
know I
AC.
could do
It
that
was
with a
invented
controller.
by a former rocket engineer from Houston.
Things you
and it's
learn,
now
man.
taking
Oh,
Canada
wow.
by storm. George designed this device after a citywide power outage left his grandparents without AC in the searing summer heat. With inside temperatures reaching 90 degrees, George took matters into his own hands. The result is an ingenious invention that's destroying
I
the
can
$5
change your
billion
name to whatever I want.
AC industry, helping families around the country. Having worked on cooling systems for deep space rockets, he reverse engineered the existing aircon unit in his house and was able to build a more efficient cooling device. It sucks in the surrounding hot air, passes it through a liquid compressed cooling cartridge, and then
this,
blasts
guys.
cold air back into the room. Immediately after he turned it on, temperatures in the sweltering hot living room plummeted from 93 to 63 degrees in just 3 minutes. Amazed at the results, George put his prototype through controlled testing. His invention cooled down a 400-square-foot room by 30 degrees in minutes, keeping it cool using only 2.3% of the electricity of regular AC units. Weighing just 2 pounds, the small and lightweight design allowed the device to run for over 12 hours, recycling the air already generated to create a non-stop loop of cold air that's 99% efficient. It didn't take long before greedy AC companies lined up to license George's invention. Worried they would inflate prices and take advantage of homeowners, George decided to partner up with independent engineers and
else,
trustworthy
woman.
ex-co-workers instead. Together, they perfected his prototype and readied it for mass production. It's called Vital Breeze, and it cools down rooms rapidly using only tiny amounts of electricity. By recycling cold air, practically no energy is wasted. Just plug it in for continuous, non-stop cooling in any room of your house, or charge it through USB to stay cool anywhere you go for over 12 hours. Vital Breeze is smaller, lighter, more efficient, and 98.7% less expensive than regular AC units. It also outperforms any plug-in fan in side-by-side testing and doesn't make any noise. The brilliant cooling technology passes water over a precision-engineered liquid compression cartridge and cools rooms within minutes. Just fill it with tap water and plug it in to start blasting out icy cool air practically for free. It runs...
This space is neutral. Withdraw your fleet. The Emperor's laugh was cold. You have 12 ships, Admiral. I have 300. Surrender now, and I might let your crews live as slaves. The barrier's ripples grew stronger. Energy discharges began appearing like lightning in an invisible storm. Something's happening. Paul Chen reported from Freedom's Dawn. The barrier frequency is shifting.
losing your hat, huh?
It's
guess what?
opening.
For your
A hole appeared
way you
in
talk to
Earth's
me,
shield.
took your eye,
Small
woman.
at first,
Took your
then
eye.
growing wider. For the first time in 230
You got nothing
years,
to say now, do you?
Earth's sun became
Lippy
visible.
woman.
Then the inner
Took your
planets.
helmet and took your
Then
eye.
Earth itself, blue and green and perfect. Every ship, Vorthak and Coalition, held its breath. All weapons ready, Emperor Zarthan ordered. Prepare
that
for
Mr.
planetary
Kryze?
bombardment.
Interesting match,
No.
yeah.
Amy Foster's ship moved to block them. Earth
you
is
knew.
protected by Treaty 7. No attacks on origin worlds. Treaties are for equals, the Emperor sneered. You are defeated. Move aside or be destroyed. The hole in the barrier kept growing. Earth sat vulnerable, seemingly defenseless. No ships rose to meet them. No weapons fired. The planet spun peacefully, as if unaware of the drama above. Danny
the
Walker
helmet,
had made
man.
it to the Coalition
Looks
ships.
good on ya.
From his fighter cockpit, he watched the Vorthak fleet advance toward the barrier gap. 300 warships against a silent planet.
Oh.
This is wrong, he muttered. Where are Earth's defenses? Ambassador Crix studied his readings. After 2 centuries of watching, he knew Earth's energy signatures better than anyone. What he saw now confused him. Admiral Foster, he called. The barrier isn't failing. It's being lowered deliberately. What do you mean? Earth is choosing to open. They know we're here. The Emperor didn't care about Crix's theories. He saw opportunity. All ships advance. Claim Earth for the Empire. The Vorthak Grand Fleet surged forward. 300 ships
That is
racing
so
toward
much
the gap
better.
in Earth's shield. Weapons charge.
Fix this
Crews
now.
ready for conquest. Amy Foster made her choice. All Coalition ships, defensive formation. Protect Earth. 12 battered ships moved to block 300. It was hopeless, suicidal. But they moved anyway. The gap widened. The barrier continued to lower. Earth waited, silent and blue. Firing range in 30 seconds, the Vorthak weapons officer announced. Coalition ships in our path, another reported.
No!
Go through them, Emperor Zarthan ordered. The 2 fleets raced toward each other, toward Earth, toward a meeting 230 years in the making. Danny Walker gripped his fighter's controls. His great-great-grandfather had been from Earth. Maybe he would die defending the world he'd never seen. The barrier dropped
was that
lower.
there?
Earth's moon became visible. Still no response from the planet. No transmissions. No ships. Nothing. 10 seconds to firing range. Amy Foster gave her last order. All ships, all weapons, for Earth. The fleets met. Weapons fired. Ships exploded. And Earth watched in silence. The first Coalition ship exploded. Then another. The Vorthak fleet punched through Amy Foster's defensive line like it was paper. 12 ships against 300 was no battle. It was slaughter. But then everything stopped. Every ship in space, Vorthak and Coalition alike, lost power at the same moment. Engines died. Weapons went dark. Life support switched to emergency batteries.
Could just tear that
312 warships drifted helpless in the void. What's happening? Emperor Zarthan roared. His bridge was lit only by dim emergency lights. All systems offline, his engineer reported. But that's impossible.
I'm sure
Through the
there's something I wanted
viewports,
to do.
Earth hung serene and blue. The barrier was completely gone now. The planet looked exactly as it had 250 years ago, except for one thing. Ships were rising from Earth's surface. Not warships, not fighters, something else entirely. They looked like crystals made of light, flowing upward like reverse waterfalls. Captain Nina Cole sat in one of these ships. She had volunteered to be part of Earth's first contact team. Beside her, Dr. Alex Harper checked his instruments, though he didn't really need to. The ship responded to thought, not controls. Think calm thoughts, Nina told her mixed crew. Remember the training. We're ambassadors, not warriors. The crystal ships spread out among the drifting fleets. One approached Emperor Zarthan's flagship. Another glided toward Amy Foster's carrier. They moved like living things, curious and gentle. Ambassador Crix watched from his powerless station. His 4 eyes were wide with wonder. Beautiful, he whispered. A crystal ship touched his hull. Light flowed through the walls. And suddenly Crix wasn't alone. 3 humans stood before him, but he knew they weren't really there. It was a projection, but perfect in every detail. Ambassador Crix, one of them said. He looked middle-aged, with kind eyes and graying hair. I'm James. We've been watching you watch us. 200 years is a long time to keep vigil. Crix's voice shook. You knew I was here. We knew everything happening in the galaxy. We watched. We learned. We prepared. On the Vorthak flagship, Emperor Zarthan faced his own visitors. The humans who appeared on his bridge looked young, but their eyes held ancient wisdom. Emperor Zarthan, a woman said, I'm Captain Cole. Welcome to Earth space. How dare you? The Emperor's rage boiled over. You disable my fleet. You hide like cowards for centuries. Now you. We didn't hide from cowardice. Nana interrupted gently. We hid to become something new. Would you like to see? Before he could answer, the Emperor found himself somewhere else. Not his bridge, but a vast garden. Earth spread before him, but not the Earth he expected. Cities and nature blended perfectly. Buildings grew like trees. Rivers ran clear through urban centers. The air itself seemed to sing. This isn't real, Zarthan growled. It's as real as thought, Nina explained. We learned to merge consciousness with technology, to heal instead of harm, to create instead of destroy. On Amy Foster's carrier, the Admiral faced her own vision. Earth's representatives showed her hospitals that could cure any disease, schools where children of all species learned together, farms that could feed billions without harming the land. How? Amy asked, tears running down her face. Her home world had been burned by the Vorthak. Billions dead. And here was Earth, perfect and whole. Time, Dr. Harper answered. We used our isolation to evolve. Not just our bodies, but our minds. Our souls, if you believe in such things. Danny Walker floated in his powerless fighter, watching the crystal ships dance between the warships. One approached his small craft, surrounding it with soft light. Inside the glow, his great-great-grandfather appeared. Hello, Danny. Danny's heart stopped. That's impossible. You died before I was born. I did. But Earth remembers everything. Every human who ever lived. Every thought they had. Every dream they dreamed. We're all part of something larger now. The vision of his ancestor smiled.
This platform has already brought thousands of dollars in profit to many Canadians, and now it is available to everyone.
You fought to protect Earth, even though you'd never seen it. That tells us humanity's spark still lives in the colonies. Across the fleets, similar meetings occurred. Each crew, each soldier, each refugee huddled in cargo holds. All were touched by Earth's representatives. The crystal ships shared visions, memories, possibilities. Emperor Zarthan stood in the garden vision, his anger fading to confusion. Why show me this? I came to conquer you. We know, Nina said sadly, just as we knew you would burn colony worlds, kill billions, spread pain across the galaxy. Then why? Because you can choose a different path. Everyone can. We're going to prove it. The garden faded. Zarthan was back on his bridge. But something was different. He felt different. The hunger for conquest that had driven him for centuries wavered. Emperor, General Korthak called. Our systems are coming back online. Weapons hung to life. Engines restarted. The fleets had power again. They could fight. They could destroy. They could continue the war. Amy Foster's weapons officer looked at her. Admiral, your orders. Amy stared at Earth. At the crystal ships still dancing between the fleets. At the choice before them all. Stand down, she said quietly. Admiral, all weapons, stand down. On the Vorthek flagship, Emperor Zarthan faced the same choice. 300 ships awaited his command. Earth floated defenseless before him. The crystal ships pulled back, returning to Earth. The planet waited. The galaxy held its breath. My lord, General Korthak prompted. Shall we attack? Zarthan was silent for a long moment. Then, no, Emperor, no attack. Not yet. The standoff continued. 2 fleets, weapons ready but not firing. Earth spinning peacefully between them. And questions, so many questions, hanging in the void. The first contact was over, but the real meeting had just begun. The crystal ships returned, but this time they brought passengers. Real humans, not projections, stood on the bridges of both fleets. They wore simple white clothes and carried no weapons. Their eyes held a strange peace that made hardened soldiers nervous. On Amy Foster's carrier, 3 humans materialized.
Okay, is
in
this
the
the
command
biggest
center.
truck or something?
The woman in front had silver hair and dark skin. She smiled at the Admiral. I'm Patricia Williams, Earth's Prime Coordinator. May we talk? Amy nodded, still processing everything. Are you enhanced? Changed? We prefer evolved. Patricia said, would you like to visit Earth? You and representatives from your fleet. Is it safe? Safer than anywhere in the galaxy. On the Vorthek flagship, Emperor Zarthan faced his own delegation. A tall man with broad shoulders stood before him. Despite his peaceful appearance, he carried himself like a warrior. Emperor Zarthan. I'm General Kate Murphy, Earth's defense coordinator. Though defense means something different to us now. You disable my fleet, then invite me for tea. The Emperor's voice dripped sarcasm. Not tea, truth. We'd like to show you what Earth has become, what the galaxy could become. Zarthan studied her. And if I refuse, then you leave. We won't stop you. But the offer stands. Ambassador Crix spoke from his communication screen. The crystal ships had linked all vessels. I'll go. I've waited 2 centuries for this. One by one, others agreed. Danny Walker volunteered immediately. Captain Alina Vasquez insisted on joining. Even some Vorthek officers, curious despite themselves, requested permission to visit. Emperor Zarthan surprised everyone, including himself. I'll go, but I choose my own guards. No weapons needed, Kate Murphy said. You'll understand when we arrive. The crystal ships gathered the volunteers. Amy Foster left her damaged carrier with a small team. The Emperor brought General Korthak and 2 elite guards. Ambassador Crix came alone, his aged body trembling with excitement. The descent to Earth was unlike anything they'd experienced. The crystal ships didn't fly. They flowed, moving through space like water through water. The passengers felt no acceleration, no turbulence, just smooth, impossible motion. Earth grew larger. Continents became visible. Then cities, but not like any cities they knew. These settlements merged with the landscape. Buildings rose from hills like natural formations. Rivers ran through urban centers, clean and blue. They landed in what Patricia Williams called New Geneva.
This platform has already brought thousands of dollars in profit to many Canadians, and now it is available to everyone.
The original city had been rebuilt completely. Towers of living wood reached toward the sky. Streets were gardens. The air smelled like spring rain. "Welcome to Earth," Patricia said as they stepped out. The gravity felt strange to those who'd lived in space, but stranger still was the sensation in their minds. A gentle pressure, like standing in a crowd yet feeling completely alone.
This one looks like she should
That's
be
the
called
collective,
Carol.
Dr. Marcus Johnson explained. He'd joined the welcoming committee. Every human on Earth is connected. We share thoughts, feelings, knowledge, but we keep our individual selves. Mind control. Emperor Zarthan asked suspiciously. Mind sharing, voluntary. We can disconnect anytime, but why would we? Imagine knowing what everyone knows, feeling what they feel, understanding completely. They walked through the city. Humans of all ages watched them pass. Children played in fountains that defied gravity. Adults tended gardens that grew food and art together. Elderly people who looked too healthy to be old sat in caves, their eyes young with accumulated wisdom. How do you govern? Amy Foster asked. Who makes decisions? Patricia smiled. We all do. When you're connected, you understand everyone's needs. Decisions make themselves. The best choice becomes obvious. They visited a school where human children learned alongside holographic aliens. The lessons were games. The games were lessons. Knowledge flowed like play. They saw hospitals where diseases were cured by thought and light. Manufacturing centers where materials assembled themselves into needed shapes. Defense stations that protected by understanding, not destroying. Your weapons, General Korthak observed. Where are they? Kate Murphy gestured to the peaceful city. This is our weapon. Understanding. Connection. Why fight when you can heal? Why destroy when you can create? Pretty words, Zarthan grumbled. But the galaxy burns. Your peace means nothing to the dead. We know, Marcus Johnson said sadly. We've watched every death, felt every pain. That's why we're ending our isolation. They reached a tall spire in the city center. Inside, screens showed the entire galaxy, every conflict, every refugee ship, every burned world.
I gotta make you that crazy.
We monitored everything. Patricia explained, waited for the right moment. The galaxy had to learn what happens without cooperation. Now we'll show what's possible with it. How? Amy asked. By sharing our evolution, not forcing it. Offering it. Every species can join the collective if they choose. Keep their uniqueness while gaining our connection. Emperor Zarthan laughed harshly. You think I'll give up my empire to join your hive mind? Not hive, Kate corrected. Symphony. Each voice distinct but harmonized. And you wouldn't give up anything. You'd gain everything. She touched a panel. The screen showed Vorthok Prime, the Emperor's homeworld. But changed. The military factories became centers of art. The training grounds became gardens. The people, still proud, still strong, but no longer hungry for conquest. A dream, Zarthan said, but his voice lacked conviction. A possibility, Patricia offered. We're not conquerors, we're gardeners. We want to help the galaxy grow. The tour continued. Each site, each explanation, chipped away at old beliefs. Ambassador Cricks wept openly, seeing his decades of faith rewarded. Danny Walker grinned like a child, understanding his heritage at last. Even the Vorthak grew thoughtful. General Korthak, bred for war, watched children play without fear and felt something crack inside him. As Earth's sun set, they gathered in a garden amphitheater. Thousands of evolved humans surrounded them, yet the space felt intimate. You've seen our world, Patricia said. Now choose. Join us, and we'll heal the galaxy together. Refuse, and we'll still help, but slower. The choice is yours. We need time, Amy Foster said. Of course. Return to your fleets.
The Watcher's
Discuss.
dead. Oh, no.
Decide. We'll wait. And if we attack, Zarthan tested. Kate Murphy smiled sadly. Then we'll stop you. Without killing. Without hate. We'll stop you and offer again. And again. Until you understand. The crystal ships prepared to return them to their fleets. As they rose, Danny Walker looked back at Earth. His ancestors' world. Humanity's cradle. Now humanity's gift to the stars. The choice awaited. The Emperor's War Council lasted 3 hours. Zarthan sat at the head of the table, his generals arguing around him. Half wanted to attack immediately, half counseled caution. The Emperor himself remained silent, remembering. They're weak. General Vorth slammed his fist on the table. Peaceful fools with pretty words. We have 300 ships. Ships they disabled with a thought. General Korthak reminded him, without firing a shot. A trick. Technology we don't understand yet, but we can take it from them. On the coalition carrier, Amy Foster faced similar debates. Her officers were divided. Some saw hope. Others saw humanity's evolution as a threat to their own identity.
If you step into any serious trading environment, you'll notice something interesting.
Really good, right?
Everyone is using the same 3.
They want to change us, Captain Morris argued. Make us like them. We'll lose ourselves. Did Earth's visitors seem lost? Amy countered. They kept their personalities, their memories. They just gained more. Meanwhile, Ambassador Crix had already decided. The old Zealoty sent messages to his people, describing Earth's transformation. His 4 eyes shone with joy as he spoke. 2 centuries of waiting, he told his assistant Vec. And the answer is more beautiful than I imagined. The debate raged across both fleets. Then Earth acted. Every ship's communication system activated at once. Not hacked, invited. Patricia Williams appeared on all screens, her expression calm but determined. We apologize for the interruption, she began. But the galaxy burns while you debate. People die while you hesitate. We won't wait any longer. The screen showed live feeds from across the galaxy. A Vorthek fleet bombing a refugee world. Pirates raiding a medical convoy. Children starving on abandoned colonies. Every second you argue, lives end. So we're going to demonstrate. Not force. Demonstrate. Emperor Zarthan stood. Demonstrate what? The power of connection. On the refugee world under bombardment, the Vorthek weapons suddenly stopped firing. The bomber crews found themselves unable to press triggers. Not paralyzed, just understanding. For the first time, they felt what their victims felt. Terror, loss, pain. Ships across the galaxy reported similar events. Pirates trying to raid convoys suddenly knew their victims' stories. Soldiers preparing executions felt the fear of those they meant to kill. What are you doing? Zarthan roared. Sharing truth. Patricia said simply, your weapons still work. Your bodies still obey. But now, you know the consequences. You feel them. On his bridge, the Emperor watched his bombing fleet retreat from the refugee world. The crews weren't disobeying orders. They simply couldn't follow them anymore. Not when they felt every death as their own. This is mind control. Someone shouted. This is empathy. Earth responded. We're not controlling thoughts. We're sharing feelings. The choice remains yours. Hurt others while feeling their pain. Or choose another way. The demonstration spread. Across thousands of worlds, millions of beings suddenly understood each other. A Vorthek soldier helped a wounded enemy. A pirate shared his food with prisoners. Small acts, but profound. Danny Walker watched from his fighter. They're not forcing peace. They're making war impossible. That wasn't quite true. Some beings, deeply broken or purely cruel, still chose violence despite feeling their victims' pain. But they were few. Most couldn't hurt others while experiencing the hurt themselves. Enough. Emperor Zarthan commanded. Stop this. We'll stop, Patricia agreed. But first, see one more thing. The screens changed. Now they showed possible futures. The galaxy healed. Species working together. Technology shared freely. Art and culture flowering. Children of all races playing without fear. This isn't fantasy, Earth promised. This is achievable. Now, today, if you choose. The visions faded. The empathic connections ended. Beings across the galaxy found themselves alone in their minds again. But the memory remained. The possibility. On the Vorthak flagship, silence reigned. Hardened warriors looked at each other differently. They'd felt their enemies' fear, understood their pain. Some wept. Others stared at their weapons with disgust. General Korthak, the Emperor said quietly, "Your assessment." Korthak, who'd argued for caution, now stood straighter. They could have controlled us completely. Instead, they showed us ourselves. I felt what our conquests cost. Every life.
I think we're gonna take him in.
I don't want to feel that again.
Him to see what
but more, I don't want to cause it. Similar conversations echoed through the coalition fleet. Soldiers who'd lost everything to the Vorthak had felt their enemies' fear and found it exactly like their own. Amy Foster made her decision. Open a channel to Earth. Patricia Williams appeared. Behind her stood the Earth Council, waiting. We'll try, Amy said. The coalition will try your way. Not because you forced us, because you showed us. One by one, other coalition ships agreed. Then something unexpected happened. A Vorthak destroyer requested permission to defect. Then another. Officers who'd felt their victims' pain couldn't return to causing it. Emperor Zarthan watched his fleet fracture. You've destroyed my empire. No, Kate Murphy corrected. We've shown your people they're more than conquerors. The choice is still yours. Lead them to something greater, or watch them choose it without you. The Emperor looked at his remaining loyal ships, at General Korthak's haunted eyes, at the galaxy waiting for his decision. I need time, he said finally, to think, to feel. Time you have, Earth replied. We're not going anywhere.
Oh my gosh,
and neither is the truth. The fleets held position. No longer enemies, but not yet allies. The galaxy watched, and for the first time in centuries, hope began to grow. The demonstration was over. The real work was about to begin. 6 months passed. The galaxy changed slowly, then all at once. Like ripples in a pond, Earth's influence spread from system to system, being to being, heart to heart. Emperor Zarthan stood in the garden on Earth, not as a conqueror, but as a student. His gray skin had lost its battle hardness. His red eyes no longer burned with hunger for power. I was wrong, he told Patricia Williams. They walked among flowers that sang with the wind.
This video right here never really existed. It got over 8 million views. It's one of the first videos that is completely AI generated.
For centuries, I believed strength meant domination. Now I know better. Patricia nodded. You're not the first warrior to learn this truth. You won't be the last. Across Earth's moon, the Terran Academy welcomed its first students. Beings from every species came to learn. Not just technology or science, but the art of connection, of understanding, of becoming more than themselves. Jake Morrison, the commander who'd started Earth's silence 250 years ago, now taught the new arrivals. His body was young, his mind ancient, his spirit finally at peace. The barrier wasn't to keep you out, he explained to a mixed class. It was to keep us in. We needed time to grow without influence, to become what the galaxy needed. In the classroom sat young Tommy Chen, descendant of colonists, planting knowledge like his ancestors planted seeds. Beside him, a Vorthak child named Zora, daughter of a reformed general. A Krellian youth calculated probability of friendship. An Etherian glowed with curiosity. The war was over, not through conquest, but through understanding. Vorthak fleets became exploration vessels. Weapons factories grew food. Soldiers learned to heal. Amy Foster commanded the new Galactic Response Fleet.
Wife.
Not warships, but help ships. They raced to disasters, ended famines, stopped plagues. Former enemies worked side by side. Refugee convoy needs assistance in Sector 7. Her comm officer reported. All ships respond, Amy ordered. Vorthek medical units, take point. Coalition engineers, prepare shelters. Earth guides, coordinate with local governments. The galaxy it had burned now bloomed. Danny Walker flew with the Explorer Corps, mapping territories not for conquest, but for connection. His ship's crew included humans, Vorthek, Zelethi, and others. They sang songs from each world as they traveled. Contact with unknown species, his scanner showed. They're broadcasting fear. Of course they are, his Vorthek pilot said. The galaxy was terrified. Send peaceful signals. Share our story. Let them choose their path. Ambassador Crix lived to see his faith rewarded. The old Zelethi spent his final years at the academy, teaching patience to the impatient, hope to the hopeless. Earth waited 250 years, he told his last class, because real change takes time, but it's always worth the wait. On New Eden, Dr. Mira Patel felt the connection to Earth restore. The colonies that had been cut off joined the growing network. Humans separated for centuries, reunited in mind and spirit. We're going home, she told Ben Cooper, not leaving New Eden, but connecting to our real home, the shared consciousness of humanity. Emperor Zarthan, now simply Zarthan, worked in Earth's gardens. The former conqueror found peace in growing things. His hands that once held weapons now held seeds. General Korthak visited sometimes. He led the Vorthak Peace Corps, helping worlds recover from centuries of warfare. You were right. Korthak told his former emperor, Earth didn't destroy our empire. They freed us from it. The crystal ships no longer seemed strange. They traveled between worlds like thoughts between minds, carrying not conquest but culture. Art from the Krellians, music from the Etherians, stories from Earth. Captain Nina Cole stood on the observation deck of the Terran Academy. Below, Earth spun in its ancient dance. Above, stars that once divided now united. Was it worth it? Asked Emma Davis, the pilot who'd connected with Zarthan that crucial day. Nina smiled. Asked the children playing together who would have been enemies. Asked the world's healing instead of burning. Asked the galaxy singing instead of screaming. The anniversary came. Exactly 250 years since Earth's last message to the stars. Patricia Williams stood where Jake Morrison once stood, in the same building, now transformed. To our friends among the stars, she broadcast, Earth's garden has grown. We tended it alone, but it was always meant for everyone. The silence is over. The real conversation begins now. Across the galaxy, beings of all species heard the message. Some wept, some cheered. All understood. Earth hadn't abandoned them. Earth had prepared for them. Tommy Chen, now 12 years old, drew pictures with his mixed species friends. His sketch showed Earth at the center, not as ruler, but as heart. Lines connected every world, every species, every soul. What are you drawing? Teacher Martinez asked. The future, Tommy said simply, where everyone's home. His Vorthek friend Zara added her own lines to the drawing. The Krellian calculated perfect proportions. The Etherian made it glow. Together, they created something beautiful. The galaxy had learned Earth's lesson. Strength wasn't in standing alone, but in standing together. Power wasn't in taking, but in giving. Victory wasn't in conquering, but in connecting. In the old stories, humanity reached for the stars. In the true story, humanity brought the stars together. The silence had ended. The symphony had begun.
Dude. No. Oh. No. You listen here. No. No, you listen. No. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. No. Come on, guys. No. Just what is over too. Sucks. Nostabita. Nosebleeder. Nosebeater. He's talking too. Oh yeah, this. Yes, now I remember. After 50,000 years. Oh, it's over. That sucks. Oh, what else do we have here? She's just a cadet from a death world. Okay, let's do this.
Thrashing weakly, one wing bent at an unnatural angle. More concerning, 3 Drav Gore today marks the 372nd rotation since the bipedal disaster joined our training program. I announced to my fellow instructors, flicking my sensory tendrils in annoyance. And somehow, miraculously, we haven't all died yet. The assembly hall of the Galactic Coalition Academy buzzed with nervous laughter. 6 different species from across 7 star systems sat around the curved table, all united by one common problem: Cadet Mira Thompson. My name is Zorak Peel, senior flight instructor at the most prestigious military academy in the Orion Arm. I have trained warriors from gas giants, methane breathers, and even a sentient crystal formation once. But never in my 23 cycles of service had I encountered anything quite like a human. The human broke another simulator yesterday, grumbled Instructor Graz, his 4 eyes blinking asynchronously. Claimed the gravitational parameters were, and I quote, totally unrealistic, sir.
Get out of there.
Did you remind her that not every species evolved on a planet trying to crush them to death every second of their existence? I asked, mandibles clicking with sarcasm. I did. And do you know what she said? Graz's voice pitched higher. With all due respect, sir, I could tell the difference between 0.9 and 1.1 G in my sleep. The room erupted in a chorus of trills, clicks, and hisses, our equivalent of exasperated sighs. But Commander Vox, our superior and the only one with prior human contact, raised a tentacle for silence. The fact remains that Cadet Thompson scored in the 98th percentile on her entrance exams. The Coalition Council insists we integrate humans into our ranks, so we shall adapt. Adapt to what? I shot back. Their bizarre sleeping requirements? Their constant need for hydration? The fact that they are basically walking biohazards filled with bacteria? Vox fixed his compound eyes on me. Precisely, Instructor Peel. Which is why you will be supervising Cadet Thompson on tomorrow's wilderness survival exercise. My exoskeleton nearly cracked from tension.
Look who I found,
Me.
guys. Mr. Crazy
But Commander,
Guys.
the decision is final. Take her to the northern quadrant of Training Moon Epsilon 7. 3 rotation cycle expedition. Standard protocol. I slumped in defeat, antennae drooping pathetically. Yes, Commander. As the meeting adjourned, Graz sidled up beside me, his scent glands releasing sympathetic pheromones. The northern quadrant? Isn't that where? Yes, I interrupted. Home to the lovely, charming Dravgorn pack. Just perfect. Perhaps they will mistake the human for inedible, Graz offered helpfully. Or perhaps they will eat her and solve all my problems, I replied, immediately regretting my words. Despite my frustration, I didn't actually wish harm on Cadet Thompson. She was irritating, unpredictable, and constantly emitting strange odors, but she was still my responsibility. The next morning, I arrived at the shuttle bay 15 minutes early, expecting to wait for the perpetually time-confused human. To my surprise, Thompson was already there, packing her gear with methodical precision.
I forgot I could make
Good morning,
that.
Instructor Peel. She called out cheerfully, showing her teeth in that alarming manner humans consider friendly. Beautiful day for a camping trip, isn't it? I stared at her, bewildered. It's a training exercise, Cadet, not a recreational excursion. Figure of speech, sir, she replied, securing her pack. Just trying to start on a positive note. I observed her with reluctant curiosity. Humans were paradoxical creatures, soft-bodied yet surprisingly durable, lacking natural defenses yet brazenly confident. Thompson stood barely taller than my thorax, with her strange fur-topped head and those unsettlingly mobile facial features. The Northern Quadrant tests survival skills in harsh conditions, I explained, boarding the shuttle. We will be monitoring your adaptability, resource management, and threat assessment. Sounds fun, she said, buckling herself in with those 5-fingered appendages. Will there be indigenous wildlife? I paused, tentacles twitching. Yes, including predators you should avoid at all costs. Cool, understood, sir. Avoid at all costs. The shuttle journey was mercifully brief. As we descended toward Epsilon 7's rugged surface, I reviewed the basics of the ecosystem. The atmosphere is thinner than you are accustomed to, but within human tolerance. Temperature fluctuations between day and night are extreme. Indigenous flora is mostly non-toxic to your species, but I have uploaded identification guides to your datapad. What about those predators you mentioned? Thompson asked, eyes fixed on the approaching landscape with unnerving interest. Dravegorn, I said simply. Pack hunters, highly territorial. Triple-jointed limbs, excellent night vision, poisonous barbs. They are apex predators for a reason. Thompson nodded thoughtfully. So like space wolves with scorpion tails? I don't know what those Earth creatures are.
I'm being a donut boy.
But if they inspire appropriate caution, then yes. The shuttle touched down in a small clearing surrounded by purple-leafed vegetation. As the hatch opened, the distinctive smell of Epsilon 7, mineral-rich soil, and the sweet decay of fallen foliage filled my sensory pits. Remember, I said as we disembarked, this exercise evaluates your judgment as much as your survival skills. The emergency beacon is for genuine life-threatening situations only.
I'm being a donut boy,
sir, Thompson replied, already scanning our surroundings with peculiar intensity. No calling for help unless I'm actually dying. Precisely. I handed her a small device. This tracker will allow me to observe from a distance. I will intervene only if absolutely necessary. You are not staying with me? She sounded genuinely surprised. That would defeat the purpose of a solo survival exercise, wouldn't it? I didn't mention that I'd be watching from a concealed observation post
I'm being a donut boy.
kilometer away. Standard protocol for high-risk training environments, especially with untested species. Thompson adjusted her pack, squared her shoulders, and gave another one of those teeth displays. 3 rotation cycles. Meet back here? Correct. Good luck, cadet. I watched her stride confidently into the forest, then shook my head in disbelief. Humans. So fragile looking yet utterly fearless. It was either admirable or suicidal, perhaps both. After setting up my observation post on a ridge overlooking a substantial portion of the training area, I activated the tracker's visual feed. Thompson was already at work, gathering materials and assessing the terrain. I couldn't help but notice her unusual movements, efficient but strange, like an evolutionary compromise between bipedal stability and speed. Subject has established camp near
I'm being a donut
water
boy.
source.
I'm being a donut
I
boy.
dictated into my log. Basic shelter construction underway. Shows unexpected knowledge of local materials. As the first day progressed, I found myself increasingly typical of cadets on their first wilderness exercise. She identified edible plants with ease, set up effective perimeter alerts, and even fashioned primitive weapons from local materials, a behavior uncommon among herbivorous species in the coalition. When night fell, the temperature plummeted as expected. Most cadets struggled with the shock of Epsilon 7's harsh nights, but Thompson simply added layers of clothing, built a controlled fire, and continued working on what appeared to be snares and traps around her campsite. Subject demonstrates concerning predatory behaviors. I noted possible instinctual regression to primitive state. We'll monitor closely.
works when he wants.
The second day
That
brought
is,
heavy
bench of
precipitation,
armor.
acidic enough to irritate most
Sometimes makes for
exoskeletons,
others,
but
most
apparently
times makes for
tolerable
himself.
to
He
human
wears it
dermal
around
layers.
till he's
I'm being a donut
Thompson
boy.
seemed unperturbed, using large leaves to collect the water and even exposing her skin
Chicken
to a breeze.
banana.
Is she
Chicken
bathing in the
banana.
I muttered
Chicken
incredulously to
banana.
myself.
Banana.
Doesn't she know about the corrosive compounds? But the human showed no signs of discomfort. Instead, she used the downpour to mask her movements as she explored farther from camp, mapping the area with methodical precision.
That's what I thought it looked like. but
By
with more
midday, I
feathers.
was reluctantly impressed. Subject shows
Why does it look
remarkable
so good on this
adaptation
girl,
to
but so
hostile
terrible on the-
environment, I recorded. Survival probability estimate higher than anticipated. That's when I noticed the first warning sign.
Why is the rum always
The
gone?
indigenous avians suddenly went silent. The undergrowth rustled in patterns too deliberate for wind. My antennae stiffened in alarm, Drav Gorn. I checked Thompson's position. She was heading back to her camp, blissfully unaware of the danger. Normally, I would let natural consequences unfold. It was part of the training, after all. But Drav Gorn were no ordinary predators. They were intelligent, vicious, and particularly
Why is the
fond of
rum
unfamiliar
always
prey.
gone?
I reached for the emergency
Maybe drink
override,
lots of water.
then hesitated. Coalition protocols were
have-
clear,
I wouldn't-
intervention only in life-threatening
I have to get more
situations.
anyways. I'll be right back.
Thompson wasn't in immediate danger yet, merely potential danger. I had to wait. Through the tracker, I watched the human pause suddenly, head tilting in an odd angle. She slowly lowered her gathered materials, body language shifting subtly. Had she sensed something? That's impossible, I whispered. Drav Gorn hunting signals are outside human sensory range. Yet Thompson was now moving differently, deliberately, silently, with purpose. She returned to her camp and quickly began rearranging her setup, reinforcing her shelter and positioning her makeshift weapons within easy reach. The sun began to set, casting long shadows through the violet canopy. I switched the tracker to thermal imaging mode, immediately spotting what Thompson couldn't possibly know. 7 Drav Gorn signatures surrounding her position, their body temperatures registering as cool blue against the warm background. Gods of the void, I breathed. It's a full hunting pack. I should activate the emergency protocol. I should extract her immediately. But something held me back, a nagging curiosity. How would this bizarre Deathworlder respond? What survival instincts might emerge? Through the tracker, I watched Thompson calmly preparing her evening meal, seemingly oblivious to the encircling predators. But subtle details betrayed her awareness, the way she positioned herself with clear sight lines in all directions, how she kept potential weapons within reach, the controlled, quiet manner of her movements. The standoff continued for nearly an hour. The Drav Gorn tightened their circle with methodical patience, communicating through subsonic rumbles. Thompson maintained her routine, occasionally glancing toward the darkening forest with unnerving accuracy, as if she knew exactly where each predator lurked. Night fell completely. The Drav Gorn, with their superior night vision, should have attacked immediately. But instead, they hesitated. Something about the humans' behavior was confusing them. Thompson stood suddenly, stretching her limbs in an exaggerated fashion.
Money.
Then she did something that made my mandibles drop in shock. She turned her back deliberately on the most concentrated section of Drav Gorn, presenting herself as easy prey while she casually tended her fire.
Why you gotta be that way?
What is she doing? I hissed, as she lost her mind. The lead Drav Gorn slunk forward, its barbed tail arched high. I reached for the emergency override, heart rate spiking. This was it. Intervention time. But before I could activate the beacon, Thompson spoke loudly into the darkness, still facing away from the approaching predator. I know you are there, she called out, voice eerily calm. All 7 of you. Been watching you watch me for hours now. Getting boring, isn't it? I froze. How could she possibly know? And why was she antagonizing them? The Drav Gorn paused, confused by the sound. Thompson turned slowly, firelight casting her face in ominous shadows. On Earth, She continued conversationally, as if chatting with classmates. We have a saying about predators like you. Want to hear it?
Maybe you got beef with her, I don't know.
She took a step forward, directly toward the lead Drav Gorn. I watched in horrified fascination as she picked up a burning branch from her fire, flames licking dangerously close to her unprotected skin. They are only scary until they are scared, she said, voice dropping to a growl that sounded nothing like her usual tones. Then she did something so unexpected, so utterly alien, that I nearly fell from my observation perch. She charged directly at the lead Drav Gorn, waving the flaming stick and emitting a terrifying vocalization that started low and built to a banshee-like screech. The effect was immediate and astonishing. The Drav Gorn, apex predators feared across 3-star systems, scattered in panic, tripping over each other in their haste to retreat from this seemingly deranged primate. Thompson didn't stop. She pursued them to the edge of her camp, still waving fire and making those horrific sounds, before finally halting and watching them flee into the darkness. Then, as if nothing extraordinary had just happened, she returned to her fire, placed the branch back, and resumed cooking her meal. She said to herself, audible through the tracker. Guess even space monsters don't like crazy. I stared at the feed in disbelief, mandibles slack, all 4 limbs trembling with the adrenaline spike. What had I just witnessed? This soft, furless bite had just scared off a Drav Gorn hunting pack using nothing but fire and unpredictability. Recording end of day 2, I managed to dictate shakily. Subject has demonstrated unexpected defensive capabilities. The training exercise continues. I settled back into my observation post, suddenly unable to look away from the monitor. The cadet Mira Thompson hummed quietly to herself as she ate dinner, occasionally glancing toward the forest with a small, satisfied smile. She was just a cadet from a death world. But perhaps I was beginning to realize that meant something far more significant than any of us had understood. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? The events I'd witnessed through the tracker had shattered every assumption about humans that the Coalition had briefed us on. Fragile, vulnerable, in need of protection? The Drav Gorn might disagree. Dawn broke with Epsilon 7's characteristic suddenness, the binary stars cresting the horizon simultaneously. Through my monitoring equipment, I watched Thompson emerge from her shelter, stretching those oddly jointed limbs as if she hadn't just terrified the planet's most feared predators mere hours ago. Day 3 observations begin. I dictated into my log. Subject appears well rested despite nocturnal confrontation with local wildlife. Hypothesis: aggressive display was stress-induced aberration. That hypothesis lasted approximately 12 minutes.
I'm being a donut boy.
Military precision, but instead of continuing her regular survival routine, she did something unprecedented. She began tracking the Drav Gorn. What in the name of the 7-star systems is she doing? I muttered, adjusting my visual feed. The human moved with surprising stealth, following disturbances in the vegetation and occasional claw marks on trees. She was hunting the hunters. Protocol dictated immediate intervention. This went beyond the parameters of the exercise, and yet my curiosity overrode my training. What was this strange creature planning?
I know a hunter.
I followed at a safe distance, grateful for my species' natural camouflage abilities. Thompson tracked the Drav Gorn for nearly 3 hours, eventually coming upon their den, a series of burrows beneath a massive fallen tree. From my vantage point, I could see at least a dozen of the creatures milling about, including the 7 from last night. Thompson observed them for a long while, making notes on her datapad. Not attacking, not even approaching, just studying like a field researcher. Or a tactician. Finally, she retreated, careful to leave no trace of her presence. I followed her back toward her camp, increasingly bewildered by her behavior. Mid-afternoon brought a new development. As Thompson foraged for edible flora, her head suddenly snapped up like a predator scenting prey. She froze, then slowly turned toward a dense thicket of violet shrubs. Hello? She called out. Anyone there? My heart's nearly stopped. Had she sensed me? Impossible. My camouflage was perfect,
What's your
and I was
pleasure?
downwind.
The tavern is the
A
best
rustling
way to
came from
end
the
day.
shrubs, and I zoomed in my optical
Or
enhancers.
while away the middle hours.
To my surprise, a small form emerged, a juvenile Epsilon native, no more than a fledgling. Not dangerous itself, but its parent would certainly be nearby. Thompson crouched down, making herself smaller. Hey there, little guy, she said softly. Are you lost? The fledgling chirped nervously, its plumage ruffled in distress. Where's your family? Thompson asked, as if the creature could understand her.
Have I named you yet?
She moved slowly, reaching into her pack and withdrawing a ration bar. Breaking off a tiny piece, she placed it on the ground between them. The fledgling approached cautiously, sniffed the offering, then quickly consumed it. Thompson smiled, that strange facial contortion that still made me uneasy. Good, huh? Not exactly gourmet, but better than starving. A piercing cry split the air, the unmistakable call of an adult Epsilon native. The fledgling responded with an answering chirp, but didn't move toward the sound. Strange behavior indeed.
I think he's fed up with
Thompson tilted her head, listening. Something's wrong, she murmured, more to herself than the fledgling. That call sounds off. She stood, scanning the surrounding forest with those limited human eyes. Then, inexplicably, she scooped up the fledgling and placed it in a side pocket of her jacket.
Still eyeballing me.
The creature didn't protest, merely nestling against her.
Shot, please?
Let's find your parents, shall we?
You.
Something tells me they are in trouble. I followed as Thompson tracked the increasingly desperate calls through the dense undergrowth. Eventually, we reached a small clearing where an adult Epsilon native lay circled it predatorily. Ah, Thompson whispered. That explains it. I tensed, expecting her to retreat, the only sensible action. Instead, she carefully placed the fledgling in a secure location, then straightened, eyes narrowing as she assessed the situation. What happened next? Stripped off her outer jacket and selected a sturdy branch from the ground. Then, with methodical calmness, she constructed a simple sling from her jacket, placing the rocks inside. Hey, she shouted suddenly, stepping into the clearing. Remember me, you oversized lizard scorpions? The drab-gorn whirled, instantly recognizing the threat from the previous night.
When I'm not playing
They
Conan
hissed,
Exiles,
barbed
I'm
tails
about
arching
to,
high.
3D model
Thompson
and 3D
swung her
print
makeshift sling,
my own stuff.
releasing a rock with shocking
Other
accuracy.
times that means I
It
buy
struck the
toys
lead
broken,
drab
it's
gorn
missing a
directly
part, and I
between
have
its
to come up
primary
with a way to
eyes.
make my own.
The creature
From pictures,
shrieked in
so
pain and
sometimes I
confusion.
stream that. Other
That
times
was a
I'm
warning
doing
shot,
hands
Thompson
on,
called
break
out,
it down,
already loading another
tearing
rock.
apart action figures,
Next one goes through your skull.
cleaning them up,
Walk
and
away
fixing them,
now.
restoring them back to
The drab
pristine
gorn
shape.
hesitated, communicating through subsonic rumbles I
Other
could
nights
barely
I'm
detect.
painting,
Thompson
like
stood her
hanging out, chill
ground,
music,
sling ready, posture
listen to me
communicating
talk,
absolute
and,
confidence.
I paint
3, she began
Giant
counting.
Prince.
2, the drab gorn fled.
What else is there?
I stared in disbelief. Twice now, this
Oh,
soft-skinned
sometimes I
alien
do
had
cooking
faced down
streams.
apex predators without specialized
Go on for
weaponry or
hours.
defensive
It's like-
adaptations.
We'll be all just standing
It
around the
violated
table,
everything I understood about
mixing our
interspecies
doughs,
dynamics.
letting it
Thompson
rest,
approached the
putting them in
injured
the
Epsilon
oven,
native
bringing them out,
carefully.
eating up our baked goods.
The creature was
Good most of
clearly
the time.
terrified, but too weak to flee. She
Oh,
spoke to
now
it in
it's hard?
soothing tones while examining the damaged
But
wing.
I was told it was good that
Broken
way.
but clean, she muttered. You will fly again if this heals properly.
Oh, it's locked. I forgot.
From her pack, she produced a basic medical kit and began constructing a splint using supplies intended for her own potential injuries.
Is that better?
The adult Epsilon native watched warily but allowed the treatment. When she finished, Thompson retreated a few steps and released the fledgling from her pocket. The reunion was immediate and touching, even to my supposedly emotionally limited species. There you go, Thompson said, sounding genuinely pleased.
No, I'm right here.
Family reunion accomplished. Try to stay away from those nasty predators until that wing heals, okay? As if they understood,
I just have to
both
redirect it.
creatures chirped before the adult guided its offspring into the underbrush.
Did you
Thompson
win
watched
that
them
last
go,
match?
then sighed, collecting her
For
gear.
Magic the Gathering?
Well, that was an interesting diversion. Better head back to camp. I remained frozen in my observation
Oh
spot,
my gosh.
utterly
Oh
confounded.
no. Yeah,
The
let's
human
see
had
it.
risked her life for unrelated species with no strategic or survival value. It contradicted every principle of evolutionary logic. As Thompson walked away, I made a decision that would likely violate multiple coalition protocols. But I had to understand this creature directly. Cadet Thompson, I called out, stepping into view and deactivating my camouflage. To her credit, she showed only mild surprise. Instructor Peel.
Yeah,
Been watching
give
long?
me,
The entire time, I admitted, approaching cautiously. This exercise is monitored, as you were informed.
There's someone new right there.
She nodded, appraising me with those flat, forward-facing eyes. So, did I fail? I'm guessing tracking potentially dangerous wildlife wasn't on the approved activities list. That's putting it mildly, I replied, my mandibles clicking with barely suppressed agitation. You deliberately engaged with apex predators. Twice, you interfered with the natural ecosystem. You abandoned your camp and survival priorities to rescue non-sentient wildlife. Thompson shrugged, that peculiar human gesture indicating both acknowledgement and dismissal. Seemed like the right thing to do at the time. The right thing? No. I couldn't keep the incredulity from my voice. You risked your life for no tactical advantage whatsoever. That fledgling was scared and separated from its parent. The adult was injured and defenseless against predators. She spoke as if this explained everything. But they are not your species.
Worked on the base
not
again.
Not even remotely related to you evolutionarily. Thompson looked genuinely puzzled. What's that got to do with anything? I stared at her, antennae quivering with confusion. Everything. Survival prioritizes one's own continuation, then one's genetic relatives, then one's species. That's basic evolutionary biology across all known sentient life. Thompson considered this. Sounds lonely. Before I could formulate a response, a distant howl echoed through the forest, different from the drab-gorn, deeper and more resonant. My exoskeleton stiffened in instinctive dread. What was that? Thompson asked, instantly alert. Vorkath, I whispered. Apex predator, solitary hunter. Makes drab-gorn look like herbivores. My voice sounded strange even to myself. We need to leave. Now. The exercise isn't complete, Thompson objected. We have hours before extraction. Exercise terminated.
I'm being a donut boy.
This is no longer a drill. Vorkath rarely venture into this region. Something must have disrupted their territory. Thompson's eyes narrowed. Like, say, a pack of frightened drab-gorn fleeing from a crazy human. The realization hit us simultaneously. The drab-gorn, displaced by Thompson's intimidation.
Chicken wing, trends of macaroni, wrapped in bologna, stuffed with pepperoni. Chicken wing.
If we move quickly, we can. Another howl.
I know what your name's going to be.
Thompson grabbed my upper appendage, yanking me behind a massive tree trunk just as a shadow passed overhead. The Vorkath
Chicken banana. Chicken banana. Chicken banana.
Twice my height. With a triangular head bristling with sensory appendages, it was the deadliest land predator on Epsilon 7. Its primary feeding orifice opened, revealing rows of serrated grinding plates. Well, Thompson whispered, that's horrifying. It hunts by heat signature and movement. I breathed, barely audible. If we remain absolutely still. The Vorkath's head swiveled in our direction, sensory stalks extended. It's detected us, I hissed. Run. Different directions. Confuse it. Thompson shook her head. Bad plan. It will just pick one of us. Together we have better odds. What odds? We are unarmed against an apex predator.
What are you?
Thompson's mouth curved upward, not the alarming teeth display, but something more unsettling. Who says we are unarmed? She reached into her pack, withdrawing her ration heating unit, a standard issue chemical device for warming field meals.
Yes.
With quick, efficient movements, she disassembled it, separating the chemical pouches. What are you doing? I asked, eyeing the approaching Vorkath. Making a very crude explosive, she replied calmly. Not powerful enough to kill that thing, but should disorient it. When it goes off, we run for the clearing 50 meters to our right. There's a fallen tree we can use for cover. I stared at her in disbelief. You are making a weapon from a food warmer? You'd be amazed what humans can weaponize in a pinch, she replied, connecting components with her nimble fingers.
She's getting...
Ready?
Is she getting later?
On my signal. The Vorkath was 30 meters away now, stalking deliberately toward our position. Now, Thompson hurled her makeshift device directly at the creature's sensory array and yanked me into motion. The explosion was small but targeted perfectly. The Vorkath shrieked, its sensitive detection organs overwhelmed by the sudden chemical burst. We sprinted for the fallen tree, diving behind it as the creature thrashed in confusion. That won't hold it long, Thompson panted, already scanning our surroundings. We need an actual plan. My respiratory system was barely functioning from terror.
There we go.
But the shuttle. We need to reach the shuttle. Too far.
Escape that
It will recover and track us before we get halfway there. She pointed to a nearby ravine. Water down there? Does it swim? Poorly, I managed. But the current is our best chance, she finished.
Oh, yes.
Come on.
Oh,
the Vorkath's roar told us it had recovered and was now doubly enraged. Thompson grabbed my appendage again and pulled me toward the ravine. We half ran, half slid down the steep embankment, landing with a splash in the fast-moving water below.
That airsoft light gun thingy?
Thompson
What's it
commanded,
called,
positioning herself between me and the downstream current. My species evolved for this kind of locomotion. You didn't. I wanted to argue that coalition instructors didn't take orders from cadets, but the Vorkath crashing through the vegetation above us rendered rank irrelevant. I gripped her sturdy frame as she navigated the rushing water with surprising skill. The Vorkath followed along the ravine edge, keeping pace easily.
I see him now.
Thompson glanced up,
I see him
then
now.
suddenly pulled us underwater, swimming beneath an overhanging rock formation. We emerged in a small pocket of air beneath the bank. It can't reach us here, she whispered. These things hate water, right? Intensely, I confirmed, water dripping from my mandibles. But it will wait. For how long? Vorkath are known to stake out prey for days. Thompson processed this information with remarkable composure. Our extraction window closes in 4 hours. After that, search parties eventually.
I will
but
visit
standard
my friend,
protocol
Mr.
allows
Cruise
for a full
Cross,
rotation delay
and I will
before
say,
declaring
Mr.
an
Cruise
emergency.
Cross, do you have a cup of
She
sugar?
nodded thoughtfully. So we either wait and miss extraction, or we find a way to drive it
gotta
off.
do the butt, doesn't it?
Her eyes gleamed with an expression I was beginning to recognize and fear. I vote for option 2. Whatever you are thinking, stop thinking it, I said hastily. These aren't drab gorn. Vorkath have intelligence comparable to some sentient species. Good, Thompson replied. Then it can learn.
Yeah.
Before I could stop her, she ducked underwater again, disappearing from our shelter. I waited in panicked silence, certain I was about to witness the death of the first human cadet at the academy. Minutes passed. Then a distant shout echoed down the ravine, unmistakably Thompson. The Vorkath's roar answered, followed by the sound of its massive form crashing through the forest above.
Oh, go through all your
I
stuff,
emerged
Casey.
cautiously from our hiding spot, scanning for any sign of predator or cadet. The ravine stretched empty in both directions. Climbing the embankment, I found myself in a small clearing, disoriented and alone. Thompson? I called softly, then louder, being Cadet Thompson. A hand clamped over my mandibles from behind. Shh.
That sounds like
It's circling
stream,
back.
man.
Thompson pulled me into the dense undergrowth, just as the Vorkath burst into the clearing, nostrils flaring. It had lost our trail and was visibly enraged, shredding vegetation with its powerful limbs. I have got a plan, Thompson whispered, but you are not going to like it. That seems to be a recurring theme with you, I hissed. She grinned. Somehow, in this life-threatening situation, she was enjoying herself. See that ridge? It overlooks a steep drop on the other side. If we can lure it over the edge. You want to trick a Vorkath into falling off a cliff? That's your plan? Got a better one? I didn't. Which is how I found myself participating in what Thompson called a classic human hunting technique, driving prey toward a predetermined location. We separated, using our communications devices to coordinate our movements, but creating just enough noise to keep the Vorkath moving in the right direction without giving it a clear target. The plan was insane, reckless, and against all coalition protocols. It also worked perfectly. With a final mighty roar, the Vorkath charged toward Thompson's position at the ridge edge, only to find empty air where it expected prey. Its momentum carried it over the precipice. The creature's surprised shriek faded as it plummeted. Thompson peered over the edge. That's at least a 50-meter drop. Think it survived? Unfortunately, probably yes, I replied, joining her cautiously. But it won't climb back up anytime soon. We should head for the extraction point immediately. We made our way through the forest in companionable silence for several minutes before Thompson spoke again. So, did I pass the exercise? I clicked my mandibles in what my species recognizes as rueful amusement.
Oh, there it is.
You have rendered the entire evaluation matrix meaningless. You were supposed to demonstrate basic survival skills, not outmaneuver apex predators and rescue wildlife. Is that a yes or a no, sir? Looking at this strange, soft-bodied alien who had just upended everything I thought I knew about interspecies capabilities, I made a decision. It's a recommendation for advanced tactical training, I said, and possibly a formal revision of the Coalition's assessment of human capabilities. Thompson's face broke into that alarming teeth display again, but somehow I was starting to find it less disturbing. Does this mean I get to fly the really fast ships now? She asked. Gods of the void, no. I replied with genuine horror. One terrifying revelation at a time, please. As our shuttle broke atmosphere that evening, I watched Thompson chatting animatedly with the pilot, already recounting her adventures with characteristic human enthusiasm.
Lady, do you
My
really want to do
datapad
this?
pinged with an incoming message from Commander Vox. Assessment report received. Query, are all humans like Cadet Thompson? I considered the question carefully before responding. Unknown, Commander. But if they are, we should either expel them all immediately or put them in charge of Coalition defense. I'm still deciding which would be safer for the galaxy.
Where's the chair?
Thompson caught my eye across the shuttle cabin and gave me a small wave. I found myself returning the gesture, my antennae lifting in what my species recognizes as reluctant respect. She was just a cadet from a death world. But the predator pack had turned and fled, and perhaps the rest of us should be taking notes.
Oh. What are you, a dancer? I don't care about dancer. Ooh. Someone barkeeper. Haha, you got such tiny tables in here. How's your people supposed to hang out, man? Where are they supposed to put their drinks down when they want to relax? Their food, when they want to eat together. Come on, man. Come on, man. Let's see. You look like you got your nose punched in. I don't know why I keep obsessing with this thing. Bizarre. Hello, dear. Hello. Would you like to come look at my tavern? You have many, nice hands. You got nice hands. Yeah. Yeah, you want to come look at my tavern? You got nice hands. But you got nice hands too. You can take that off. You can relax. You get your own room paid for. All you gotta do is work. 5 days of the week. How about that? Just gotta work 5 days of the week. And yeah. 2 coppers a day. 2 coppers a day. pay you that. Think about it. Think about it. Oh, who's this little lady? Hello? Ah, I see a lady of refinement eating fine, brown gooey stuff, yes. Hello? How are you, my dear? I am Anika Abakina. Would you like to hear my tale, or would you like to tell me yours? Ah, yeah, I do work here, I promise you. I have an emote for this, don't I? Yeah, see, oh, yeah, bam, woman. Tell me what I want to know. Ah, bam, bam, bam. Break her knuckles, man, just break them. Any more questions around here? Oh, it's silly. No, I don't want any of those. It's across the water behind my base. Never anyone good in there. I need different barkeeps. Look at that big mitten. I like the girl's hair in the end. Sitting. This one? That car hair? Do you like her hair? I can bring it to your bar. This girl's hair? You like this girl's hair? It's an alchemist number 2. I'll hire her and I'll take her home. How about that? Now she's gonna come live with me. I can't remember how to do that. Oops, I got these stinking things in my hands. Oops. No, I'm good. She looks like my cousin. Yeah. Very cool. She really does look like my cousin. Oh, wait. Was that... Is her face like going... I thought I saw a little thing snap where it looked like it shortened her face. No? Alright. That would have been cool. It is a cool hairstyle. It's just ponytail. She's done ponytails with braids, right? Or what do we call those? Cornrows or whatever. I must name you. Say what you got, woman. You got bread or meat? I like it. I'll take a meat. Thank you. Thank you very much. You said you like our hairstyle? You'll say, haha. You like this hairstyle too, bet? Yeah, you're gonna like that hairstyle. You're like this best hairstyle ever, Action Toys. Yeah, like that tiny ponytail. Oh, where's the? Oh, that's one. I don't know who's who right now. Oh, okay. Can we switch you up so I just at least know what you're kind of sort of wearing? Look at this, watch this. Oh no, look at that. It all fell on the floor, crazy cross. What you gonna do about it? It's all on the floor. It's gonna despawn. It's gonna despawn on your base. 1 second. Okay, let's go. I can't build this stuff. I think all this is it. You. Can I? Do I have enough stuff to make anything? I don't mind this. I'm just gonna knock it down and just like see it. Let me check. I can't build that stuff though. That's the problem. What this? I don't know if I want to go that far though. No, you have flotsam. You could just put this stuff down right here. See, the rope ones, and it would look so much better because it looked like you could actually come over here and relax with the flotsam stuff right here. The flotsam fence postings. They look really good. Oh. Oh, I was gonna see. Already got somebody out here. Look at that, though. Come with me, and you'll be in a world. Oops, can't do that. We'll pick that up for now, and then we'll move this. Why can't I move it? What? I want to move this. Fine, be that way. Let's just try to be nice. Alright, take that. This is mine right here anyways. Okay. Come with me and you'll be in a world of my creation. I hope he doesn't get mad at me. It's not like I can't move anything. I can put things down though. I think he said. Oh, I think he says it tears all down anyway. So. You did? Ooh. Oh. Oh. Well, I'm still gonna pray for the people that died. Let's see. Oh. I gotta do this now. It's gotta be very pure, isn't it? How come it's not working now? There we go. Hey there, pretty lady. Would you like to come look at my bar tavern? Excuse me. Would you like to work with me at my bar tavern? Give it good like you, I'd say. Bless. Excuse me. I'd say it was at least 4 copper a day. Who the heck is this? Is his pants blue? Great. I don't know. I can't tell. I don't know. Is that blue? Is that blue? Is that blue? Is that blue? Boots look blue too. Thanks. Thanks, Casey. This man lost a leg. I wonder what he's eating. Looks like a piece of palm pie. Palm pie. Oh gosh, Eric. She looks very okay, let's say. Okay, get on this bastard. Oh, too short. Too dang short. Oh. You could be Casey's alchemist, lady. Wait, he has too many here. No. Wait, what are you? Oh. Whoa. Wow, lady, you can't take that thing on. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I'm never gonna make it. Oh, look at all them rings in my hand. He's added more stuff. He's guilty. Whoa, that was cool. Oh. I am being tired, but yeah. I do actually. It would get rid of that. Oh, I don't want that cat. I don't want that cat. Don't do it. What the heck? Just like cat? Oh, kick you in the face. Ugh. Wah. 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 Oh, there's my feet, guys. Oh! Shush it. Beat your cat. Ah. Cat of Matthew. I think it just his time we run. It's just gonna kill me. He raises murder cats. How many people are here, I wonder? Oh my goodness. There we go. Excuse me. Oh. I know it was about your base case, but it kept making me sneeze, man. Right back. back. Whew. I do actually need a sleepy boy. I just don't know. I'll get one. What the? Excuse you, lady. I think you need to put some clothes on when you come into my place. Beat her up. She's like, nope. I don't know what. Hey, look, Mr. Krabs is here. The sleepy boy himself. Sleepy boy. Oh, there's Steve the drunk. Then here's Steve the drunk's wife. Carol, Steve's wife. And then you got Steve's new girlfriend. I couldn't even think of a name. Just call her Steve's girlfriend. They're exchanging their vows. It's been a long time, and I haven't seen Flint in forever, man. Hopefully he's okay. You need to sleepy boy him out. What time is it? It's 4 o'clock. Yeah, I guess you're right. Look at this stuff. Oh, you can't beat this. This is amazing. Ah, dang it. Ah. I'm trying to get one where it's the hammer swords on there. Looks amazing, I think. I think that would be like a devastating weapon of war. You got hit. So my hammer's gonna break your sword and the rest of my sword's gonna cut through you. It's a dominance move. He's like, she said, I do not sell substandard golems, they are recycled. All the golems you see are recycled. This one, bloodstone, gold, and rock ore. This one, copper, coal, and bloodstone. Premium grade if you're on a budget. That is all I'm gonna say. Hey, dude, what about that one over there? Oh, we don't talk about that one. Why not? Someone in the, development department decided to play a prank on someone, and instead of using the materials they specified, the recipe was that of stuff that you would pull from the sewage ditch. All I'm gonna say, that poor lad, that golem. I do not recommend it for anybody. You gotta pay restitutions. Yeah, bad. He lost his golem making license for at least a year. And now, when he comes back, he has to be under peer review for 2 whole years. It's an eternity in golem building time. Oh, I'll be right back. Oh my gosh, this game needs a bone golem. A bone golem. It could be rock, made out of rock. And it's just a reskin. Give me my bone golem. So how come there's no bone golems? Like, bones only make like certain types of armor and bone meal. That's it. When there's like a whole thing, it's like you could use it to make bone golems. Put them in the bazaar. Just like a reskin for all these things. That actually looks kind of cool. That looks kind of cool, actually. I can see, put this on your fireplace right here. I feel like Look how nice that would be, though. Look at this one. Are you being an RP boy? Yes. Yes. RP, RP. Oh, that's one of mine already. Ooh, what are you? I'll buy you. And I'll put you to work, boy. I need stuff first. Oh, ugly boots. Check. Oh, I don't have that. That sucks. This, and this. Yes. We call him Pete Ugly Boots. His new name is Pete Ugly Boots. Alright, Mr. Pete Ugly Boots. Pete Ugly Boots. Yes, Mr. Pete Ugly Boots. I gotta change your name now. Oops, wrong one. Pete Ugly Boots. Yes. Oh, Mr. Pete Ugly Boots. He's eating. He's not even doing nothing. You're smelty. Go do your smelty things, weirdo. There you go. Get out of here. Pete Ugly Boots. Why do they call him Ugly Boots? Have you seen him? Look at him. They look like he did anything. It's like he put his foot inside of a possum. And that's gross sounding to me. Are you being a sleepy boy? No. You trying to get me to sleep, man? Better go get your burger and fries. You got the fries that'll sting your eyes. You got the burgers that kill your urges. Got the shakes that'll make you quake. I'm gonna make this and see if that can go on this. Oops, that's wrong. I'm gonna drop some more stuff and watch it despawn. Let's go. There it is. It's gonna despawn, Casey. Loot bag, contents, pants, shoes, and apron. Oops. Who the heck's been drinking, man? It's all here. Oh, it's over there. I was kidding, Casey. Hooah! Kick you in the butt. Oh, someone like that. Okay, let's not do that around there. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd all that good stuff go? Oh, there it is right there. Where'd Pete Ugly Boots go? Hey, Pete Ugly Boots. How are you? How are you? Oh, look at this man over here, hammering away on the anvil and a wrought iron rod. Alright, Crazy Cries, you have 2 hours. Forge a knife. visit. Oh, never mind. You just moved over a seat. Why are you so upset with her? She just loves you. She's yelling at you across the bar. Oh. I'm tired. What time is it? Ma's being a sleepy boy. I think I'm gonna go to bed now. Look at that. Oh, man, look at that. Look, you see the eyeball things in her eyes. Each one of them has it. That's cool. That was a Twitch drop. The only thing I didn't get with it in time was the boots. Lady, why don't you just sit down and relax, man? There we go. Now I have no weapon. Whoops, what does it look like? How does it look like? Ooh, that looks gnarly. Ooh. Oh, dude, Crazy Cries is here. Hey, man, what's up? How you doing? How's retirement going? You like staying here in the horse fields? Cause boy, you owe me some rent money. Yeah, he's relaxed. See that? Look at that. Goodbye. Oops, I messed up my chair. Yes. Casey, is your base still a mess? With all those horses and stuff around, and cats and dogs, and your people inside of people inside of people inside of people. You got this, boy. You got this, boy. Oh, hello there. Okay, here, let me have a seat. So how?
I'm being a donut boy.
I ate 4 donuts. I am sugared up, man. Oh, I was in my seat. How'd that happen? Hello, what is your name? Vatessa. Hello, Mrs. Vatessa. How do you like working at this fine establishment and bar? Give me some donuts, boy. Ah, yes. I see hands and fingers are doing well lately. Yes. Much easier now that you're doing like whatever you feel like. Just gotta cook for the whole place. You and your team. Oh, I see what you're doing. Looking at that file over there. How about you? You will give me all your money, or I will take your head and I will shove it in the file over there. Got that, woman? Let's go. Give it up. Oh, who the heck? Don't want to mess with her. She can get you, kick your butt. Look at it. You can tell she's kick your butt. Look. She has an I'll kick your butt face on her right there. See it? See it?
Give me some donuts, boy. Give me those donuts, boy.
Oh, I thought I'll sit down for real. I don't want to sit by her. She's so rude. I'll sneak back here, see if he noticed I was gone. Oh, interesting. Yes. Tell me more about this Magic the Gathering you've been playing. Oh, you won. That is amazing. Amazing. You got this, man. Where'd he go? He didn't let me change his name. Oh, I hurt his foot. Oh, you're again, man. Every time. I'm getting fed up with it. Now I'm putting you inside there. There you go. Crazy Christ, Magic Player Pro Armor 3. Look at guys. This crazy. What the heck? This Crazy Christ Pro Player. Crazy Christ Magic Pro Player Armor number 3. There's Pete Ugly Boots. What the heck, man? Ah! Oh, that's not what I mean. A sign. I need a sign. All I want is a sign. So it's at the very bottom. It's not a big deal. Oh, I do have a bunch on me. Ow, my eyeballs. Going out to the break of dawn. Okay, so. Oh, wait, I wanted that for myself. Where'd it go? Oh no, I had some. Oh, there they are. I was like, oh my god, I lost them. Going out to the break of dawn. Why? Why would you ask this? I am goodbye. No, I'm good. I'm so tired.
I'm being a donut boy. Mmm.
Worsfield brothel.
Why is the rum always gone?
And hostile. Let's say drink something, right? Yeah. Why is the rum always gone? I don't know. Have you seen this brothel and hostel thing? Let's see. We got lots of people in here sleeping for the night. And okay, this is the part that is the brothel right here. Yeah, so you come up, put in your money, and then I don't care what you do as long as you Pay me your rent for the night. Took a lot of work get that to work out the way it did. Color for beds and stuff. Ooh, people are puking. Is everyone okay over here? Might have been better to put that exit right here. Oh, Mr. Cries left. Aw, that's sad. Is that ugly boots? No. You are being a silly boy. Yeah, silly. Just trying to have fun tonight. Relax. Oh, I thought she had like green skin for a second. It's just her gloves. What kind of gloves does she have on? What the heck's going on here? Oh. I feel like those are supposed to be like, look like something else. That mod might need to be updated if it's that blurry. Yeah, see. Oh, I thought they synced up there for a second. Yeah. That's cool. I don't think I planned out that thing the way it worked out. People passed out, I think. Oh, let's do something and see what happens. And I guess I just would have come up with as it happened. Oh, wow. Rude! Hello, I said you were rude. Level 3 cook, huh? Oh, sorry, sir. This turned out alright, I think, anyways. Guess I could build this over this way a little bit more. Probably right about to here, maybe. I could. The heck was that? Okay, that's that girl hitting that thing with her hammer. That's crazy. Let's go hide up here. Okay, now I look crazy. Okay, let's oh, I fell. It was level 3 Archer. You know what? I don't think I like her standing here now after I did all that.
Okay, guys, gather around as I talk about the time that there was a girl called Mona Lisa, aka the Hammer Girl. Why do we call her the Hammer Girl? Because there's a man out there named the Crazy that cried, and she hammered him all day. Hammered him into the storm, hammered him into the water, hammered him off a cliff, and hammered him when he was in his car. The best part was he went to pick up his own hammer and then she hammered the hammer, which was amazing.
Hammer you, bro. It is still funny. What was hilarious because You're like, okay, I'm getting sick of this. You went to pick up a hammer. She slapped you right off a cliff. And you're really getting mad at her, too. You finally got her back, too, didn't you? Yeah, a couple of times. And you started hitting her with, like, impulse grenades and stuff. And that was a good part. I never got in the middle of them fights. Should we put a girl on here or a guy? The outside of the base got a little bit of an upgrade. That does look a little bit better though. Oh, I should set them off. Man. I thought I did. I guess it looks different. Just seemed different up there, man. Do you like that? I think it still looks pretty imposing, I guess. Whoa, a leg spike? Oh no. Oh. These guys get moved for a second. There we go. Open it up, just like, and you just walk, you just close the door. And then you can make this one like a guard. Like to look out for these other guys. Right, you can't, okay. No, they took it away, I forgot. Are you being a donut boy? No, I'm good. I had 5 donuts. I was good and done. I've had too much sugar already. Did you get some? Yeah, I told you go get your burger and fries. Go get your burger and fries, Mr. Krabs. Oh. Oh, that girl's gone, huh? Oh man, you know what that means? I don't have a weapon repair kit for that. Ugh. That takes forever for weapons to get done in here. I can't see. Abysmal daggers. Not for me. For the rest of your days, Hakuna Matata means no worries for the rest of your days. Oh, Hakuna Matata. This guy always gets stuck here and he's like, yeah, I need help out. And you're like, no. See, look at this. Crazy guys, look at this man. Look at, right here. Look, you gotta, see, you gotta get the centered one right here. Build off of it, then you can build over it. And regular blocks works, not just these bridges. So, there you go. Oh, Hakuna Matata. Bridge boy, bring me a gun. Oh yeah, those were so good, man. You should have been there. And I told my son, yeah, I thought you were supposed to show up, and then you didn't, and I got hungry, and then I ate all the Godfather's pizza. He just looked me in the eyes. You could just see the disappointed father figure in him. Okay. Thank you for the lurk. See if we can get another shout out. That was fun. It'd be nice to get another one shooting people. God bless you too. I will have bacon, sunny side up eggs.
Can I please have And S24 for my birthday, Daddy. It is tomorrow, my birthday.
Oh, prove that he calls me daddy. Oh my gosh, that was hilarious. I don't remember making. I don't even think I made that clip, did I? I'd have to check. That was funny though. Oh, I wish I had recorded that. I'd recorded that session we had. We were in that.
What level was this guy? Yay!
Oh, I don't, you can give yourself a shout out all you want.
Back up, back up, back up. Back up, back up, back up.
Kill him! Kill him!
Oh, yeah. That was close. Totally forgot he was down there. He came close.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Detective Ben Rogers, and I would like to talk to you about the body outside on your balcony. You didn't know about nobody on your balcony. I didn't say nobody.
Okay, I gotta turn my actual screen down.
Okay, I'll have fun, Mona.
Did she die?
No. I ran out of ammo.
What the heck?
Huh?
Ah!
Just lie to him. Just lie to him.
I can't believe I did that. I gotta.
I did not do that on purpose either. Dude. Yeah. Okay. Hello, lady. Why do you make me do this?
The tavern is the best way to end the day. Or start it.
Alright, I'm gonna have my food. I'm having purified water. We got to celebrate. So they should have sit-down versions of these emotes. You look at me, woman. Punch you in the face. Sleepy boy, yeah. I hope your pepper spray versus my my flamethrower. The winner is not the one that gives up right away. In a world where up is down and down is up. Hey, that outfit looks familiar. Most of it does, anyways. Did you buy that at my yard sale? What's going on? Why am I... What the heck? Why do I got tiny foot? Why I got the little leg? No. It's just here? It is. It's a weird pixel. Yep, right here. Do you think the metal ball could... Yes, I do. That's why I said never point at anyone's head. You take out an eye. Hit him in the temple. That'd be bad. Throat. That'd be bad. That sounds like you'd like it too much. You're like, I shot myself in the poopy. I must fix it now. Tired. Okay, I'm tired. I want to see if this works. Oh, what is it then? Oh, you suck. Does anyone have that whirlwind blade thingy? Oh, your life is that. Okay. Stupid game weapons. It's the only other one I have. Unless it's... No, it won't be a punching one. That's the punching one. I don't think that'll be it. Oh, Hakuna Matata. Hello, sunshine. The earth says hello. I have to put my poopy back in my butt. Oh my god, Casey. It almost made me laugh when you start saying that. I need a holster that can fit that gun now. Yeah, like I said, airsaw. Go to Amazon, order an adjustable airsoft holster. One that just if it fit a 50 caliber, it'll probably fit that one. Sometimes you get them and you just pop a couple of stitches and it'll fit any gun ever made. Well, I mean, pistol wise. Probably not a judge though. Not a judge. Now I just have to experiment. Oh no. Who was that these? I used to have airsoft guns and stuff like that. Hakuna Matata. It means you put the past in your poopy. And your poopy in your past. I should have turned myself into a dude, innit? Still wear this clothes just like this. But I want the hair. I'd want to be the guy with this haircut with this outfit on. I think that'd be funny. Does this work? Does this work? Does this work? Oh, get out of the way, get out of the way. Oh, you're so cool. Oh, this is 2 axes? I thought this was an axe and a knife. Who cares about this? I saw an axe and a knife. See, that's an axe and a knife right there. Why did that not work? Wonder if I make these punchy ones, these ones down here, if that'll do anything. Now I'm scared I'm gonna have to make some other stuff. The heck, man, I look so angry right now. I'm looking at my soul right now. I was like, you failed me. You failed me, boy. I don't like this. This is not my fighting style. I don't like it. I need a knife in my left hand. The knife is the block. The axe is the chop. I'm not a chop man. You know you can make your own. You can go to the store, you buy some PVC pipe. You cut it and you cut off your piece. Cut that piece down the middle on both sides. Put it in the oven at 450, 460 for about 20 minutes, and then just make sure you're ready to go, and you can make your own holster. And all you gotta do after that is put some rivets in. That's all you gotta do. You got a holster for it. Not that anybody cares what I say. I gotta take a poopy now. I like this new axe right here though. See it? I think it looks nice. It's got a very Aztec feel to it. Do I poop my pants? Yes, I've seen you poop your pants. Yes, guys, he does poop his pants. If you ask his friends, all his friends, everybody knows he poops his pants. I want knives, I guess. Knives. Knives? Oh, it's daggers in it. The heck is this? Stitching daggers? I'll craft one. This looks could be interesting. Jungle stalker knives? That sounds interesting too. Okay, let's have a look at these. That's not how it looks at to do. Not for me. It's almost no. Okay. Not for me. This is the one I really want to go. Oh, what the heck? That is cool, man. That picture did not do that justice. Ooh. Reverse cookery. This is a version of this weapon. These two daggers are opposite curves to each other. Oh, I wouldn't want to mess with her. You gonna mess with her, Casey? I would wanna. Yes, you do, poopy pants man. He's probably sitting there ordering himself breakfast. He's probably getting eggs sunny side up, white toast. He's gonna sit there and decide if he wants bacon or sausage for like 5 minutes, and then he's gonna be, all right, I'm gonna go with sausages today. I don't know if I like some of these people here. Let's see. I know this doesn't do any damage. That's the funny part, though. See? I don't know which ones I like. Okay, let's just go weapons. Weapon. Oh. So this was... two katanas. I'm just gonna make them now. So let's see what they look like. What is this? Wrath of Jaketo? That'd be interesting, I think. Ooh. Oh, those dual snake daggers? That's cool. How come? Oh, okay, they're very specific. Can I come? Oh, and shoot you in the ankle. No, I'm good. I've already broken that once. I'm good. You said ankle. I instantly felt a little twinge in myself. I shoot you in the ankle, and I'll make you walk on it. Saber sheath? What? I don't get it. I'll look at it. Oh no, it's all good. Oh no. Okay, let's see. Let's do this, Eric. Jeez. Louise. Alright, let's see. Please be cool. Please be cool. I like these, actually. These might be my thing. Alright, let's give the rest of them a try. Let's give them a shot. Oh. I guess this is going to be a disappointment then. Oh, actually, no. That's a Day of Remembrance that's in the game. That's cool, actually. I'm like, What's this weapon? Oh. Oh, it's armor. Okay. Oh, I got a Laveria's sword in my sheath. Okay.
You and me going fishing in the dark, lying on our backs and counting the stars where the cool grass grows. Down by the river in the full moonlight, we'll be falling in love in the middle of the night, just moving slow.
Oh, baby, getting ready. I can make this. Too bad I couldn't do both legs and both hands and put an eye patch on her.
It's stretchy letchy time.
No,
Get up and stretch.
No. Oh. If you were on this side and you heard that, oh, wow. Snap, crackle, and pop. What's more pops than snaps? Oh, it's more pops than crackles. I can't remember. Stretch. Fishing in a dark. That's good. Oh no. Whew. Well, let's look at the rest of these, isn't it? Let's have a look here. Oh, what the heck? That's kind of cool. Those are actually pretty cool looking. They're kind of small. Maybe they're supposed to be cat's claws, though.
Throw it. No.
He's like, no, why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? It's right here.
You look so funny, dude. Oh, you could throw it. Where's the clip thing? I need that clipped.
It needs that clip thing. Look at the clips. I like how Moobot says that, but I don't care. It's like, eh. Sorry. Oh. I'm just running around in circles at this point. Haha. That should work. So should I roulette? I say, it's semicolon? I can't remember. Why can't I go here? There we go. There you go. You have to. Oh. I think it's, instead of A, it's E. Seppuku? Oh yeah, I put people here. Oh my gosh, I'm doing a whole roleplay thing. Get out. Welcome, traveler. I like how it's like the little things like that makes the difference in this game. Parfait. I didn't name this character this, did I? The Camelback? That sounds like such a bad name. I would never do that.
I owe you much, but I am wasted as a fighter.
Shut up, woman. All you do is moan. They punch you in the face.
Oh, he's in the bush.
One
in the bush.
Oh.
I owe you much, but I am wasted as a
Oh my goodness. I'm down.
Oh.
Why do I pick this gun up?
Yeah.
One guy left.
Okay.
Or two guys left, right? One guy left.
Whoops. And DC, you go fight him.
No, yeah.
That was not what I meant to do. Oh, I got Bushmaster. I didn't even realize.
Got Bushmastered.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Good job, guys. Oh, it's not live.
I've got Bushmaster.
I saw. You should probably clip that because I saw it happen on my screen.
Yeah.
Of you getting him, Shock. So if you wanna.
Okay, I'm clipping. What do we call this one? If it will.
Whatever you want.
Shocked toast more. No, just kidding. More shocked than toast. Wow, they got good weapons. Can't get out. Yep, thank you, thank you. Oop, good ditch. Good knives, the sword's all over me. Dangerous woman. Must dangerous woman on this side of the island, boss. Yeah. Let me stand up, Go normal. Go normal. Oh, I stabbed myself in the leg. And I handled myself in the torso. Better. So someone look down on you like that, or look up at you like that, and you just still feel so small, cause yeah. And look, I turned a bridge into this little thing here. See. Help me! I didn't do it. They framed me. Oh my God! Well, all the way up there. I could live up here. Anyone could live up here. You only got one way in. That's what a kid would say anyway, isn't it? Someone comes up, you just like hide, just like, and no one's ever gonna look up for you. Just jump down and get them. Bam, bam, bam. Done. You must have one. You will bring me holster. Just look up on YouTube how to make Kydex holsters. There's lots of good tutorials. Oh no! What are you gonna do? I could explain this, but I am obviously too tired to explain this at the moment. Need a 3D printed holster. I will pay $100. That's like almost $400 in actual money, isn't it? Why is this man dancing? I don't like it. Oops, took her stuff without thinking. I want her to have this. Everyone here, ooh, I wouldn't want to mess with her. Ooh, I feel like I get chopped hard. Killed. All these archers in the front, give them all arrows. I will bet $100. Greetings, citizen. I am Tycho the Better. Would you be interested in...
You and me go fishing in the dark, lying on our backs and counting the stars where the cool grass grows. Down by the river in the full moonlight, we'll be falling in love in the middle of the night, just moving slow.
You like it with the Ninja Turtles? We're going to Toy Show tomorrow. I don't want to do it anymore. I make plans for stuff and I end up not doing them half the time. Yes, did you see the He-Mans I sent? No. Wait, maybe I did. Oh, yes, I did. Yeah, it was kind of an expensive lot. For me, anyways. I'm only interested in certain characters in the entire line, but I do have most of them already. So I think I need like the Medusa one, or what's it called, Snake Face. I need a couple of things. This is not much. I just want Laser Fist He-Man and Laser Fist Skeletor. I make my day. They're like almost. If you get one in good shape, around $1,000. So you're gonna pay for one. Depends on if they're in good shape, if they have all their accessories. And then they got variants of each one. So some of them were produced in Mexico, some were produced in China, some are in the United States. I'm going to go around and shoot bears with my... You're gonna get mauled, man. You're gonna get eaten up by those bears. You're gonna like talking all the fuzz on them. They're just gonna eat you. Oops, I dropped them all. Oops, sorry. Now you're gonna have to look at all these things get despawned. Uh-oh. Better watch out. Better not cry. Better not shout, I'm telling you why. Because Sandy Claus is coming to town. I was sleepy when you sent me, I know. I just heard your message about the bears and it made me laugh, yeah. Which one? Was that the... Yeah, you got bears. All you gotta do is shoot one, and you get the fur, you get the meat, and you get the fat. You can run down in some pain salve for your joints. And you got the big old skull. No, you cannot. Don't you dare. You're gonna be an eating boy. Don't I have a thingy here? Oh my gosh. Okay. Drop it, just drop it. Walk away. I must have it. Give it back. Nah, I'll grab this one first. Nah, just walk away. Oh, he's got no shoes. What the heck? He needs something on his feet. What's the dude doing? There you go. Oh, he got nothing on. Can I shoot a lamb with a knot? You can, but you won't survive it. You do anything you put your mind to, little boy. Watch this. Look, this is the biggest waste of resources in the world. Look. Oh, never mind. I thought it had the heavy armor here, and it was just reskinned with this stuff. Oh, I've done that too, which is silly. Alright, let's go. Yes, you have to shoot him directly in his eye. And not in his brown eye. Going out to the break of dawn. What is this? Throwing knives. What's this? I want to know about a throwing knife. Oh, what the heck? That's cool. That looks like the Green Ranger's summoning sword thingy. I'm gonna be the master, not Lethal Hunter. No, we call them berry pickers. Go on, bud. Go get yourself some berries. Ah. She tricked me, guys. Oh, almost got. Wow, it threw me too. Wow. That was cool, doesn't it? Oh! She threw it. That is cool, man. No way. What the heck? What's wrong with it? Why won't it work now? Oh, it must have broke or something. That sucks, man. Oh, that's cool. That is so cool. Oh, that's a glitch. That's not supposed to happen. That's messed up with the mod. Yeah, that's the only action I got with this. That looks cool. Well, that was a blood. That was a crystal, bloodstone. A bloodstone dagger. Hello, pretty lady. Didn't know you're up here. Yes, I did. Well, there's a lady down there that doesn't match. Casey, you wouldn't do this to me, would you, Casey? Yes, you would. Definitely do this to me. Yeah, you can pretty much do it in most of the throwing daggers. You just and try to pick it up at the same time when you throw it. When it's like stuck in the wall, and then you can once you get it, so when you try to switch to another weapon of the same sort, it doesn't. But you can pick up another one, right? So. She messed me by. Oh, sorry about that. Apologizes to the game, innit? Oh, there we go, right there. I think I like this axe in my hand better though. Practicing in my courtyard. My kung fu. Wow. I didn't do this. And my brother doesn't have access to it. Hello, so would you please like a drink? Yes, you would. Awesome. There you go. There we go. No. Every time. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow, 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 follow the yellow brick road. They say there's a crazy man down here. He talks to shadows that flicker on flames. We're down here with our magical axe to put him to his misery. Bring him to the end of his misery. Yeah, there we go, that's it. Alrighty then. Nope, nothing in there. Of course, I didn't say we can't get rich at the same time, guys. Oh darn, nothing here. Oh. Shh. Oh, I think I got him. I got him. We got him, guys. Yeah, we're just gonna call him dead. I wouldn't want to mess with him either. Look at that. There you go. Leave us alone, sir. Get poached. Freedom! Oh, that'd be awesome. Oh, I can't make it. No. They need to have a crawling animation. Let's crouch. I got Casey's cage. I think it's time to get out of here. I was looking for these, that's what I was looking for. Would you dance? If I asked you to dance. We're gonna go home, guys. I'm scared out here. There we go. Verse of the G. Verse of the day. June 22nd. Joshua 1:9 have not commanded you. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Amen to that. Oh, what the heck? Oh, I want to come out. Oh. She just started kicking me in the face. I need help. Gotta get out of here. What if I just dropped this dang knife? Oh, it's gone. Oh no. Wait, can I make any throwing weapons? Oh, this sucks. Oh, is that throwing axe? Okay, let's see if this works out. Oh, okay, it works. Okay. Go behind. There we go. That's not too bad. I could win with this combo. Throw. See? Watch. What you do? You attack and throw. Okay, so you attack. Oh, come on, man. I dropped it. Lands 1, 2. Oh, no, it doesn't. Maybe that'll help. There we go. Frig, that was crazy. Okay, I don't like this sword on me anymore, so I'll throw it away. Oh, I mean, I gotta put it down here and throw it away. Oh, did I do that? I'm sorry. I find myself taking more of this stuff off, and not for any particular reason, other than, like, these knives, they're a little janky. But they're not bad, that's the thing. I don't mind them. Just not on me. If that makes any sense. I'm gonna check that out. Just want to check it out. I think that was potion pouch. I'm getting tired. Oh, that kind of looked like, that's what I'm seeing. I'll look at it. It did look really good. Oh, that's the one that he wears on his pants. I'm good. I'll just leave it as it is. I don't want any of that stuff. As tempted as I am, I don't want it. I'll just make it because I don't know what it is. It's a choker. Ooh, it costs my Bible. I like it. Sorry, I got excited for stupid reasons. Let's see, does this look like a potion? Oh, that does not look bad at all. Okay. Oh. I'm okay with that. Not that though. What's that? That's weird. Oh. Okay, I don't like that at all. Oh, come on. This one actually stayed on. Gross. Just gross. I'd rather have that one on at that point. Here, would you like this right here? So throw random things to random people at this point. No. Oh, not that. Oh, no. I meant, you take this. I don't remember what else I did. Oh, I can't leave that on. Yeah. That's a terrible accessory. Toto and Podo. Oh, what's it look like? Oh, I've had this on before, yeah. I like that. That's not bad. I know that's good. Oh, that's not. Oh, I see. It's okay. It's not like 2 or 3 hats. 1, 2, 3, 4 helmets in one. I'm not that good in helmets. I'm picking him up out of the floor again. I'm sick of it. I'll buy you. Just so I can do this to you. This isn't too bad, actually. That looks okay, too. Oh, come on, dude. Okay, thank you for the alert. Crazy Cries. God bless. Have a good night. Eat well. Have a good day. Oh, I hurt myself. I broke my ankle. Okay, let's take this ugly mask. Make it something beautiful. That's just good. It's all done in silver, but. Shanna. Muted purple dye. That actually looks. Oh, that looks cool, but that looks better. Okay, let's go put this on that guy. Where'd he go? It looks so different now. Oh, that actually doesn't. That does look good. Okay, let's have a look here. Oh, because the one part's still cloth in it. It looked so good though. That sucks. Meshing problems. It looks good there. Alright, whatever. I think I'm gonna go to bed. I'm cool. Oh, who is this? Who's this lady that keeps popping up here, man? Here, I don't know you, but I'm moving you. It's my bed. Can't lie, I can't sleep without her. Alright guys, and with that, I'm heading out. Okay guys, as always, God bless, take care, with much love. As always, stay awesome.